America, success in both fame and fortune. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 676 Old Boo sacrificed again. As darkness fell and the temperature cooled, Martin set up a barbecue in the open space in front of the RV, specifically to entertain Jody, who had come from afar. Thomas, who had just arrived, brought a bucket of beer and poured a glass for Martin, Louise, and Jody. Bruce brought out grilled vegetables and meat. Jody, seeing Martin in person for the first time, raised her glass and said, "Thank you for your hospitality." Martin clinked his glass with hers and said with a smile, "You should thank old Bruce." Jody downed her drink and flirted with Bruce. Bruce glanced at Jody's slender figure and pretended not to notice. Jody toasted Louise and Thomas, then joined the group in casual conversation like any other friend. Even though she had received a tip upon arrival about major news happening between two crews filming in Death Valley, she was incredibly curious, but she suppressed her curiosity. Jody always believed that with old Bruce's special connection, she would be able to get first-hand and detailed information. The small gathering didn't last long. Martin, Thomas, and Louise boarded the Mercedes-Benz RV and discussed the day's events. Louise had already found out who Johnny Depp's financial manager and investment manager were. She turned on the car's computer, clicked on a web page, searched for some information, pointed to two images on the screen, and said to Martin, "This is Depp's investment manager Joel Mondell, and this is Depp's accountant and financial manager Robert Mondell." Martin asked, "Are these two brothers?" "Yes, they are brothers." Louise felt that Depp was really crazy. The younger brother is responsible for reviewing the investments and tax situations managed by his older brother. The two of them also jointly opened the same financial company. Is there anything more outrageous than this? Martin thought for a moment and asked again, "What is the reputation of the Mondell brothers?" Louise shook her head. The outside world is not very clear because in the past 8 years, they have been mainly responsible for handling Depp-related business. In other words, Depp alone is enough for them to achieve high incomes, she added. The Mondell brothers and Depp have known each other for nearly 10 years, and it is said that they have a very good relationship. Martin couldn't help but sigh. Depp is really good to his friends. That being said, what needs to be done still needs to be done. He said, "Find a way to let someone contact these two people." "Do you think it is feasible to do this specifically?" Louise and Thomas nodded slightly as they listened. The former said, "Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll think of something else." Thomas replied, "I'll try something, too." Martin then said to Louise, "Now that you're on set, stay a few days. Find a chance to hang around Megan Ellison. Maybe you'll have something in common." Louise immediately understood what he meant. Given Depp's current personality, is someone like Megan Ellison going to explode at any moment? Martin said, "Not in the short term. They say the budget for the Lone Ranger has increased to $250 million because of Depp." Louise said, "Such a huge investment, I'd be willing to put up with it too." It was getting late, so Thomas said goodbye. Louise said openly, "There's no hotel nearby, so I'll stay at your place tonight. Tell your girlfriend from the crew to find somewhere else to stay." Martin had already received a call from Daddario. She was terrified last night and went to see Jessica Chastain tonight. In another RV nearby, Bruce opened his laptop and played the recorded videos. From the gunman attack on the Mercedes-Benz RV last night to Depp's face being washed in mud that afternoon, the video had it all. Jody was getting more and more excited as she watched. This was truly big news. She asked Bruce, "Give me all this, I called you here, so of course it's for you." Bruce said bluntly, "I'm giving you the news, with one condition, release it in the most unfavorable way possible for Depp." Jody considered it seriously. Bruce continued, "You are a professional. This is not difficult to do. The whole thing was originally caused by Depp." Jody watched all the videos and said, "Although the FBI confirmed that the person who contacted the trafficker was Depp's playmate, the evidence only goes so far, but people who have seen the video will definitely attribute the matter to Depp." She dragged the mouse to change a video. There was a second conflict, and the fuse was also Depp. He urinated in front of your crew in public and was ridiculed by the group. By the way, put this video shot by a mobile phone together with a TV video to highlight Depp's public molestation and insults to women. He will inevitably be criticized from all directions, Bruce said. This is what I want too. Jodie worked her way up from an entertainment paparazzi and worked at TMZ for many years. After the Weinstein scandal, she became the deputy editor-in-chief with full responsibility for entertainment gossip business. She has a very accurate view of some things. She said, "You want to deal with Depp? This alone isn't enough. Even if he falls from his position as a Hollywood A-lister, the hundreds of millions of dollars he's earned from the Pirates of the Caribbean series and Alice in Wonderland are more than enough for him to live comfortably." Jodie said this because the process would generate a lot of hot news. Bruce mumbled, "Let's vent our anger first." Jodie sorted through the videos and said, "Depp's news also involves Martin. It's easy to make the front page of TMZ. It deserves to be highlighted in red on the front page for a week." Bruce reminded her, "Many people saw what happened last night and today. The crew is temporarily out of town. I've retrieved the relevant videos. They haven't leaked yet. You should return and publish them immediately." Jodie copied the videos onto the storage drive she brought with her, checked the time it would take, and said, "It's not too late to leave in 15 minutes. Hurry, Bruce. You can't always let me take the initiative." Bruce gritted his teeth and made another sacrifice. Half an hour later, he personally escorted Jodie out of the camp. Jodie returned to Los Angeles on a helicopter Bruce had rented. That evening, news of the incident appeared on the front page of TMZ. The video, involving two Hollywood stars, Martin and Johnny Depp, quickly went viral. The next morning, it topped Google's trending search list. The two individuals involved in the video had starkly different reputations. The majority of people online praised Martin. As expected of Martin, those three idiotic dealers delivered the goods to his doorstep and then tried to attack him. Aren't they courting death? The dealers were armed with guns and explosives, and they attacked over a disagreement. Luckily, it was Martin who was on the receiving end. If it had been anyone else, they would have been damned. The person who contacted the dealers is the most despicable. They clearly wanted to harm Martin. Johnny Depp did it. Not only did he go crazy and act like a jerk, but he also implicated others. Depp was subjected to a furious online attack. I'm not surprised Johnny Depp took drugs during filming. I think it's normal for him to do anything, no matter how idiotic he is. River Phoenix took drugs in Depp's bar and died a few dozen meters away, right? I thought Depp had learned from River's mistakes and quit, but I was proven naive. Depp's behavior is nothing short of scumbag, to paraphrase Depp's fans. Even though I smoke, drink, get tattoos, take drugs, cheat, drive under the influence, and try to commit suicide in all sorts of ways, I'm a good man. Johnny Depp has no respect for women. I urge all female fans to refuse to watch his movies. Depp blatantly insults women. This last point was secretly promoted, and combined with the video's rapid virality, Depp became a new target for feminists. But these weren't enough to get rid of Depp, so Martin didn't notify Jolie and Aniston for the time being. His main goal was to destroy Depp's popularity. Depp's fans were also criticizing Martin. For example, Martin Davis is being so hypocritical. The traffickers went to the wrong place. It was all just a misunderstanding. It's not a big deal. Can't we just talk it out? Such comments immediately drew a barrage of rebuttals. Misunderstanding? Guns and detonators are right in front of us, and you still call it a misunderstanding? I contacted a few gang members, pointed a gun at your head, and said it was a misunderstanding. Would you agree? Just talk it out? The video is crystal clear. Martin simply asked Depp to apologize to the crew of The Martian. What did Depp do? He unzipped his pants and urinated on a group of women. Insulting women. Insulting the entire crew. If you ask me, Martin is too good-tempered. He should have just gone to Depp's house and beat him to pulp. The related news continued to generate heated discussion. Of course, Depp's die-hard fans will still support him, but his popularity among the public has plummeted. This isn't just empty talk, the video is incredibly damaging. Even though Depp's spokesperson responded immediately, the torrent of public opinion, especially the barrage of criticism from feminist advocates, couldn't stop it. Even those who have worked with Depp in recent years have said he's incredibly difficult to work with and that being on the same set with him is a nightmare. Capitalizing on this buzz, Disney and Davis Studios stepped up their promotional efforts, and the name of The Martian spread throughout North America. The film's popularity skyrocketed. The production officially released its first promotional poster, featuring Martin wearing a space helmet, standing on a desolate Martian landscape. Along with the film's title and the credits, the poster featured a striking subtitle, "Save Yourself or Die." The film, currently in production, saw its popularity soar. Almost simultaneously, the novel version of The Martian was published. After 3 days of book signings in New York, author Andy Weir easily entered the top 3 of the New York Times bestseller list, instantly becoming a nationally sought-after author. One newspaper quipped, "Authors hoping for a book to break out, don't hesitate. Take your work in progress to Los Angeles and find Martin Davis or the Davis Studio. If Martin takes a liking to it, you'll be a bestseller in no time." While this was a joke, it also reflected reality. The Davis Studio's open script submission email suddenly saw a surge in submissions, and not just scripts, but also novels. The scene was as prosperous as that of a small publishing house. The studio assigned a dedicated person to handle the relevant matters, and electronically transferred the submissions to Martin's email address for easy access. There was no guarantee that novels like Gone Girl wouldn't be among them. Chapter 677, Male Bastard and Female Bastard. That morning, not far southwest of camp, Martin stood in front of a modified Mars rover, carrying supplies from the ground, sweating profusely. The weather was still scorching, but the crew was almost through it. After filming wrapped for the day, everyone would leave Death Valley and return to the studios at Disney Studios. Ridley Scott called a halt to filming. Martin immediately took off his helmet, feeling like his body was steaming. He shed his spacesuit and climbed into the air-conditioned car, feeling like he was alive. In the seat next to him, Louise lowered her telescope and said, "There's a Wrangler on the main road over there. I've been observing it carefully, and it looks like Megan Ellison's. I'll drive over and pass her." Martin took a sip of water and waved, "Go ahead. I don't want to talk right now." Knowing he was hot and tired, Louise said no more. She got out of the car, had her bodyguards drive a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and left the crew's temporary set and turned onto the main road. Not far away, she spotted the Lone Ranger cruise convoy just leaving camp. Louise looked away, looking at the Wrangler in front of her right. Standing on a large rock beside the car was Megan Ellison, wearing a sun hat, gazing at the distant crew of the Martian. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class passed by, and Louise had the driver pull over to the side of the road and stop. Megan watched her get out of the car with interest and said, "Louise Meyer." Louise pushed up her black-rimmed glasses, stepped onto the stone, and deliberately asked, "So you're interested? You came all the way to see Martin filming?" Megan was undeterred. "What about you? Want to come and stand up for your lover?" Louise was bold and daring, not minding others bringing up these things. "I do, but it's a pity he can't use it." She turned to gaze at the convoy approaching in the distance, then glanced down at her watch. "It's almost noon, and you're just starting out to film. That's a bit slow." Megan acted like she had a lot of money. "We have a good budget and plenty of time. There's no rush." Of course, Louise didn't believe such nonsense and said bluntly, "Because of Johnny Depp." Right. At the mention of Depp's name, Megan, despite considering herself a refined person and not one to show her emotions, her face darkened. Anyone who worked with that jerk for a while would want to kill someone. And Megan was an investor. Louise said this because filming on the Lone Ranger was in its final stages, and replacing the lead actor was out of the question. "You're doing a great job, really." She truly admired Megan Ellison. "If it were me, I'd be blown away by a lead actor like Depp." Megan feigned indifference. Capable people always have their quirks. The producer's job is to bring them out. Louise nodded. "Good luck." Megan smiled and watched the people get into the car and drive away. When the Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove away, she, like Louise, first glanced at the approaching crew convoy, then glanced down at her watch, her expression grim. All the remaining scenes required Depp's personal participation. Without him, the crew simply couldn't function properly. Depp hadn't made any changes to the previous day's events, continuing his own way, and everyone on the crew was expected to follow his lead. Megan reviewed the financial spreadsheets. The budget, already increased to $250 million, was definitely not enough. It wasn't that she didn't want to blow up, but she was weighed down by the billions of dollars in funding. The motorcade arrived, and Megan Ellison got in, telling the driver to follow. Sitting in the backseat, Depp's nanny car drove by. Through the gaps in the open windows, the car looked like it was on fire, with thick clouds of smoke billowing. Megan thought about their previous conversation and said to herself, "You better be worthy of my investment." Arriving at the filming location, the crew began to bustle. Megan thought for a moment, then called Amber Heard to her car. As soon as Amber got in the car, she said, "Ms. Ellison, I've tried my best to restrain Depp, and we've had many arguments about this. I know, you're doing a good job." The bomb that was swelling deep in her heart kept urging Megan, "I heard that Depp proposed to you. When are you getting married?" Amber said, "After we finish filming this movie, we will seriously prepare for the wedding." Megan asked directly, "Is it because of love, or something else?" Amber hesitated and said, "Because of love." Megan understood and took out a check and handed it to Amber. "After you marry Depp, collect all the things that are unfavorable to Depp, and then wait for me notice. He's my husband." Amber refused. Megan handed her another check. "You are a smart woman. You should know my attitude and position on Depp." Amber knew all this very well, and she glanced at the number on the check. "Depp and I are family." Megan laughed dumbly. Amber said these words very firmly, but she kept holding the check tightly. "You know Depp better than me what kind of person he is. How long can your marriage last?" Megan stopped taking out checks. "Don't you want to take the initiative when it comes to divorce? Don't you want my support?" She also tried to stir people's hearts as a Hollywood producer. "I will invest in many film projects in the future and need many movie heroines." Such a price increase made Amber unable to think of refusing. "I did it." She was afraid that Megan would suddenly change her mind, so she quickly said, "From now on, I will collect all the bastard things Depp has done and leave direct evidence." Megan finally smiled. "Very good." Amber was not only ruthless but also cruel. "Depp drank and took drugs, and his temper is not very good. After we get married, I will find a way to provoke him and make him abuse me." She looked at Megan. "Boss, as long as you want, I can always come up with something to finish him off." Megan was very satisfied with her attitude. "Start collecting on a daily basis, don't let me down, and don't wait until I want to use it and you have nothing." Amber lowered her voice. "I have already started." Megan found that she had underestimated this woman. A perfect song, a perfect content, a perfect book, a perfect forum. Los Angeles, outside Beverly Hills. Depp's playmate, Coulson, entered an exquisitely decorated villa and met Fernandez, with whom he had dealt several times. Fernandez, remembering Coulson, asked, "My people went to deliver the goods, but they were gone, and so are the goods." Coulson replied, "This has nothing to do with us. Martin Davis did it." Fernandez, having seen the news footage, said, "You idiots did this. The truth isn't what the media is reporting." Coulson hadn't expected the news to break so quickly, so he tried his best to explain. The video posted online was edited by Hollywood's top editors, and some details have been truncated. "It's not 100% true." He continued, "From what I understand, Martin Davis also wanted the goods, so Sanchez and his men demanded money. This led to a conflict, which led to a shootout. This incident is indeed related to us, but the more direct cause is Martin Davis's demand for the goods." Fernandez, of course, wasn't easily convinced, and frowned in thought. Coulson added, "Martin Davis fired a gun, and knowing he could not hide it, he reported Sanchez to the FBI. His means of instigation were not very clever. The truth of the matter is that Martin Davis stole your goods and your brother, causing you heavy losses." Fernandez smiled and saw through the essence at a glance. "Depp and Martin are in sharp conflict now, so you want to incite me to take action against Martin Davis." Coulson was stunned for a moment, but he was not embarrassed at all, and said, "Your brother was killed by Martin Davis. Don't you want revenge?" There were several subordinates standing in the living room. Fernandez couldn't say he didn't want to. "We can't rush this matter. Martin Davis is not an ordinary person. I can't sacrifice more brothers for revenge." He waved his hand. "Okay, you can go. Go back and tell Depp that when he buys goods from me in the future, he will have to increase the price by 50% as a pension for my brother." Before Coulson could speak, several people came over and pushed him out. Only two of Fernandez's closest subordinates remained in the living room. One of them asked, "Boss, what should we do?" Fernandez said, "We have to be careful about this. We must avenge our vengeance, but we can't let Depp use us as pawns. Think about this. If we take action against Martin Davis, a national hero, whether we succeed or fail, can we survive?" Both subordinates fell silent. "Let's leave this matter to the big boss. She's a woman with close ties to Hollywood." Fernandez picked up his phone and dialed a number. A pleasant female voice came from the other end. "This is Michelle Bryan." On the set of The Martian, Martin finished filming the final location scene in Death Valley. He returned to the cruise base, showered, gathered his belongings, and got into an Escalade driven by Bruce. Louise followed him back to Los Angeles. As the Escalade was about to leave Death Valley National Park, Martin spotted the crew of the Lone Ranger filming. Louise said, "I provoked Megan a bit this morning. I heard from the people in the next-door crew that Depp had nearly made her explode on the spot several times." Regardless of the success or failure of the two films she collaborated on with Depp, she would never tolerate this, Martin asked, "Not even if they succeed?" "I thought she wouldn't do it only if they failed," Louise was very sure. "Absolutely not. I'm a wealthy and powerful woman, so I can guess what she's thinking." Martin actually had another plan. "Even if Megan doesn't do it, we can try to get someone else to do it." Louise knew Martin's strengths and weaknesses too well. "Are you talking about Amber Heard?" Martin said. "I think she'll give Depp a huge surprise," Louise casually said, leaving a big pile on the bed where Depp and her are married. Hearing this suggestive description, Martin quickly changed the subject. "Has there been any progress with Depp's investors and financial manager?" Louise said. "They've started to make contact." Chapter 678. A gift for Depp. On a small lake outside Los Angeles, avid angler Joel Mondell set up his seat, lowered his fishing basket, tied his hooks, and mixed his bait. This investment manager, currently serving only Johnny Depp, had plenty of free time. A dozen or so anglers from the same fishing club were scattered along the shoreline, ideal for fishing. Rogers, equally skilled, tied his hooks and offered some bait to Joel. This is imported Asian bait, especially attractive to Asian carp. Though the two had only known each other for a short time, their shared careers as investment managers and their passion for fishing made them fast friends. Joel accepted the bait without hesitation. The bait proved effective. Once the bait was ready, Joel was the first to catch a particularly large Asian carp. He and Rogers took turns fishing until they landed the fish, weighing several dozen kilograms. Rogers, understanding the angler's mentality, boasted, "Guys, come and see if Joel has broken the club record." Joel smiled gleefully as he cradled the massive fish. Many people from the club came over to take photos with Joel and the fish. They were then weighed and measured. While the fish didn't break the club's record for single Asian carp, it still ranked in the top 3. It had been a difficult catch, and Joel and Rogers were exhausted. They simply put down their rods and sat in the shade, drinking beer and resting. Joel glanced at the new BMW station wagon driven by Rogers on the side of the road and the Patek Philippe on his wrist, and said, "Luxury cars, luxury watches and luxury wines. Every time I see you, you have a brand new set. You've made a lot recently. Do you have any special investment opportunities?" Rogers smiled and said, "How can there be any special investment opportunities? You have been in this business for a long time. People like us can only follow the big sharks and eat a little scraps. If we don't choose the right cue, we will even be swallowed up by the big sharks." He picked up the beer and took a sip. "Clients only think about profits and don't care about anything else. This business is difficult." Joel felt the same way, especially since he was serving a difficult client. "It's really not easy." Rogers answered his previous question directly. "It's still the old methods in the industry. Find ways to get clients to invest and invest again, and don't give them the opportunity to cash out. Let their wealth always be book numbers, and we get generous commissions." Joel couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He felt that Rogers was not telling the truth. The two continued drinking, and as they drank more, Rogers began to talk more, bragging about how he had paid a lot of beautiful women to go fishing with him. Joel did similar things, and the two chatted enthusiastically, and the topic turned to the clients they served. "The people I serve are all vulgar bastards, including black and BA stars and uneducated Hollywood stars," Rogers complained. "Those people have no knowledge, no vision, and no manners. They are all scum, but they are rich. God is so unfair." Joel was inevitably touched and said, "We are highly qualified people, but we can only be poor. It's so unfair. Those multimillionaires and billionaires who are like scum of society only know how to squander." Rogers seemed to be affected by alcohol. "This money should be under our control, and let these scum from the slums go back to where they belong." Joel responded, "You are so fucking right." Rogers opened another bottle of wine, handed it to Joel, and looked at his new car. "It's not difficult actually." Joel understood what he meant, and tacitly said, "We just want to live a better life." The two had more and more common language as they talked, and the topic deepened little by little. As the sun set, the anglers had no plans to return to the city. Evening fishing and camping proved to be quite enjoyable. Rogers and Joel even discussed how to legally and legitimately turn their clients' money into their own. This was a fundamental ethical principle for investment managers. Rogers recounted several case studies he had personally handled, subtly encouraging Joel's ambition and desire. Others might have had their concerns, but the person overseeing Joel was his brother, Robert Mondell. At Disney Studios, on the set of The Martian, surrounded by a green screen, Martin, wearing a spacesuit, set up various aerospace electronics. Filming would occasionally pause, and NASA officer Phillips would enter the set between takes to instruct Martin on the proper use of the electronics. This film leaned towards hard science fiction, and while it might not withstand the scrutiny of planting potatoes, it still had to look convincing to the audience. Today's scenes were shot solely by Martin, and as long as he remained in good condition, filming would proceed smoothly. After filming a scene where a space capsule was blown apart, the crew took a break. Ridley called Martin over, along with Phillips, and the three of them discussed filming the upcoming programming and communication scenes. Martin knew nothing about the subject and mostly just listened. He would act out whatever Ridley wanted. After more than 10 minutes of conversation, Ridley concluded the discussion. Martin returned to the lounge. Phillips also entered and sat next to Martin. Martin curiously asked, "Does NASA have plans for a Mars landing? When will we be able to land on Mars? Not likely in the next 20 years. NASA has no plans for that at the moment," Phillips asked. "Martin, are you interested in aerospace?" Martin casually said, "Rockets, spaceships, extraterrestrial colonization, aren't men interested in that?" Phillips, remembering Martin's close ties to Washington, said, "NASA is holding an investor conference in California soon. Are you interested in attending?" Martin's interest peaked. "What do I need to prepare?" Phillips said, "I need an invitation from NASA." "That's not a problem. With your current partnership with NASA, I can easily make a phone call." Martin waved to Bruce behind him. Bruce made a note of this and texted Thomas, asking him to contact NASA. At the end of the afternoon shoot, Thomas called Bruce and received a response from NASA, stating that invitations to the investor conference would be mailed to Los Angeles next week. On the way to the dressing room, Bruce asked, "Are you planning to invest in NASA's project?" Martin replied, "I'll see what's going on." When he emerged from makeup, most of the crew hadn't left, but Andy Weir, the original author, had arrived. The book signing for The Martian had already arrived in Los Angeles from New York. Andy Weir had come today specifically to give copies of the original novel to the crew. Martin and Bruce each received a copy, autographed on the title page. "Thank you," Martin said, intending to keep it. Andy Weir was incredibly excited. He followed Martin out and said, "I have great news for you. The Martian is now #1 on the New York Times bestseller list." Martin smiled and said, "Congratulations, Andy. You're now a top-selling author." Andy Weir said sincerely, "Martin, I wouldn't be who I am today without you. If I ever have a new project, I will definitely continue to work with you." Martin believed these words were sincere, but they would fade over time. If someone offered a higher price, like Gillian Flynn, Andy Weir might not work with him on a new project. Business-wise, that was understandable. He asked, "Do you have any ideas for a new work?" Andy Weir said, "Not yet. The Martian has taken up too much of my energy. I need some time off before I can find a way to approach a new work." Martin nodded. "If you have a new work, please let me know as soon as possible. Other companies can offer it, and Davis Studios is not bad either." Andy Weir replied, "I will." Leaving the studio, he ran into Louise coming in from the office building. Andy Weir, knowing they had something to discuss, excused himself and went to find Director Ridley. Standing on the curb, Louise looked across at the studio for the Lone Ranger, saying, "All the scenes over there have been filmed, and we officially wrap up today." Martin approached her and said, "I heard Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are starting to plan their wedding." Speaking of Depp, Louise glanced around, seeing no one else around, and whispered, "My people have already established ties with Depp's investment manager, but something like this involving tens of millions of dollars can't be accomplished anytime soon. You have to be patient," Martin said. "Take your time, and don't let Depp notice." From the studio across the way, Depp and Amber emerged and walked to the curb together. Depp spotted Martin and Louise. Several of his henchmen glared at them. Bruce stared at them, and the henchmen could only stare. A bodyguard drove up in an electric scooter, and Depp got on, sitting on the side of the scooter closest to Martin. The henchman boarded another. Depp thought of Hodgson, who was about to go to jail, and turned around, giving Martin the finger. Then, he shouted to his bodyguard, "Hurry up!" The electric scooter actually sped off at the speed of a car. Martin watched the scooter drive away and asked Bruce, "Have someone follow Depp and see where he's going." Bruce made a few calls and quickly said, "They should be going to Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills." "Rumor has it that Depp and Amber are going to look at wedding dresses," Martin said. "It's their happy day. Shouldn't we send them a gift as a congratulatory gift?" Louise asked. "What are you planning to give? Hasn't your feminist organization made Depp a new target on the internet?" Martin wouldn't give Depp the easy way out. "Why not protest and demonstrate against Depp, this bastard who molested women?" Louise said. "Good idea. The women's movement is thriving. Even if they take some extreme actions, the police will at most give them a warning." Martin checked the time. "Let's go shopping on Rodeo Drive too." Chapter 679 Domestic Violence. On the way, Martin received a call from Nicholson asking him to go wash his face. He exchanged a few words. Nicholson immediately exploded. "What? You didn't ask me for something fun like this? Do you think I'm the boss? Where are you?" "I'll find you," Martin said. "I'm on my way to Beverly Hills. I'll pick you up on the way." 10 minutes later, the group entered Nicholson's house, picked up the old bastard, and headed straight for Rodeo Drive. Nicholson wanted to give Martin the middle finger, but when he saw Louise was there, he held back and asked, "Do you know how disappointed I am in you?" Martin said, "Listen to me." Nicholson interrupted him directly. "It's been more than 10 days since the incident happened, right? You called me? Such a big fun. Did you invite me to participate? If I hadn't called you, would I have been able to participate in this carnival?" Martin was speechless and said, "My fault. It's all my fault." Nicholson had no friendship with Depp, so he asked directly, "How far has it progressed?" Martin gave it a general account, and only then could he say, "These crappy things are risky, and I don't want to involve you." When have I ever been afraid of risks? Who is Jack Nicholson? Would he be afraid of risks? Nicholson couldn't help laughing. "There's nothing risky about this kind of thing. Ever since Pirates of the Caribbean became a big hit, do you know how many people Depp has offended?" He stated a fact. "Let's put it this way, when Depp still had commercial appeal, everyone else would tolerate him a bit. But when his commercial appeal is gone, every person and company that has worked with Depp will applaud his downfall." Martin certainly knew this. Bruce drove his business car onto Rodeo Drive and quickly approached the Target boutique. He found an empty parking space on the side of the road and parked the car. Nicholson took off his sunglasses, wiped them, and looked across the street. "Hasn't anyone arrived yet?" Louise said. "They're here." Before the others could wait long, many women gathered outside the boutique across the street, holding up posters and banners, displaying various feminist slogans and protesting Depp's insults against women. Depp hadn't come out yet, and these people seemed very civilized. They weren't satisfied with their online attacks on Depp, so they heard the call and rushed over with special gifts. Inside the boutique, Depp was in high spirits, about to win his beautiful woman. After the designer took Amber's measurements, the two of them descended from the second floor and prepared to go home. A henchman came over and said, "There are some women protesting outside." Depp shrugged. "Ignore them." He led Amber out of the boutique. A throng of women gathered around him, each one incredibly excited and spewing curses at him. Depp pretended not to hear and, flanked by his henchmen and bodyguards, walked towards the car. Suddenly, several women appeared from the front and pulled out a large poster, placing it before Depp and Amber. The poster was a collage of two figures. On one side, Depp was urinating in public, on the other, Amber Hilda was having sex. These two were truly a match made in heaven. Several reporters also approached, snapping photos of the posters and of Depp and Amber in front of them. Someone even rushed forward with a microphone and asked, "Depp, what do you think of your fiancée's porn photos?" This TMZ guy, true to his leader Jody's principles, never produced fake news, he created it. So, he asked in a loud voice, "Depp, after you get married, will one of you poop and the other pee anywhere? Think about it, you're so romantic." The women around him burst into laughter. If it were just Depp, he wouldn't care. But in Depp's eyes, Amber was his goddess, and he wouldn't tolerate these assholes saying bad things. He rushed forward and tried to attack. The bodyguard nearby held Depp's waist tightly, preventing him from attacking. Another photographer waved to the woman holding the poster, and the women quickly changed positions so that the paparazzi could continue taking pictures of Depp and Amber with this special poster as their backdrop. The scene was in chaos. Finally, several patrolmen arrived to restore order. Depp grabbed Amber's arm and pulled her out of the encirclement. He used a lot of force, and Amber's arm hurt. She got into the car, stretched it gently for a moment, rolled up her sleeve, and looked at it. It was bruised. Depp was careless and didn't care. He turned around and glanced at the back through the rear window, cursing, "Martin Davis, that bastard." The Amber incident had long been settled. If Martin Davis hadn't used public opinion to target him, there wouldn't be such an embarrassing situation today. Back at Depp's mansion, Amber looked at the fading marks on her arm, hurried into the bathroom, rolled up her sleeves, first patted the wound on her arm, and then took a picture of the scar in her full body in the mirror. She saved the photos to Apple's cloud drive, which was launched this year, and labeled the stored files domestic violence. The business car returned to the north side of Sunset Boulevard. Before the car entered the Davis estate, Louise asked to get out of the car. Her car had already followed from behind. Martin remembered something, got out of the car and took out 2 new Samsung mobile phones from the trunk, gave a few to Louise, and asked, "Why do you want to go back suddenly?" Louise took the phone and said directly, "Elizabeth and I have reached an agreement. When she is not at home, I will try not to enter your manor." Martin was surprised. "When did you reach this agreement?" "Why didn't I know?" Louise said. "When I met Elizabeth, you were still studying in Atlanta." Martin said, "I see." Louise deliberately gave him a look. Elizabeth is a very smart girl. After seeing Louise off and returning to the manor, Martin asked, "Leo hasn't come back yet?" "No mistake. 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar." Nicholson said, "He's filming in New York. They say there are parties every day, and the crew is full of beautiful women." Martin said, "We should go to New York to visit him." "No need, he'll be back soon." Nicholson turned to today's affairs. "Let me think about the Depp thing. If Transcendence and the Lone Ranger become hits like the Pirates of the Caribbean series, you'll be in trouble, Martin. I need to prepare some remedies." Martin gave a thumbs up. "As expected of the leader of our trio, you're really thoughtful." Nicholson checked his watch. "It's about time. Let's go to the computer. The news should be out." The two went to the study on the first floor, turned on the computer, and checked TMZ. Sure enough, they saw the latest gossip about Depp, exactly what happened in front of the boutique. Nicholson, a melodramatic person, was enjoying the news with gusto. He watched the video first, then read the text news, and then read the comments with great interest. "What do you think? Aren't Johnny Depp and Amber Heard a perfect match? I really hope this prince and princess live together forever. Whoever lives next door to them is unlucky. The smell of summer is unforgettable. If they had a fight, would both shit and piss fly." Nicholson watched these things with the same enthusiasm as if he were watching a Los Angeles Lakers game, occasionally replying with a few words. Martin completely understood. At Nicholson's age, his desire for women wasn't as strong. He couldn't even get enough of a Jennifer Lawrence face. With money and free time, he naturally wanted to find some fun in life. "Jack, when I'm your age, I'll definitely stir up trouble like you," Martin said. "It's no fun if I don't stir up trouble," Nicholson sneered. "Don't say such hypocritical things. You're already more capable of stirring up trouble than I am. Leo and I combined can't even match you in stirring up trouble." After browsing the comments, he stood up and patted his butt. "I'm going back. I'm going to get some new fireworks. When Depp and Amber get married, we'll go celebrate for Depp together." As Nicholson left, he took some of the ready-made fireworks from Martin's warehouse. Martin suspected he was going to mess with his old neighbors, Warren Beatty and his wife, again. Depp once again grabbed headlines, again with negative news. While this boosted his fame and popularity to a certain extent, his popularity among the wider public has plummeted again. Countless Hollywood film cases have proven that relying solely on a core group of die-hard fans to support the market for multi-billion-dollar blockbusters is difficult. The continuous outburst of extremely negative news has severely damaged Depp's public image. But Hollywood still believes in Depp's aura. After all, the success of the Pirates of the Caribbean series and Alice in Wonderland is too dazzling. Warner Brothers has signed a contract with Annapurna Pictures, securing global distribution rights for Seventh Son, Transcendence, and The Lone Ranger. At Disney Studios, Martin met up with his old friend Alan Horn, who had come to visit on set. The latter shared some of the latest market updates. Pharaohs and Gods and Green Lantern have essentially concluded their global run. Despite the misfortune of his former studio, Alan Horn was clearly in high spirits. The former film grossed $46.38 million in North America and $112 million worldwide, and the latter also fared poorly, with $72.55 million in North America and $122 million worldwide. Excluding the theater's share, Warner Bros.' box office returns are minimal compared to their investment. Martin asked about the key to profitability for Hollywood films these days. "What about DVD sales?" Alan Horn laughed heartily. "It's unbelievably bad. Pharaohs and Gods DVD has been on the market in North America for 2 weeks and has only sold less than $800,000. Green Lantern DVD entered the North American market last week and had sold just $410,000 as of yesterday," he concluded. "These are two seriously loss-making projects. They'll only recoup their costs over a long period of time, perhaps 20 years or more." Martin smiled and said, "Should I celebrate?" Alan Horn replied, "Disney Pictures is planning a celebration party for John Wick 2. Chapter 680, Failure to keep up with the times will lead to elimination." The atmosphere in the ballroom of the Buena Vista Hotel was exceptionally lively tonight. John Wick 2 was a global box office smash, and everyone from the crew to Walt Disney Studios had gathered. Robert Iger was also in attendance. The film's North American run has been going well, and the box office has been solid. He met Martin for a drink and briefly said, "I suggest we hold a celebration party just after the North American release to build momentum for the DVD release." Martin smiled and said, "You've thought it through very well. While we're profitable solely on the box office share, if the DVD sells well, our profits will be even more substantial." Robert Iger said, "I'm very much looking forward to The Martian." Filming on the film was already in its final stages, and Martin was confident it won't disappoint Disney. Alan Horn came over and said, chuckling, "Movies starring Martin are now guaranteed box office successes." A large, multi-layered cake was rolled out for the celebration. Martin, Alan Horn, and Robert Iger all gave way to the creative team for the cake-cutting ceremony. Chad led Brad, Chen Hu, and Marcus onto the stage. On the top of the large cake, two numbers were spray-painted in colorful buttercream, $242.6 million and $587.8 million. These corresponded to the North American and global box office totals for John Wick 2, with $242.6 million in North America and $587.8 million worldwide. The film's production, distributors, and creative team all made a killing. Chad and his 4 companions simultaneously cut the first slice, leaving the rest to the waitstaff. As the cake was being divided, Min arrived late, bringing a woman with him. Marcus was about to smear a piece of cake on the latecomer's face, but when he saw Celine Dion approaching, he quickly withdrew. Min apologized, "Sorry, I'm late." Celine Dion took 2 steps forward, took Min's arm, and said, "I came to Los Angeles on short notice, and Min met me at the airport." Martin smiled. "No problem." Min introduced Celine Dion to everyone present. Celine Dion shook hands with each one. Leaving aside Robert Ain and Alan Horn, she knew the others were all Manet's closest buddies in Hollywood. While Celine Dion and Robert Ain were chatting, Martin asked, "Are you planning on going public, just among friends?" Manet elaborated. "Celine came to Los Angeles this time and said she wanted to join my social circle. I wanted to send her to the hotel first, but she heard there was a party and asked to come." Martin laughed. "That's a good thing. It shows that Celine really cares about you." Manet scratched her head. "I've lived a free and easy life for over 30 years, and it's a little hard to adapt to this sudden change." Chad, who came over, was speechless at the man's remarks and said, "You've done what we all dreamed of." Martin saw Celine Dion approaching and coughed softly. Chad and Manet immediately changed the subject. Celine Dion came over and exchanged a few pleasantries with Martin and Chad. She then asked Maine, "Honey, I have an idea. Is it okay with you?" Maine replied, "Just tell me what you think." Celine Dion looked at Martin and Chad and said, "Let's have a party this weekend and invite all your friends in Los Angeles to come." "Okay." Maine couldn't refuse and said, "Sure." Celine Dion asked Martin and Chad, "Can I invite you?" Martin said, "My honor." After the party tonight, there was a press conference. Chad, Martin, and Maine appeared before a large crowd of reporters to announce that the DVD release of John Wick 2 would begin tomorrow. Over the next few days, the crew of The Martian would focus on filming supporting roles. Martin temporarily left the Disney Studios to attend a DVD signing event for John Wick 2 with Chad. Besides the Coca-Cola cult and fans of the film, some people held up banners and posters. "Don't mess with Martin's dog," This has become a popular Hollywood movie meme on the internet worldwide. In recent years, Davis Studios has been actively promoting the meme online, spreading it beyond North America and into the world. The John Wick series has attracted a vast global fan base, all of whom are potential DVD buyers. Martin signed thousands of discs at over a dozen book signings. The film's DVD sales in North America alone totaled $48.5 million in its first week. Due to varying copyright laws and anti-piracy measures in various countries, John Wick 2 performed less well overseas, but still grossed over $20 million in its first week. This was also the highest single-week sales for a single disc in North America since 2011. After Avatar achieved $1 billion in DVD sales, Hollywood's disc sales peaked, then began to decline, with overall sales declining since last year. Davis Studios has negotiated with Walt Disney Studios, and the production and creative team's share of the profits will be fully paid out early next year. After a busy week of book signings, Martin returned to Los Angeles to resume filming of The Martian. The crew moved to a studio specifically designed for shooting wirework scenes. For most of the day, Martin, clad in a thick white spacesuit, dangled from wires, constantly spinning in front of a green screen. Many of the space shots relied entirely on post-production special effects. Ridley Scott is a typically pragmatic director, lacking the same rigor and care for practical filming as Nolan. He embraces film or digital photography, whether using models or CGI, whatever works best. Earlier this year, Nolan launched a campaign urging Hollywood directors to use more film in an effort to save Kodak's film production business. But Hollywood's response has been limited. Studios have shown no interest. Compared to digital technology, film is simply too expensive. Given his age and experience, Ridley Scott might be considered a conservative director, but he's not a film fan. During breaks in filming, he discussed film and digital technology with Martin and the others. Whenever a new film technology flourishes, old technology is always replaced, he gestured and said, for example, silent and black and white films. Digital technology has opened up more possibilities for shooting, and the most convenient thing for the director is that it can improve the director's shooting and production efficiency, Martin added, and there are also copies for distribution. Check out the 1x1 content and 1x1 forum on 6-9 for no mistakes. Jessica Chastain asked, is there a huge cost difference? Martin offered an example. When The Dark Knight was released, it used traditional film prints, each costing around $1,500. Then, Warner Bros. Released Zack Snyder's Watchmen, using digital prints, at a cost of just over a third of that. Jessica Chastain did some mental math. Based on the scale of its global release, the cost difference could be tens of millions of dollars, Ridley Scott said. So, even God couldn't save Kodak. Kodak hasn't kept up with the times and will inevitably be eliminated, Martin replied. I heard Nolan say Kodak still has plenty of film stock, enough for Hollywood to use for a long time. Ridley told the truth, because there aren't many directors in Hollywood who still insist on shooting on film. Everyone around laughed. Ridley checked the time and called out, get ready for action. Martin and Jessica Chastain left the lounge area, changed into bulky white spacesuits, and once again slung onto wires to film the space rescue scene. Filming began, with Martin spinning incessantly. After a dozen seconds of filming, he needed several minutes to recover before returning to the set. Over an hour later, Jessica Chastain joined the shoot. The two were connected by a harness. Martin, hanging from the wire, pulled forward by the orange harness. Jessica Chastain also tugged hard. The two drew closer and closer, finally colliding. Perhaps both exerted too much force, neglecting their helmets. With a dull thud, Martin's head collided with Jessica Chastain's through the visors of their helmets. They held hands, their bodies swirling as the wire spun, the colorful harnesses floating around them in an uncanny beauty. Ridley shouted from behind the director's monitor, this one's a pass. He stood up and said, I declare that filming on The Martian is complete. On the makeshift set, Martin and Jessica Chastain slowly landed, and the stunt crew arrived to help dismantle the wire. Ridley gestured, and a nearby assistant flipped a safety switch. The green screen overhead moved to the side, and with a bang, the package above it suddenly exploded, sending countless streamers and sequins cascading down like snowflakes. Martin and Jessica Chastain, having removed their wires and spacesuits, found themselves at the center of this colorful storm. Jessica Chastain, arms raised, face upward, seemed to be savoring the moment. Martin caught a streamer, which flew up and landed on Jessica Chastain's head. Jessica Chastain turned and smiled at Martin. The hard-working woman, with her makeup on, had fair skin and a rosy blush, a unique beauty. Martin said, "I'm treating you tonight to celebrate the filming wrap. Remember to come." Jessica Chastain stared at Martin, then decided to follow her heart and said, "I'll go." The two emerged from the set. Martin clapped his hands, and Bruce pulled out several suitcases. Jessica Chastain, working with Martin for the first time, asked, "What's Martin's legendary wrap gift?" Martin opened a box, pulled out a box, and handed it to her. "This is for you." Everyone on the crew, including director Ridley Scott, received Martin's wrap gift. Filming on The Martian concluded. After finishing the remaining finishing touches, the crew, led by Martin, went to a celebratory party at the nearby Castle Hotel. After the party, Martin and Jessica Chastain remained at the hotel, retiring to a luxurious penthouse suite together. And so began the story of Snow White and the Prince. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681 Comedy becomes biography. Just 3 days after filming wrapped, Ridley Scott assembled the post-production department and began post-production on The Martian at Disney Studios. Even Martin, the investor, was getting a little fed up and said, "You can take an extra week off." Ridley, despite his age, remained resolute. "I don't have time to rest. I'm collaborating with 20th Century Fox to begin filming a new Alien movie early next year." Martin, who had seen all the Alien movies, said, "I've been looking forward to your Alien movie for a long time." Ridley replied, "It's a shame that the new Alien movie doesn't have a standout male lead, and the film's most compelling part isn't the human characters. Otherwise, I would have definitely asked you to star in it." Working with Martin on a film was truly worry-free. There weren't so many messy issues during filming. Martin said politely, "I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to work together again in the future." Ridley, unintentional, took it to heart. "After I finish this Alien movie, I'm planning on making another big-budget epic." Martin, "How about we continue working together then?" Martin thought, "I'm just being polite. You're not going to drag me down with you? A burning pit, is that?" But he wouldn't be so foolish as to say something like, "You're not cut out for epic films." After all, epics are Ridley's true love. Martin asked, "Which historical period are you planning to film this time?" Ridley had clearly given it some thought. "I'm planning to bring the dramatic life of French Emperor Napoleon to the big screen." Martin found a reason and an excuse. "I might not be suitable." He gestured at his own height. "The height doesn't convince me." Ridley glanced at Martin, who was a head taller than him, and nodded. "We'll talk about it later." Martin didn't want to talk to Ridley anymore, lest he drag him into another pitfall. He said, "I'll go check out other departments." Ridley, ready to get back to work, waved his hand and went into the editing room. Martin quickly left. For now, he'd avoid seeing Ridley unless necessary. Once his schedule cleared, he'd have a legitimate excuse to refuse. Leaving the studio, Martin went to the set of Napoleon's Secret at the Disney studio. That film had also wrapped filming and was in post-production. Marius and Alexandrovich were busy editing, but Martin didn't interrupt them and chatted with Alina for a while. The latter took out the completed script for Servant of the People and handed it to Martin for review. Martin carefully reviewed the first third and said, "The script's ideas are consistent with what we originally discussed. It has a strong comedic atmosphere and a strong satire. Although I don't know much about the social situation in Ukraine, I'm very excited about the finished film." After reading it, Alina was surprised by Martin's high praise and quickly said, "It's mainly because everything happening in Ukraine is so magical, providing us with excellent creative material." Martin, thinking of the irony, asked, "Will there be any problems with broadcasting it in Ukraine?" "Not a big deal." Alina was not only a screenwriter but also a former producer. "Alexandrovich and I can handle it." She looked at Martin. "Besides, we have the support of you, an American hero." Martin smiled and said, "Your talents deserve support." There was a knock on the door, and Alexandrovich pushed it open. Seeing the two discussing the script for the next play, he stepped forward to shake Martin's hand and said, "After we finish working on Napoleon's Beauty Pass, we will immediately start planning this new TV project." He made some advance announcements. "This series is set entirely in Ukraine and needs to be filmed in Ukraine." "Sure." Martin remained as usual. his people overseeing the crew's financial expenses, while the actual filming and production would be handed over to Alexandrovich and the other two. Alexandrovich added, Marius and I plan to register the series studio in Los Angeles, but film in Kiev under the guise of American investment. This will save a lot of trouble. Martin, understanding his intentions, replied, I'll have someone assist you. Alexandrovich, believing Martin to be the key to his future, offered, Boss, you mentioned last time you wanted Ukrainian investment. This studio could be registered as a comprehensive company, and I'll help you gradually expand your Ukrainian operations. With such a warm invitation, Martin felt he couldn't refuse. Sure, I'll send someone to scout out investments. Alexandrovich smiled warmly and gave Martin a detailed account of Ukraine, even giving him the impression that if the opportunity arose in the future, he wouldn't be out of the question to sell the country to Martin. Martin discussed the details of Servant of the People with the two men. He found it quite amusing to see a comedy transformed into a biographical film, while also earning some extra cash along the way. Is Alexandrovich the first actor in history to play a president and then become president? Martin is eagerly anticipating the day when Alexandrovich will become a global star. Davis Studios has already signed a contract with the Alexandrovich trio, fully securing the rights to the series. If the first season performs well, a second season will definitely follow. Back at the studio, Martin entered his office, where Jessica handed him an invitation to a NASA investor conference to be held at the Los Angeles Convention Center. Martin collected the invitation and called Walt Disney Studios to inquire about the release schedule for Napoleon's Beauty. Although the film will be completed before The Martian, it will be released later. Disney Studios has scheduled it for late January or early February of next year, depending on availability. By then, the Alexandrovich trio will have fully penetrated the North American entertainment market, and they are incredibly motivated. The success of John Wick 2 has given Martin and Walt Disney Studios a strong start. Martin opened the company's film library and reviewed the latest scripts and novels submitted. While the number had increased recently, as in the past, the quality of most of them was questionable. Of the 1,000 scripts that flowed into Hollywood each year, only one made it through the review process, and Martin understood that this was normal. Even more so than the novels submitted, many had been rejected by various publishers and only decided to try their luck with Martin after seeing the success of The Martian. These people dreamed of becoming the next Gillian Flynn or Andy Weir, but Martin wasn't their mentor. He spent half a day reviewing the beginnings of dozens of scripts and novels, but found nothing. The quality was so poor that they wouldn't even be used to trick people. The scripts that managed to trick people were often quite well written, even brilliant, at the writing stage. At 4 p.m., Martin had Bruce drive a minivan and arrived at Los Angeles International Airport on time. Not long after, Elizabeth Olsen and Lily Collins emerged from the terminal together. Seeing Martin arriving at the airport, Elizabeth immediately ran over, ignoring the paparazzi and onlookers who had gathered around her, and embraced Martin in a passionate kiss. Lily waited for a long moment until the couple separated. She whispered, "Let's do the rest at home, so we don't have to face the crowd." Martin glared at Lily, put their luggage away, and tugged Elizabeth into the car. Once inside, Elizabeth slumped into Martin's arms. Lily pulled out her phone, adjusted the camera, and said, "You guys keep going." Martin was blunt, asking, "It's been a while since we last met. You missed my fists, didn't you?" Elizabeth grabbed his hand. "We just got back, and you're threatening again," Lily said. "Bruce, I heard you guys had another shootout," asked Martin. Bruce lifted the fenders, ignoring the three men. Martin looked at Lily. "What's wrong with you today? Did you eat dynamite?" Lily shrugged. "I met an idiot on the plane." Martin was surprised. "What happened?" Lily didn't say anything. Elizabeth briefly explained, "On the plane, someone discussed politics with Lily, and Lily was defeated by magic, which was rare." Martin looked at Lily. "Women can also talk about politics on the internet. That woman started it. She's a Jewish designer," Lily elaborated. "Because of my sculpture studies, I took a classical art history elective, and she happened to take it too. We got chatting and talked about ancient Rome, Canaan, King David, and the present-day Middle East, and we had a disagreement." Martin said, "You're so boring." Elizabeth laughed cheerfully. Lily said, "We were having a good conversation, but then she suddenly said that the entire eastern Mediterranean coast was Israeli territory. I naturally refuted her and asked her what legal basis she had. Then she held up a Bible and said it was proof." Martin asked, "What happened next?" Lily continued, "I told her about the UN's division, And she told me the UN was an illegal organization. Elizabeth laughed heartily. Lily was quite frustrated. No matter what she said, she had a point. In the end, I just didn't want to bother with her anymore. No one can convince anyone of this, Martin said casually. Next time we meet, don't argue, Lily nodded. Yet, she always has a point and thinks everything she says is the truth, Martin laughed. Isn't that right? Truth is only within the range of artillery. The Israeli artillery over there has the longest range and the most explosive power, so they naturally hold the truth. Back at Davis Manor, Martin had just brought Elizabeth's luggage in when Elizabeth hurried upstairs with him. Before they reached the second floor, she clung to him. Martin picked her up. Elizabeth said, I want to know what truth feels like. Martin carried her into the master bedroom. Lily came in from downstairs, dragging 2 heavy suitcases. Seeing neither Martin nor Elizabeth, she guessed where the couple had gone and raised her middle finger at the second floor. She also cursed Elizabeth for not being a sister and not inviting her to join in the fun. Chapter 682 Tesla. At the Los Angeles Convention Center, a NASA investor conference was underway. NASA showcased numerous future plans, including the establishment of a lunar base, a manned Mars landing, outer space travel, and the exploration of Uranus. Martin mingled with the crowd, occasionally stopping in front of a project's exhibition hall to browse through some information. But these aerospace projects were like a mystery to him, a student who had studied for 2 lifetimes. Martin would definitely not invest in anything he wasn't familiar with or understood. Someone approached him and said, Good morning, Martin. I didn't expect to see you here. Hello, Greg, Martin said, politely shaking hands. The 2 sides had previously done business together. Greg Peters had purchased The Trouble with Romance, starring Jennifer Siebel, on behalf of Netflix. Martin's daily relationship with Jennifer Siebel was now managed by Elizabeth Olsen. Elizabeth had returned from a business trip and told Martin that Jennifer Siebel was planning a new film project. Behind Greg was a much older bald middle-aged man, who introduced, This is Mark Randolph, the founder and CEO of Netflix. Mark, I don't need to introduce him, right? Netflix now needs something from Hollywood. Mark Randolph stepped forward and took the initiative to shake hands with Martin. I am your die-hard fan. I have seen all your works. You must give me an autographed photo so that I can show off when I return to the company. Martin is also very good at business compliments. I have heard many people talk about the story of Netflix's entrepreneurship. I started investing in Netflix's stock a few years ago. Now I am also a shareholder of Netflix. Today I must take a photo with you, a business legend. Greg is very good at handling things. Why not take a photo now? I'll be the photographer. Martin and Mark Randolph immediately stood together and let Greg take a few photos, which the latter sent to the 2 people respectively. Meeting Martin was something of an accident. Mark Randolph wanted to further expand Netflix's business, so he said directly, Netflix plans to invite David Fincher to direct a project. You and David are good friends. I wonder if you have heard him mention it. Martin nodded. I heard director Fincher talk about a political drama. The last time he told me about it, you were negotiating the adaptation rights with the UK. Mark Randolph said, The rights have been bought. We are looking for someone to adapt the script. In addition to David Fincher, a talented director and producer, I also need a leading actor with strong acting skills and market appeal. I wonder if you are interested, Martin. Greg interrupted at the right time. Martin, you are also a shareholder of Netflix. I personally do not rule out cooperation with Netflix. Martin was telling the truth. But now is not the time to cooperate. He acted helpless. I probably won't have a suitable schedule in the next 3 years. Mark Randolph did not doubt this, because Hollywood stars never lack invitations, but he did not give up, and said, When the first draft of the script is completed, can I send it to you so that you can help us take a look at the script? Martin had been buying up a large number of Netflix shares on the secondary market in recent years, motivated by his own commercial interests. No problem. You can always come to me. Before winning the Best Actor Oscar, Martin wouldn't consider directly participating in Netflix film and television projects. He had no shortage of projects. He had to consider the realities of the industry. Winning an Oscar for acting after starring in a streaming project at this time would be doubly difficult. This wasn't 7 or 8 years from now. After chatting with the 2 Netflix executives, Martin toured the various exhibition areas. These space projects, like those to the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, and Uranus, seemed a bit far-fetched. With the limited funds he had, Throwing them into these exorbitantly expensive projects wouldn't even make a splash. As for the returns, it was unlikely to be seen. As someone who enjoyed life, Martin felt it was better to invest in more practical areas. Just then, he came to a booth marked SYNOPSIS. Standing at the front of the booth was a tall, stocky white man who looked familiar to Martin. When the man saw Martin, he took the initiative to greet him, as if he was an acquaintance, pointed at him and said, "Are you Martin Davis?" Martin remembered who he was. "You are Elon Musk. Are you interested in investing in space projects?" Musk was like an intimate friend. SpaceX is promoting a space travel project, striving to realize manned space travel as soon as possible, and then we can be the first tourists. Martin ignored him and said, "How about you invest in my movie? I am making a space movie project." Musk knew he was talking about The Martian. "I can sponsor your film project." He is a standard businessman, but there is a prerequisite. Martin motioned for him to continue. Musk asked, "After your Cadillac endorsement deal expires, how about endorsing Tesla's electric car?" Martin, not knowing much about Tesla, asked, "Your electric car is already on the market. The second-generation Model S will be widely available next year." Musk knew that if Martin could be a spokesperson, Tesla's brand influence would skyrocket. This is a groundbreaking car product, and it will allow the spokesperson to have unique tastes. He gestured. "Think about it, when a bunch of gasoline cars are driving on the road, and you're driving a Tesla, won't everyone's attention be drawn to you?" Martin replied in a standard tone, "Hollywood has rules. I can't discuss work behind my agent's back. You should contact my agent first." He didn't say anything final. "I'm working on a space movie project. If you're interested, you can come to the studio for The Martian at Disney Studios to discuss advertising sponsorship. Whether SpaceX or Tesla is included in the film, it wouldn't be difficult." Musk was interested. "I'll go and talk." Besides all this, Musk also had a keen interest in Hollywood. His current wife, Tallulah Riley, is also a well-known actress. Martin remembered the actress from her role in Inception, though it was a minor one. Leaving the SpaceX exhibition hall, Martin had basically explored every exhibit hall before heading to the front lobby. After a brief wait, he reunited with Lily and Elizabeth, who were also at the space exhibit, and exited the convention center. The three of them waited for Bruce to arrive in his car, then got in and headed home. Martin pulled out his phone and called his investment manager, Flynn, saying, "I'll be getting a large paycheck soon. It'll be transferred directly to your investment account, and you can buy all of it in Tesla stock." He thought for a moment and added, "If Tesla plans to raise funds or expand its stock, let me know immediately. Such an opportunity might be hard to come by, but it was worth a try." As his wife, Elizabeth had some understanding of Martin's financial situation. She knew all the stock investments he'd made in recent years had appreciated in value. She said, "I have some money here too, and I'm investing with you." Martin nodded, "Sure." Lily also said, "Count me in." Bruce had been investing some of his money with Martin, so it went without saying anything. He turned the car around and the Escalade drove away from the Los Angeles Convention Center. Just as the car was pulling away, a man left an outdoor cafe nearby, walked alone across the small plaza in front of the convention center, and got into a Mercedes-Benz that had just parked on the curb. The man was dressed in a suit, looking like a successful man. His name was Lynch, and he had once used the alias Brown at the Los Angeles Country Club and invited the Hollywood Douchebag trio to a special golf tournament. But the three douchebags had declined. Taking off his sunglasses, Lynch looked at the blonde woman next to him and said, "Martin Davis and his girlfriend have left." The blonde woman, Michelle Bryan, was putting on makeup in front of the makeup mirror and asked, "Are Martin Davis and Elizabeth Olsen in a good relationship?" Martin is always involved in scandals, but Elizabeth has never said anything. Lynch specifically learned about this when he used the pseudonym Brown. Michelle Brown nodded slightly, then remembered something and asked, "Did you warn those idiots from Fernandez?" Lynch said, "Fernandez knew the importance of this. When Depp's henchman approached him, he called you right away. He didn't take any action after that, completely ignoring the goods and those people." Michelle put away her makeup bag. "Those Mexicans have some sense." She looked in the direction the Escalade had left. "They stole my goods and they don't even want to pay me." Lynch warned, "Boss, Martin and his gang are troublesome. Be careful, we're taking a high-end approach. We don't use those cheap, boring tactics." Michelle had risen to the top of a particular industry within Hollywood over the years. Even when she was arrested 2 years ago, she was only sentenced to a fine and a few years of house arrest. Later, With the help of a powerful figure, she was able to settle the matter with a fine, and even her house arrest ended early. With no one else in the car, Michelle said, "These Hollywood male stars are both lustful and fond of alcohol." Lynch continued, "Martin Davis is a prime example. I don't know if he's into that." Michelle smiled. "But how many people in Hollywood can resist that? Even if he doesn't, we can still find a way to make him a client." She stood up. "The profits he'll provide us over the long term will more than offset the cost of that shipment." They've used these tactics many times over the years to develop Hollywood clients. Hollywood stars are often generous, and it's not just the women they can earn money from. Like Johnny Depp, there are other high-profit businesses to pursue. Hollywood fame offers countless temptations. Stars who rise from the bottom, like football stars from the slums of Brazil, squander their wealth and their bodies. Lynch then asked, "Boss, how can we make Martin a client?" Chapter 683: How to Attract New Customers. Many Hollywood stars, including B-list and above, and some sports stars, have no clear financial plans after making their money and spend it lavishly. Michelle Bryan's primary business is to maximize the money she earns from these individuals, and she employs sophisticated methods to attract clients. She used to have a website where clients could pay to become members. But after being arrested, the website closed down and the model changed. Michelle has encountered many people who rejected her, but the vast majority, once they experienced her service, would return again and again. Michelle asked, "Martin Davis is worth over $100 million now, right?" "No less than that." Lynch thought for a moment. "At the beginning of this year, I remember a newspaper listed a ranking list. Last year, Martin's income from movies alone exceeded $80 million US. Including commercial endorsements, it is definitely over $100 million. Michelle was very satisfied. "He ruined a batch of our goods. We make $5 million US from him every year." "Isn't it too much?" Lynch agreed. "It's reasonable." Michelle thought about it carefully and said, "Find out from Martin Davis's network who can bring Martin to our den of brothel and give him $500,000 US. It can't be someone like me and Christie who has a particularly good relationship with Martin or has a particularly close interest relationship, otherwise the news will leak out. Not to mention friends with ordinary relationships. Many close friends will do unreasonable things under the temptation of $500,000 US. Compared to the revenue a client of Martin's caliber could generate, this sum was nothing." Michelle then added, "Or if any of our existing clients can invite Martin Davis, all the services will be a breeze." Lynch's eyes widened at the figure. "Boss, what if I can bring him over? Same $500,000, Michelle promised, then followed it up with a warning, "You failed to invite him to the golf party last time. Showing up in front of him again will alert him." Watching $500,000 slip away, Lynch felt a moment of heartache. "You could start with Martin Davis's Playmates." Michelle had used Playmates to secure Johnny Depp. Lynch said, "Martin has no Playmates, only a driver and manager. It will be difficult for us to impress that person because he and Martin have been through many life and death situations. Michelle was experienced in this area. He has made so many films, he must have someone with whom he has a good relationship, but not particularly close contacts, right? It would be even better if this person is our client." Lynch thought about it and really thought of a candidate. "Morgan Freeman has been our client as early as 5 years ago. He worked with Martin on Wanted and The Dark Knight. It is said that in the conflict between Martin and Bale, he stood on Martin's side. The two have a good relationship, but it cannot be called close." "I am impressed by Morgan Freeman," Michelle said. "He spends a lot of money on our women's business every year." Claire, who often provides services to Morgan Freeman, said that the reason Morgan Freeman often looks for her is mainly because she is petite and has a baby face like a middle school student. Lynch continued, "It is said that Morgan Freeman has a special relationship with his step-granddaughter. He may like." Michelle understood. "Go talk to Morgan Freeman. If it works, you can send him to a dream island," Lynch replied. "I'll contact him right away." After filming of The Martian was completed, the studio paid Martin the final installment of his $20 million base salary. Combined with the initial endorsement fee from Samsung Mobile, Martin allocated a total of $25 million to his investment account to purchase Tesla stock. Like Apple and Netflix, he would hold these shares for the long term. After the NASA investor conference, Musk visited the Disney studio and formally began negotiations with Lois, representing the Martian studio, regarding advertising sponsorships for SpaceX and Tesla. Martin specifically consulted Ridley Scott on this matter. Ridley Scott's continued popularity with major studios, despite botching so many major projects, is likely due to his perceived ease compared to many other directors. Ridley is not averse to commercial elements. When asked to include SpaceX and Tesla advertising in the film through post-production, Ridley readily agreed. Ultimately, Lewis and Musk reached an agreement, with SpaceX and Tesla each paying $4 million for advertising sponsorship. As for Musk's desire for Martin to endorse Tesla cars, Thomas has put it on hold for now. Martin's contract with Cadillac expires early next year, and Cadillac is strongly considering a renewal with a pay raise. This week, David Fincher returned to Los Angeles after completing his location scouting. Accompanying him was Tony Mendez, the prototype for the lead actor in the Argo script. Martin rushed over to meet the two. Kim Graham, the project's producer, also arrived. David Fincher introduced Martin, Graham, and Tony Mendez. When Martin shook Tony's hand, he noticed the old man's right hand was shaking. "I'm old and out of control." Tony retired in 1990 with a very good mentality. "I now suffer from Parkinson's syndrome, and my right hand will tremble slightly from time to time." He smiled and said to Martin, "It's most appropriate for you to play the me back then. I was as handsome as you back then, and I often received love letters from young girls in the CIA. Believe me, Tony." Martin's face was full of sincerity. "You are still a handsome old man now." Tony laughed and looked at David Fincher. "Director Fincher is directing, and you are starring, Martin. I believe you will make a good film." David Fincher said, "I'm troublesome for you to come to Los Angeles this time. I mainly want Martin to communicate with you face to face and understand your mentality and some ideas back then." Tony nodded and asked Martin, "Just ask if you have anything." Although it was described in the script, Martin was still very curious. "How did you come up with the idea of using a film crew to take the trapped people away?" Tony recalled and said, "I am a CIA agent. Due to the special nature of my work, I sometimes need to put on makeup. Hollywood is very good at this. In the process of learning makeup, I met John Chambers, a famous Hollywood makeup artist. I often heard him talk about some Hollywood crews, and then I learned that people who make movies travel all over the world to choose suitable filming locations, which happens to be applicable in Tehran." Martin wrote it down and asked, "Were you scared before you went?" "Scared? Scared to death?" Tony said as he recalled, "This is a game without any rules. If we are caught, even God cannot save us, because God's light cannot illuminate that land," he added, "but we have to go even if we are afraid. Someone has to take those poor children home. No mistake in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum." David Fincher said, "I went to Tehran this time and applied to the local cultural department, but they didn't approve it, so we can't go to Tehran to shoot on location." Martin said deliberately, "David, that's really good news." Tony Mendez laughed. "Tehran isn't as bad as the media portrays it." Martin asked, "Did the rescue process go smoothly?" "Very smoothly," Tony said. "I read the script, and the rescue process wasn't as exaggerated as it was portrayed. I took the materials and used my identity as a film producer to successfully apply for approval from the Iranian Cultural Department. I arrived in Tehran from Istanbul. After Canada approved the 6 of us, we were able to get them out of Tehran as part of the crew. There were almost no problems along the way." David Fincher said, "If we shoot according to the process you describe, no audience will want to watch the movie." Tony had studied Hollywood films. "I know that to attract audiences, you have to create conflict and a tense and exciting atmosphere." Graham, who had been quiet, invited him. "Tony, how about joining the crew as a consultant? There are many things about the CIA back then that the CIA today may not understand as clearly as you do." Tony thought for a moment and said, "Filming in North America is fine, but I can't leave. I'm getting old, after all." Graham replied, "No problem. We'll send someone to pick you up." He made a note of the situation and would have someone discuss it with Tony Mendez's family. David Fincher added, "Shooting will be primarily in Los Angeles and Washington, D.C., so it's very convenient for you to travel." Tony replied, "That's fine. Washington is close to home, and I have a lot of good friends in Los Angeles. I can hang out with them." After chatting for over an hour, Tony began to tire, so Martin sent him to a hotel to rest. Graham arranged for someone to take care of him. Martin, Graham, and David Fincher held another meeting. Together with Louise, they would form the highest authority on the Argo project. The project's primary funding came from 3 companies, Graham's GK Films, Martin's Davis Studios, and Louise's Pacific Pictures. The film's primary scenes are set at the studios, CIA headquarters, and Tehran, with filming taking place at the Walt Disney Studios in Burbank, the CIA building in Langley, and Istanbul. David Fincher applied to the Iranian cultural authorities for entry to film, but was denied. All exterior scenes involving Tehran were shot entirely in Istanbul. David Fincher assembled his crew after the Academy Awards earlier this year, and preparations are nearly complete. Auditions will be held in Los Angeles to select the right actors. The film is primarily a one-man show for Martin, with other actors having relatively limited roles, and no A-list or B-list actors will be used. David Fincher plans to begin filming at the end of September, with an estimated 2-month production. This politically correct film is slated for release in the second half of next year, with a goal of catching the 2013 Academy Awards. After the three men concluded their meeting, Martin saw Graham and David Fincher off. On their way home, he received a call from Nicholson, saying that Leonardo DiCaprio had returned and asked them to come over to look at some of the goodies. Depp was getting married soon. Chapter 684, Beloved Friends and Family. In the storage room under the cover of night, Nicholson lifted a tarp, revealing several massive boxes underneath. Martin kicked one, finding it unusually heavy. He asked, "What's inside? Aren't they the beauties you kidnapped? Tell me the truth. Are you connected to the recent spate of missing Mexican girls?" Leonardo sneered. "Needless to say, Jack has a criminal record. When he seduced Jennifer Lawrence, we were still filming The Departed. How old was she then?" "Shut up, you two bastards," Nicholson, like a true boss, pointed at the boxes and ordered, "Get them out of here. You're not going to let me, a man in his 70s, do it. You're going to silence the witness, and we brothers will help." Martin lifted a large box and headed outside. Leonardo picked up another and followed. Nicholson said, "Put it on the back lawn and be right back." Martin and Leonardo returned, carrying 2 more boxes. Nicholson took 2 shovels and went to the backyard lawn. He threw one to Martin and Leonardo, saying, "Dig a hole, quick." Leonardo was surprised, sniffing hard and even sniffing the box. Nicholson patted him. "Are you a dog?" Martin waved the shovel and dug the soil, saying, "Leo, smell if there's any body odor." Leonardo gave Martin a thumbs up and said, "You really understand everything." He found Martin's digging technique to be extremely skillful. With just a few shovel strokes, he had dug a large hole in the lawn. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so good at digging holes?" Martin chuckled, a creepy smile. "Of course, because I've dug holes to bury the dead." Leonardo shuddered. "Don't scare me." Nicholson patted the box and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Dig the hole quickly, and make it a little deeper." Martin dug a few more shovel strokes, digging about 30 centimeters deep. "All right," Nicholson said. "Leo, hurry up. You're such a wretch. No wonder you can only run the 100 meters in 20 seconds, Leonardo pointed out. 24 seconds. It's 24 seconds, okay? Did you cheat on me for those 4 seconds? Martin glanced at the depth of the pit and said, "Isn't it too shallow? It's still hot out, and it'll stink soon if you bury it there. Your whole house will stink." Nicholson, too lazy to waste time with the 2 idiots, opened a box to reveal a round, black multi-barrel launcher. Leonardo immediately threw down his shovel. "Are we going to bomb the White House? I'm preparing this as a wedding present for someone." "This is a test piece." Nicholson patted the multi-barrel launcher. "Let's see how it works today," Martin asked. "It was custom made," Nicholson said. "I worked so hard on this for Depp and Amber's wedding." Leonardo laughed. "They'll definitely thank you." Martin unloaded the multi-barrel launcher, noting that it was a bit crudely made. For safety reasons, the lower part needed to be buried in the ground. Nicholson warned, "Be careful, don't blow up my house." Martin buried multiple launchers. "This thing won't work. It'll break after 2 shots, Nicholson said. "We're working on the metal ones. They're not ready yet, but they'll be ready in time for Depp and Amber's wedding." Leonardo checked the instructions and loaded the launchers one by one. Nicholson warned again, "Don't load them backwards, you idiot. You'll blow all 3 of us up." Martin came to help, asking, "What kind of fireworks?" "Don't fire them early. Without the surprise, how can we celebrate Depp? How can we live up to his elaborate wedding plans?" "Don't worry, we're saving the surprise." Nicholson checked the launchers carefully after loading them. This was his home, and he didn't want fireworks flying everywhere, turning it into a garbage dump. Martin and Leonardo, worried about Nicholson, automatically moved away. Nicholson connected the wires to a switch and, like a blaster, caught up with the two men, dragging them along. Then he pressed the red button. Bang, 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 smoke billowed from the multi-barrel launcher, and streams of sparks with flame tails shot into the sky before exploding with a bang. The fireworks, like a dazzling scroll, unfolded across the sky, interweaving into three gigantic, gleaming heads. The taller one in the center, vaguely recognizable, with glasses and a slicked back hair, was clearly Nicholson. The two guardians on his left and right were Leonardo and Martin. After their heads paused briefly in the sky, another multi-barrel launcher emitted a booming sound, and streams of sparks with flame tails shot into the sky again. The sparks exploded again, forming a line of words. The bastard trio, the eternal gods. At this moment, Martin and Leonardo finally stopped their taunts of Nicholson. When the fireworks faded, Nicholson asked, "How's it going?" Martin gave him a thumbs up, as expected of our boss. Leonardo was about to speak when a voice, amplified by an electronic amplifier, echoed from the adjacent wall. "Jack Nicholson, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Martin Davis, you three bastards dared to shoot fireworks at my house? I'll throw shit at you." Warren Beatty's voice was tinged with hysteria. "I'll go over and kill you myself." Leonardo patted Nicholson on the shoulder. "Look at what you've done to Warren Beatty," Martin said. "He's going crazy." Nicholson shouted at Warren Beatty, "Free fireworks, you still have something to say?" Warren Beatty shouted, "Marlon has been waiting for you and Butter." The other party had a megaphone, but Nicholson didn't. Too lazy to argue any more, he called Martin and Leonardo back to the villa. No mistake. In the study, Lorraine had already hung a map. She asked, "Are you guys going to mess with someone again?" "It's fun messing with people," Leonardo said. "Are we three going to mess with each other?" Martin looked over and saw it was a sea map. "After finding out the exact time and place of Depp's wedding, I quickly formulated a battle plan." Nicholson walked over to the map and, like a battle commander, slapped the location of a small island on the sea map. He clapped his hands vigorously a few times. In order to avoid media interference, Depp held the wedding on this small island west of Santa Monica, and only invited less than 100 relatives and friends from both the bride and groom sides to attend the wedding. Leonardo asked, "Didn't you send us an invitation? Did Amber Heard invite us to her bachelorette party?" Nicholson sarcastically said, "You have such a heavy taste. Aren't you afraid that when you are doing things, she will suddenly?" Martin said, "Leo is not afraid, because it only takes him more than 20 seconds. Leonardo pointed at the two bastards. "I'm going to put you in a firework launcher." Lorraine saw that if they continued like this, they would not be able to reach a conclusion until tomorrow morning, so she slammed the table and said, Hey, we are discussing a very serious battle plan. Can you guys be serious?" The three bastards all shut up. Nicholson continued to act as the commander-in-chief of the battle. "Although Johnny Depp and Amber Heard did not invite us, as their beloved relatives and friends, we must send Depp a special gift that will make him remember it for a lifetime." Martin rolled up his sleeves. "You are the boss. Give the orders." Nicholson pointed to the sea map. "The wedding is on a small island. We can't land on the island rashly. Moreover, the wedding will be held on Depp's favorite night, so it is inconvenient to use a small plane. Therefore, the means of transportation is a yacht." He looked at Leonardo. "You have been entrenched in Los Angeles for many years. Find someone who can't track you down and rent a yacht that is fast enough. It doesn't have to be too big. 20 meters is enough." Leonardo nodded. "Leave it to me," Nicholson said to Martin. "The multi-barreled firework launcher is in your hands." Martin said, "No problem." He sighed. "I thought Depp would choose a manor for the wedding. In that case, we can get a large pickup truck with a multi-barreled launcher installed in the back truck. When Depp's wedding is in progress, we can directly detonate it." Nicholson said, "You can also have a good time on the boat." Leonardo added, "We also need to prepare a few single-barreled ones. It's been a while since we launched them, so let's have a good time this time." "Don't worry, everything is ready." Nicholson looked at Lorraine again. "You bring your photographic equipment and be responsible for filming. The news videos and pictures sold will cover the expenses of this campaign." Lorraine, who had fallen from being a second-generation celebrity and rich second-generation to paparazzi photographer, not only did she not feel her status had declined, but she was in high spirits. "I have updated the equipment, so there will be no problem shooting distant views at night." Nicholson clapped his hands, and after everyone present looked at him, he said, "Now, let me tell you about the discipline. This is a secret operation. No one is allowed to leak it to the outside world. On the day of the operation, You must wear makeup and must not reveal your identity. Do you understand? 3 lazy voices replied in a chaotic voice. I understand. Nicholson, the commander-in-chief, shook his head. The soldier's quality was truly poor, and the operation risked failure. He emphasized, I've seen too many drug addicts like Depp. They want to look respectable at their weddings, so they'll indulge themselves beforehand. Once they're stimulated, their emotions run wild. Depp and Amber's wedding was about to take place, and as loved ones, they needed to be well prepared to give a memorable gift. For the next 2 days, Leonardo DiCaprio had a yacht rented, and Nicholson's custom fireworks arrived. Martin and Bruce, now in full makeup, mounted the multi-tube firework launcher on the yacht's deck, and the individual launch tubes were placed in the cabin. Lorraine spent 2 consecutive nights at the Griffith Observatory practicing shooting Los Angeles at night, aiming for clearer news videos and photos. Nicholson, the commander-in-chief, naturally served as the liaison. On the day of Depp's wedding, just after dusk, several Korean brand cars arrived at the Santa Monica Yacht Club. People dressed in black boarded a small offshore yacht and sailed through the night toward a small island not far from the coastline. Nicholson, an experienced yacht operator, took the helm. From a distance, Martin spotted the dazzling lights above the island through his telescope. Chapter 685. The person who gave the gift is quite nice. Under Nicholson's control, the yacht bypassed a brightly lit island and headed west of the island. Martin held the railing and looked at his watch. It was almost 8 o'clock. Leonardo raised the telescope, observed the situation on the island, and soon said loudly, "It's in this area." The location and distance are suitable. Nicholson looked at the navigation and was about to reach the designated location. He gradually slowed down the speed of the yacht. Martin and Bruce came to the fixed multiple launch tubes and checked the ammunition and wiring. Lorraine chose a position at the stern and set up the camera and video camera. Nicholson came to the preset position that had been inspected long ago, parked the yacht, and moved a box out of the cabin with Leonardo. The two opened the box, took out the homemade rocket launcher, and opened the special fireworks wrapped in waterproof cloth. Nicholson glanced at his watch and shouted, "Ready." Leonardo asked, "Why give the biggest firework to that bastard Martin to launch? He's holding his breath, and there are not many channels to let it out. I'm worried about Julie, Theron, and Elizabeth. They may have health problems." Nicholson took out a windproof lighter. "Martin, that bastard, is extremely narrow-minded towards his enemies, and his desire for revenge is particularly strong, like a mad dog," Leonardo said. "I like this mad dog spirit. Without his mad dog spirit, could I have won the Oscar for Best Actor?" Nicholson fully agreed. "If Martin hadn't gotten rid of Harvey Weinstein, you wouldn't have had a chance to win the Oscar for Best Actor." Martin raised his middle finger at the two of them. "Don't you need to say bad things about others behind their backs?" Nicholson seemed not to hear what Martin said, and looked at his watch. "Countdown, 30:29. The countdown is still going on here, and the wedding on the island has reached its climax." A red carpet covered the seaside viewing platform. Beneath a pristine white arch, Johnny Depp, dressed in a suit and tie, and Amber Heard, in a white wedding dress, stood before the officiating minister, listening to the Lord's words. Nearly 100 friends and family from both sides gathered on the platform, ready to offer their blessings. Depp and Amber exchanged rings. The minister said to Depp, "You may kiss your bride." Depp, rarely drunk, was about to start his meal when he heard a sharp piercing sound from the sea and instinctively turned to look. Amidst the sharp whistling, fireworks like flares shot up into the sky, illuminating much of the sky above the sea. The sound and brightness drew everyone's attention, including the Depps. Depp had seen the lights offshore earlier, but dismissed them as paparazzi or passing ships. The fireworks reached their apex and suddenly exploded, showering the sky with dazzling fireworks, reminiscent of thermobaric bombs released on military television. Everyone was captivated by the beauty of the fireworks. Amber thought it was a surprise specially arranged by Depp. She covered her mouth like a super green tea addict, her voice trembling with excitement. "So romantic." Depp had originally assumed it was Amber's plan, but hearing her say that, he was deeply curious. Who had come to send her blessings? The brilliant fireworks began to disperse, and the sharp whistling sound echoed again. This time, dense sparks trailed flames into the sky. It was obvious that this would be a super fireworks show. Depp watched and thought to himself that he would thank the person who sent this special blessing. They had specially brought a boat to the sea to set off fireworks, and they were so kind. Flame trails rose high into the sky and exploded with a loud bang, like a sky full of shooting stars. From the island, the fireworks bloomed into a line of words. A gift for Depp and Amber. Amber couldn't help but smile. She loved such a gift. Depp decided to send someone to see who had sent the gift and invite them to the island, at least for a drink. The dazzling sky immediately lifted the spirits of everyone present. Even after the fireworks faded, everyone, including Depp and Amber, gazed up at the starry sky above, anticipating the next explosion. Nicholson, a veteran of Hollywood circles, understood the whirlwind of human hearts and emotions. When everyone's expectations reach peak heights, the sudden crash is a memorable experience. On the yacht at sea, Nicholson counted down. When he reached 0, he waved his hand downward. Release. Martin pressed the red button. Fireworks shot up into the sky, accompanied by a roaring roar. Lorraine raised her camera, aiming it at the sky again. Leonardo DiCaprio folded his arms, waiting to see what was to come. Nicholson stood with his hands behind his back, his appearance and demeanor giving him the air of a mastermind in control. On the island's observation deck, everyone watched as the fireworks, trailing flames, ascended once more, anticipating another surprise. As the fireworks reached their zenith, the anticipation of Depp, Amber, and their friends and family reached its peak. Then, fireworks exploded into a shower of stars, forming two brilliant patterns in the sky. The family and friends were stunned. Depp and Amber also saw the sparkling patterns clearly, and their emotions felt like they had plummeted from Mount Everest into the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. Even though the patterns were a bit abstract, everyone could tell at a glance, one was Depp peeing, the other was Amber doing something. The spot under his butt was especially bright. Depp's face went from anticipation to sullen, and then from sullen to furious. The family and friends behind him suddenly scoffed. Without envy, jealousy, and resentment, what's still a family and friends group? The chatter erupted. What a unique wedding, one of a kind, the poop and piss couple. Depp had only drunk half a bottle of whiskey for the wedding, and had already replenished his daily rations, so his mind was clear for once. His anger was building to fever pitch, ready to erupt. On the yacht, Nicholson removed the luminous red cigar from his lips, grabbed a firework, lit the fuse, and stuffed it into the steel tube rocket launcher Leonardo was carrying. He patted Leonardo's head like a sergeant major and shouted, "Fire!" With a muffled thud, the fireworks soared high into the sky and exploded with a bang. Nicholson's custom-made fireworks created an extraordinary pattern. Martin was overjoyed to see Lazy Sheep's unique hairstyle appear in the sky. Lorraine raised her camera and filmed repeatedly. She had already handed the camera to old Bruce. That father, with his hands behind his back, pretending to be a boss, could not be counted on tonight. On the observation deck, the envious people were still discussing. It's truly the best wedding gift, and it was made by the bride herself. Do you think the bride will be in the wedding bed tonight? They didn't notice that the wind carried the voice to Depp's ears. Depp was nearly mad with rage. He heard another explosion in the sky. Turning to look, the previous one had just dissipated when the next one had already begun to light up. Then, the sky continued to explode with dazzling starlight. One after another, endlessly. The sea breeze brought the sounds of onlookers discussing the spectacle. It's human instinct to eat and watch the fun, and it can't be extinguished. Daily sustenance had sustained Depp's spirits for the day, but once his temper erupted, it was hard to contain. Another explosion of light appeared in the sky, and Depp could no longer contain it. His maddened nerves flared up, and he turned around and yelled at his friends and family on both sides, "Get out! All of you! You bastards, get out!" He swung his arms and knocked over the champagne tower on the table. "All of you get out! Now!" Immediately, even after knocking over the champagne tower, Depp's temper flared, and he lost all control. He pushed over the cake cart and overturned the large flower basket. Hearing these cries of "get lost," the friends and family on both sides reacted involuntarily to Depp, many cursing him in their hearts as they fled. "Johnny, stop it! Calm down," Amber shouted from the sidelines, looking powerless to stop Depp. In the crowd, Amber's assistant, holding a TV camera, silently recorded everything happening at the wedding, as instructed by her boss. Amber glanced at the fireworks exploding in the sky. Though angry, she remained calm. Turning back, she saw Depp frantically, and his friends and bodyguards running towards her from a distance. An idea suddenly struck her. This was a good opportunity. Seeing Depp's arm flailing again, attempting to topple the decorative floor lamp, Amber, by hoisting the hem of her skirt, rushed forward, grabbed Depp's hand, and shouted, "Johnny, calm down. Calm down." As expected, Depp's flailing arm passed through Amber's hands, striking her squarely in the mouth and nose. Amber screamed, her footing unsteady, and she fell to the ground. But Depp ignored her, continuing his frantic destruction of everything he could at the wedding. Amber covered her face and burst into tears, her tears exceedingly bitter. As she sobbed, her fingers spread apart as she watched Depp's rage. Amber was determined, staying with someone like him for a long time would be a nightmare. Even without Megan Ellison, she would find a way to make a killing from Depp and then extricate herself. The henchmen and playmates who had personally prepared Depp's wedding meal at the restaurant, along with his devoted bodyguards, rushed over and finally subdued Depp. Depp, in a frenzy, yelled, "Get out! Give me some wine." The rest of his words were muffled by the bodyguard's large hands. But no one paid any attention to Amber Heard, as if she were invisible. An assistant quickly came over, pulling Amber up and trying to help her sit down on a chair nearby. Amber said, "Help me back to the dressing room." The assistant helped her walk back. Amber asked, "Did you record everything just now?" The assistant nodded. "Everything was recorded." "Very good," Amber said. "Watch your mouth and hands." The assistant nodded repeatedly. When they arrived at the dressing room, Amber asked the assistant to leave the DV, and then asked the assistant to get it under the pretext of needing a drink of water. She looked in the makeup mirror. Depp was furious, and there were obvious bruises on his nose and mouth. Amber was skilled. She took out her mobile phone to take a close-up of his face, opened Apple's cloud drive, and saved it in the domestic violence folder. Chapter 686, Taking Too Much Medicine. On the yacht, Leonardo finished his last firework, stretched contentedly, and let out a series of eerie cries, like a goat in heat. Martin looked up at the scattered lazy sheep in the sky and asked, "Are we heading back?" "Let's go." Nicholson returned to the helm and steered the yacht back, shouting, "We had a blast tonight with the fireworks. I hope Depp will like the wedding gifts we've given him." Leonardo sat on a sofa to one side and said, "I've discovered we're the best at giving wedding gifts." Martin agreed. "We gave Heidi Klum one before her wedding, and we gave Alessandra Ambrosio one before her engagement. Plus, tonight, we're the go-to group for wedding gifts." Lorraine, who had entered with her camera bag, rolled her eyes at the three men's comments, accustomed to such outrageous remarks. Martin pulled out his phone and checked Twitter for the latest news on Depp. Leonardo leaned over to take a look. "Has there been any news releases?" "Not yet," Martin said simply. Even if Depp asked not to bring phones to the wedding, someone among so many friends and family would have sneaked in. Nicholson automatically chimed in, "Someone will surely take a picture of Depp and Amber with the fireworks in the background. How could they resist sharing such a special photo?" Martin continued, "According to Jack's theory, could Depp be so upset that he goes crazy at the wedding? If he goes crazy, the effect will be even better." Leonardo understood. "You're not just messing around." "Of course not." Martin searched for Depp again. A video popped up on Twitter with the title "Depp Goes Crazy." He quickly clicked on it. The video was clearly a candid shot, showing the wedding scene in chaos. Johnny Depp seemed to be going crazy, pushing down and smashing everything he could. Leonardo leaned over to watch, tut-tutting. "We've screwed Depp, not us," Martin quickly corrected. "Look at the background, there's Amber's signature fireworks you set off." "You've screwed Depp," Leonardo pointed. "Scroll down, it looks like there are comments." Martin scrolled down, and indeed, there were quite a few comments on the tweet. "He went crazy and ruined his own wedding. What a genius, Depp, that drug addict, he's obviously on too many pills. Trash man doing shitty things." At Depp fans, "Look at the person you idolize, this is big and sweet." Retweet. Retweet. Martin also retweeted it, forwarding it to Jessica, then called her. "I just forwarded you a video. Go ahead and spread the word." Jessica, who led a team working overtime at Davis Studios tonight, replied, "I'll get to it." Martin hung up and saw that Leonardo had also pulled out his phone, scrolling through Twitter and enjoying the melon. Leonardo asked as he brushed, "Isn't this just about embarrassing Depp?" This was too low level, out of keeping with the highbrow style of their bastard trio. Before Martin could reply, Nicholson rushed in. "We're attacking Depp's popularity with the public, lowering it to negative, making the audience hate him." This was actually Martin's statement. But as the trio's leader and the overall commander of tonight's battle, Martin didn't want to argue with him. Nicholson, seemingly in complete control, exuded a bossy demeanor. "Depp went crazy at the wedding, what's the deal? We're going to destroy his career. He screwed over the three of us, the assholes, so he should be prepared to get screwed. We're going to destroy him at the very beginning." Leonardo understood completely. When Depp peed on Martin, he was filming a blockbuster with a production budget of over $200 million. If Depp's popularity among the general public goes into the red, relying solely on die-hard fans won't be able to sustain the market for a film of this scale. Martin snapped his fingers. And there's still transcendence. Leonardo, at the top of the industry, saw it clearly. Depp's career will collapse. He glanced at Martin and Nicholson. "You two are assholes." The yacht docked, and the group quietly departed, leaving Bruce to handle the aftermath. Meanwhile, on Twitter, the video of Depp disrupting his own wedding had become the most popular post, being retweeted like crazy. More than one person at the scene had filmed it, and more than one person had tweeted about it. Depp's agent and public relations manager were both alarmed and were urgently trying to put out the fire. These days, with the development of social networks, celebrities themselves are a particularly popular type of people, and the slightest movement will quickly become known to everyone. On the wedding island, Agent Wiggum paced anxiously, glanced at Depp, who was drinking from a bottle, and called his public relations manager again to discuss crisis public relations. Depp calmed down, but didn't care about anything, just drinking and taking drugs. Wiggum was used to it and couldn't do anything about it. If he said too much, Depp would get angry and might even get fired, so he simply didn't try to persuade Depp. As for Depp's followers and playmates, they tried to coax Depp in any way they could to make him happy. They all drank with Depp. Amber Heard, who had changed out of her wedding dress, came over here, with obvious bruises on her face. Wiggum felt a headache. Seeing Depp drunk, he hurried over and asked, "What's going on?" Now was not the time to ask. Amber shook her head. "I'm fine." "How's Johnny?" Wiggum nodded in Depp's direction. "Alcohol and medication will calm him down." Seeing the drunken Depp, Amber felt the urge to divorce him immediately, but thinking of their future and Megan Ellison's instructions, she resisted. Wiggum's phone rang, and he went to make a call. Amber went over to comfort Depp. But Depp was already drunk and could only groan. Amber didn't want to serve such a drunk, so she excused herself with a sore nose and left, finding a room to rest. On her wedding night, she was alone and unable to sleep. The next day, the American entertainment media was frantic with reports that Depp had crashed his wedding and angrily drove away all the guests. The videos from the wedding went viral on Twitter and appeared on sites like YouTube and TMZ. Depp didn't have the FBI behind him, so despite the best efforts of his agency and public relations manager, they couldn't stop the viral spread of the news videos. Unrelated text follows. Megan Ellison of Annapurna Pictures received a relevant notice upon arriving at her new job. After browsing the relevant news in newspapers and on websites, she frowned and called Wiggum directly, demanding, "What's going on there? I've repeatedly told you to keep Depp under control, and now he's caused this huge scandal." Wiggum defended himself, saying, "Someone deliberately provoked Depp with fireworks last night, which led to all this." Megan Ellison only half believed this. She had witnessed Depp's deplorable behavior countless times over the past few months. Suppress the news as soon as possible. Keep an eye on Depp. Don't let anything like this happen again, Wiggum said. "My PR manager and I are preparing to hold a press conference to explain the truth." Megan Ellison hung up and notified her subordinates to work with Depp to suppress the relevant news. However, she and Annapurna Pictures were newcomers to Hollywood, with limited influence in the entertainment media, so the results were only mediocre. Crucially, Depp had been surrounded by so much negative news in recent months that it was impossible to suppress it. Wiggum and her PR manager then held a press conference, showing a video of Depp's wedding, focusing on the fireworks. This video demonstrates that Depp's fury at his wedding was justified. But the negative impact is also significant. Under the current circumstances, it's even more important to justify Depp's outburst. Otherwise, production companies and producers will have a very negative impression of Depp. If an actor who routinely drinks and indulges in high alcohol could crash his own wedding, wouldn't that be a ticking time bomb on a film set? Wouldn't it throw the entire crew into chaos? Seeing the fireworks pattern in the video, the media reporters at the scene were immediately in an uproar. The Piss King and the actress are a perfect match. It's over. Depp will have to live under the terror of Amber for the rest of his life. Last year, in Gone Girl, starring Martin, many people commented that it was a perfect match. Depp and Amber are the perfect match. May they be a perfect match forever. Several tabloid reporters also commented. See? It's easy to piss off Depp. All it takes is one piece. Great. We'll keep a close eye on Depp and make some big news." As soon as the press conference ended, these guys immediately went to track down Depp, hoping to break some big news. Unfortunately, Depp passed out on the island. Amber received another call from Megan Ellison, and she could hear the rage of the wealthy second-generation producer. If Ellison's 2 films were successful, it would be fine. But if they failed, Amber decided to create more accidents so she could get a bigger share of the family fortune. That evening, Depp finally sobered up. Like a responsible wife, Amber pulled him over to her computer and showed him the news. She had installed a camera in the room, and if Depp saw the video and went berserk again, she would have him beat up. But Depp was half sober and drug-free. Although he was groggy and yawning, he had a bit of a clear mind. After reading the relevant news, Depp's face darkened. He said, "No one else would do that to me. It must have been that bastard Martin Davis." Amber asked, "Any evidence?" Depp cursed, "What the hell do I need evidence for? The only person I've made an enemy of late is Martin Davis." Amber didn't see it that way, because she felt that Depp had offended everyone on the Lone Ranger crew, including Jerry Bruckheimer and Gore Verbinski. Depp picked up the phone, called his agent Wiggum, and yelled, "Notify everyone or any company that I work with that if they want to work with Depp, they can't work with Martin Davis." Chapter 687 Documentary of Justice. In Burbank, at Davis Studios, Thomas entered Martin's office, pulled out a chair, and sat across from him. "I just heard that Depp, through his agent, has sent a message to several partners, saying they want to work with him, Johnny Depp, and not with us." Martin didn't care about Depp's speculation, simply asking, "What's Disney's response?" Thomas replied, "Disney Studios hasn't given Depp any response." Martin could roughly guess Disney's thinking, "You guys deal with yours, I'll run mine." As for the final outcome, the commercial results will tell. If Depp's films like Transcendence and The Lone Ranger were hits, while Martin's subsequent films underperformed, Disney would definitely choose Depp over Martin. And vice versa. Martin and Davis Studios would do the same. Thomas asked, "Should we respond?" "No," Martin said bluntly. "We rarely work with outside production companies. In fact, aside from Disney Studios, the companies he worked with had little to no interaction with Depp. Most of Martin's films were funded by Davis Studios, and others like Ram King, who starred in Argo, had no connection with Depp. Depp's popularity has been completely ruined by these 3 people. The online criticism continues, and despite numerous attempts and efforts, Depp's team has struggled. This is largely due to the fact that Depp has offended countless people in the past 2 years. Although Martin had set a trap for Annapurna Pictures, he didn't wait for Megan Ellison and Depp's films to flop. Instead, he has been proactively working to bring both projects down the road. Thomas then said, "I got a tip about Christopher Nolan." Martin asked, "He's leaving CAA and approaching WMA." "Yes, the company has been trying to poach Nolan for over a year." Thomas, now a partner at WMA and well informed about the company's dynamics, said, "After a long period of effort, it's finally happening." He elaborated, "Nolan's contract with CAA expires this year. He will not renew it, but will join WMA." This didn't surprise Martin. Earlier this year, when he spoke privately with Nolan, he had stated that he would not renew his contract with CAA after the final year. Martin asked, "Who did Nolan choose as his agent?" "Ari Emanuel." Thomas had no particular regard for Nolan. Over the past few years, he had come to understand more clearly the reason for his success. It wasn't his exceptional abilities, but his undivided devotion to Martin. He had no immediate plans to pursue any more A-list clients, devoting almost all his energy and resources to Martin. Thomas left Martin's office and immediately headed to Warner Brothers to discuss the Joker's appearance in The Dark Knight Rises. During post-editing, Nolan planned to incorporate a small amount of unused footage from The Dark Knight into the third film. This had nothing to do with the plot. The marketing guru wanted to use Martin and the Joker to further promote The Dark Knight Rises. Martin had only signed a contract for The Dark Knight, which didn't include a licensing agreement. Naturally, if he wanted to appear in the third film, he would have to pay a separate fee. Thomas's talks with the project's producer, Charles Roven, were not going smoothly. He said the final cut hadn't been finalized, and it was too early to discuss it. After Martin's partnership with Warner Brothers ended, collaborations and financial transactions inevitably became somewhat difficult. Thomas, on Martin's behalf, issued a solemn statement, stating that any use of his image without his authorization would constitute copyright infringement. Charles Roven wasn't unwilling to discuss the matter, but the micromanagers above him had intervened, making it impossible for the time being. Not far away, in a dedicated post-production building, several producers from the Jack the Giant Slayer crew were directing their respective teams of editors. Warner Brothers. President John Berger, who visits every few days, toured the scene today and was pleased to see the smooth progress of the editing teams. In one of the post-production rooms, a producer from Castle Rock Pictures said, "Darken the background tones. I want them to have the heavy, epic feel of an oil painting. The colorist skillfully manipulated the shots." The producer looked at the edited footage and said dissatisfiedly, "I emphasize again, I don't want any funny scenes. A giant invading the human world is a very serious event. Even a fairy tale adaptation needs to have a profound, epic feel." In another post-production room on the same floor, a producer representing Legendary Pictures was also reviewing the finished edit. He looked at it for a moment, shook his head, and said, "This is a family-friendly fairy tale movie. Let's not be so serious. Let's have more jokes and make the atmosphere more joyful." The editor followed the producer's instructions, adding more funny scenes to the edit. The producer would occasionally comment, "It wasn't just these two post-production rooms, several others were also working on similar tasks." Warner Brothers. President John Berg had given them this authority, so naturally, they each produced their own cuts based on their own understanding, preferences, and style. As for the final film's outcome, that was John Berg's sole authority. After MacDonald finished supervising the editing, he hurried out to meet his immediate superior. John Berg asked, "Can you finish on time?" MacDonald assured him, "In at most 2 weeks, we'll submit our respective cuts to the company, and we'll have professionals review them." John Berg was pleased. "I'll organize a professional jury." The jury would review each cut, identifying the standout moments. They would then use these as a foundation to create a film that fits the core storyline. MacDonald, knowing his boss's strategy, flattered him, "Boss, you've created a whole new model for filmmaking. It will surely go down in Hollywood history." This brightened John Berg's mood. When he first took over as president of Warner Brothers, many questioned and criticized him, believing him to be a filmmaking amateur compared to Alan Horn. The commercial failure of Pharaohs and Gods, which he co-directed with Daniel, only intensified the skepticism within and outside the company. Even if he shifted the blame onto Ridley Scott and Christian Bale, it didn't diminish the skepticism. John Berg naturally wanted to make a comeback. After leaving the post-production building, John Bourne returned to his office and contacted film experts from the company, the media, critics, and theaters. He would invite them to view the film, rate it, and describe its strengths and weaknesses in detail. John Berg would personally oversee the final cut based on this information. Filming on Argo was about to begin. Martin had been repeatedly studying Tony Mendez's autobiography, occasionally visiting the studio to meet with Mendez face-to-face. Louise also contacted the CIA's Hollywood Affairs Office. The film portrayed the CIA in a completely positive light, and Langley responded positively, allowing the crew to film directly at CIA headquarters. The plan to shoot in Washington, Los Angeles, and Istanbul also made applying for tax rebates difficult. California, Virginia, where Langley is located, and Turkey currently do not have tax rebate incentives. Tax rebates can often save a film 10 to 15% of its production costs. While Louise and others were working on the corresponding strategy, Jennifer Siebel, wife of California's lieutenant governor, came to visit Martin. In the reception room, Jennifer Siebel said with a smile, "I spoke with Elizabeth on the phone the other day, and she mentioned film tax rebates. I have some news that might interest you." Martin responded quickly, "Is California going to have a similar tax rebate policy? That one in 2009 failed in the state legislature." Jennifer Siebel continued, "Gavin is planning to push the bill again. If all goes well, it's likely to pass the state legislature in November. You must film part of the filming and all post-production in Los Angeles. For projects over $50 million, as long as the majority of filming and production is completed in Los Angeles, getting a 10% tax rebate shouldn't be difficult." Martin smiled and said, "Jenny, thank you very much for the good news." Jennifer Siebel smiled and said, "Friends, we help each other." "You're welcome." Martin was also very considerate and asked, "It's been a long time since we finished our last film, The Trouble with Romance. Have you had any new ideas lately?" "I have an idea," Jennifer Siebel elaborated. "The Harvey Weinstein incident hurt me deeply. It has been a long time since I last saw it. I didn't find peace until we worked together to stop his evil deeds. Martin nodded. Actually, I've been under a lot of pressure too. You may have heard that Harvey invited me to star in his film projects several times. After I refused, he threatened to ruin my acting career. Jennifer Siebel is now the wife of a politician and often serves her husband's political needs. She said, I plan to sort out the whole incident and direct a documentary myself to record Harvey Weinstein's crimes and the helplessness of the victims. The whole incident will serve as a wake-up call to awaken the whole society and future generations. Martin agreed. This is a good idea, Jenny. You are a lady with a real sense of justice and social responsibility. He did not hesitate at all. The production costs must be handed over to Davis Studio. Jennifer Siebel said, I came here today to ask you for help. Martin said, from funding to personnel, to me too. These are not a problem, in the current social and political environment, not to mention the social impact of this documentary after it is filmed. It will be a hot product if sold. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688, No Brotherhood. Before sunrise, several trailers were parked outside the studio entrance. The set inside had already been set up, and the crew was making final adjustments to the cameras. David Fincher was overseeing the entire production, directing the crew. Extras playing news reporters began arriving, receiving vintage gear from the prop master. Veteran actors Alan Arkin and Alec Baldwin also entered the studio. A few minutes later, Martin, dressed in a vintage suit, emerged from outside. His makeup and fake beard made him look much older than his years. David Fincher entered the set and pointed to the side door. We'll start filming. Just stand over there. Don't say anything. Just watch. Martin nodded, remaining silent, fitting in with the character's style. Tony Mendez had said that CIA agents like him, engaged in covert rescue operations, rarely spoke unless absolutely necessary. 10 minutes later, filming officially began. Martin stood by the side door, looking like an ordinary crew member, observing the Argo crew's press conference. The film was fake, but all the pre-production work was real. Only by using a fake, real crew could they confuse their target and achieve their goal. Preparing a fake film in a real way while filming was also quite fascinating. Cut. David Fincher called a halt to the filming and said to the crew, give Martin a 3-second close-up in the master shot. The director of photography replied, understood. Shooting resumed, with Martin standing by the door with his hands in his pockets. David Fincher called another halt, saying, Martin, tone down your expression. When you're not moving, you're just an ordinary person. Martin responded, still in the manner of Tony Mendez, without saying a word, simply nodding slightly. Shooting resumed, proceeding intermittently. The first take took half an hour before David Fincher gave it the green light. Even then, he reviewed the footage. The script story was truly legendary, relatively easy to pull off, and with good filming, it had great potential. Martin appeared in numerous scenes throughout the morning, but without a single line, remaining mute throughout. David Fincher called it a day for the morning, and the previously quiet set quickly became bustling with activity. Martin spotted Tony Mendez at a table nearby and walked over to ask, how was your first scene? Tony Mendez laughed. Your budget was much more generous than mine back then. We just had a small press conference, nothing like yours. David Fincher joined him and said, movies, if they're small, they won't be as engaging. What happened back then was too bizarre. If we don't make the film bigger and more presentable, the audience will think we're just sloppy. Tony Mendez stood up from his chair and said, you did a great job. That's all I have for today. He shook hands with Martin and David Fincher and said, I'm going to go now. After seeing Tony Mendez off, Martin and David Fincher went to the food truck together. David Fincher said as he walked, a few days ago, Randolph from Netflix told me that he invited you to star in that Netflix TV project. Martin said, he told me that you would be the director and producer, so I became interested and asked a few questions, but I don't have the schedule to star in it. He then asked, a political drama? David Fincher said, it's a drama of the same name adapted from the British drama House of Cards. The main content focuses on the internal political struggles of the Washington authorities. Martin has seen all the works of David Fincher, so he naturally had an impression of this drama. He also remembered that the male lead seemed to be called Underwood. David Fincher added, "I've made a secret agreement with Netflix. After the 2013 Oscars, regardless of the results, I'll be producing House of Cards for them." His meaning was clear. "Argo might be my last film under the traditional Hollywood production model." Martin encouraged him, "The subject matter is perfect. Let's try to win a few more Oscars." David Fincher said seriously, "I don't have the perseverance of Leonardo DiCaprio and Scorsese. If this one doesn't work out, I'm not going to play with the Oscars anymore." Martin remembered clearly that David Fincher would later become the top director in Hollywood who collaborated most closely with Netflix. After lunch, Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson, who had nothing else to do, came to the studio to visit. Seeing the gathering of Hollywood's famous bastard trio, David Fincher quickly called two assistants and sternly instructed them, "Follow them the entire time. If they try to cause trouble, notify me immediately." The two assistants, realizing the seriousness of the situation, responded immediately. David Fincher glanced at the three bastards and thought that Martin would not joke about the crew in which he had invested. In the lounge area, Leonardo handed a book to Martin and asked, "Are you interested in going to Africa together?" Martin took the book and asked, "What are we going to do in Africa?" Leonardo said, "To make a documentary about mountain gorillas to promote animal protection. You're carrying the banner of women's rights, and I'm carrying the banner of environmental protection." Martin looked Leonardo up and down. "It's just some nominal publicity. Is it necessary to go so hard?" "Going to Africa?" Leonardo seemed serious. "Actually, the place we are going to is Congo. There is a civil war there, and various forces are fighting for natural resources. Many poachers are armed poachers." Hearing this, Martin didn't even look at the book and threw it to Leonardo. "I would be crazy to go to a place like that." Leonardo revealed his true purpose. "I won't be safe if you don't go. Look at me." Martin pressed the flesh on his face. "Flesh and blood creatures are not made of steel. If a bullet hits me, my head will explode." Nicholson interrupted, "I'm not going either." Leonardo was helpless. "Look, if you don't go, Jack won't go either. I was thinking that the three of us could work together again." Martin ignored Leonardo and looked at Nicholson's old face. "What's wrong with you? When you get to the Congo rainforest, aren't you afraid that a female gorilla will suddenly run out and do something to you? We will expel you from the human race then." I thought it was interesting after hearing what Leo said. I wanted to go and see it. After all, there is fun to be had. Nicholson thought it through. "Hearing what you said, I might become the fun of the gorillas if I go." "Forget it." Leonardo pointed at them. "You two bastards are too disloyal to your brothers." Martin said with disdain, "I have tens of millions of dollars in cash, hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, several saints of the Coca-Cola cult who are completely devoted to me, more than a dozen confidants and muses. The only tester of two famous women's groups, and a member of the Face Gang and the Bastard Trio who can find fun anytime and anywhere." He asked Leonardo, "Are you bored spending dollars? Are you unhappy with beautiful women? Or are you not having enough fun? Why do you go to an African country and civil war to suffer?" Leonardo listened to Martin's words and suddenly realized that these conditions also applied to him. His mind immediately turned around and realized that Martin was not rejecting or showing off, but clearly persuading him. Nicholson said, "It makes me sad to think that if something happens to me there, and I haven't spent all my money or had enough fun, I'll be fine." Leonardo lost interest for a moment and said, "Okay, no more words, I'm not going." Martin said, "You want to make a documentary? Invest some money, find a film crew, and shoot it in Congo. Don't we brothers need money? Don't you have Asian sponsors?" Leonardo said, "I'm going to personally invest $1 million and find a suitable partner." He frowned slightly. "My manager has contacted major TV stations and production studios, but they're all very stingy and not interested in a money-losing project like this." Nicholson continued, "Studios and TV stations are not charities. They're very realistic. Their investments are based on commercial profits." Martin thought of a suitable partner. "What do you think of Netflix? I heard that Netflix is developing its own content. You'll just be an investor and producer, and you won't need to appear on the screen yourself. Cooperating with a streaming media like Netflix shouldn't be a problem." Leonardo understood the problem Martin was talking about. "I've won the Best Actor Oscar, and this is a documentary. Even if I appear, it's just to advocate for the protection of mountain gorillas. What's the problem?" He looked at Martin. "But I'm not very familiar with Netflix." His two best friends had helped him get people involved, so Martin wasn't above refusing. He pulled out his phone and called Netflix's content director. Greg Peters, who happened to be in Los Angeles. They arranged to meet in Beverly Hills that evening. Leonardo said, "I'm going to Open Road Pictures to get the proposal. When you finish filming, we'll meet up in Beverly Hills." Martin was the lead actor, producer, and investor on the set, so he couldn't afford to stir up trouble. Nicholson simply said, "I'll go with Leo. It's too boring here." Martin waved his hand. "You guys go?" Shortly after the two left, the afternoon shoot began. The crew first filmed scenes set in the studio. After finishing work that afternoon, Martin rushed to Beverly Hills Business Club and met with Greg Peters, whom he had arranged to meet. Peters shook Martin's hand enthusiastically and said, "I don't know what to say, Martin, you're a friend of Netflix." He still felt it was a rare opportunity to introduce Leonardo's project to Netflix, even if it was a relatively underappreciated documentary. The first time around is always the hardest for such a collaboration. Martin smiled and said, "I'm just the introduction. Whether the deal is done depends on you," Greg replied. "Netflix is very sincere." A few minutes later, Leonardo and Nicholson arrived. Martin introduced them and then took Nicholson out of the meeting room to go bowling outside, staying out of the discussion. When they returned, Greg and Leonardo had essentially reached an agreement. Chapter 689: A Pair of Deadly Enemies. In just 2 days, Netflix signed a formal agreement with Leonardo DiCaprio to invest $3 million to produce the animal conservation documentary Virunga with Open Road Pictures. Virunga is Africa's oldest national park in a region ravaged by constant conflict. Upon completion, the film will be released directly on Netflix's website. As the intermediary between the two parties, Martin also took on the role of executive producer on the project. For celebrities, this kind of film is a great way to establish their persona and boost their profile. Martin continued filming Argo. On a set resembling a CIA conference room, a group of people were discussing a rescue plan. To highlight the protagonist, the ideas expressed by the other characters were naturally quite unrealistic. For example, a CIA executive suggested that 6 people be rescued ride bicycles from Tehran, traversing mountain trails for hundreds of kilometers to the Turkish border. It's hundreds of miles of mountain roads. Besides bicycles, we'll need a rescue team to follow them, armed with Coca-Cola, tire pumps, and spare wheels. Even the most impressive thing needs a foil. Among the public's stereotypically cliched officials, Martin's lead actor stands out. "Gentlemen, the only way out of that city is the airport. Forge new identities for them, send a rescuer across the border, and get them out on a commercial flight." Everyone else fell silent. David Fincher stopped filming and said, "Okay, this take is done, cut." The CIA scenes weren't extensive, with some filming taking place on a soundstage and others at Langley headquarters. The crew was busy transitioning, leaving Martin with a moment's leisure. An assistant brought a girl into the studio. Seeing Martin, Saoirse Ronan quickened her pace to the lounge area and greeted him respectfully. "Good morning, teacher." Martin had already spotted her and pointed to a nearby chair. "Sit down," he asked. "How did you find time to come here?" "My mother agreed to move to Los Angeles for my acting career," Saoirse said excitedly. "I'll be able to see you more often from now on." Martin handed her a bottle of water and asked, "Any plans lately?" Saoirse said, "I've taken on a new film. It's being filmed at Disney Studios. It's based on the novel The Host by Stephenie Meyer, the author of Twilight." Martin only knew of Twilight and had never heard of The Host. He asked, "Is it something like vampires and werewolves?" "It's not fantasy," Saoirse explained briefly. "It's science fiction. It's about Earth being invaded by a new species called souls. They live in humans and control their minds. That's how my character is. The aliens who parasitize her come and start a love triangle with humans." She scratched her blonde hair. "In essence, it's no different from Twilight. It's just a love story under the guise of science fiction." In Martin's cognition, Stephenie Meyer is the American version of Kion Yao. He asked, "I remember that the films you took in the past tended to be literary and artistic. Why did you take on a film like this?" Saoirse was helpless. "I've grown up. I'm not as popular as when I was a child star. It takes a lot of effort to get the role of the heroine. It is difficult for child stars to transform." Martin naturally knows this and said, "Just get through this difficult period." "Actually, I came here today for this." From the fact that she shamelessly recognized Martin as her teacher, it can be seen that Saoirse Ronan is not ordinary thick-skinned. "Teacher, I have no one to rely on in Los Angeles. I can only come to you for help when I encounter difficulties." Martin thought for a while and asked, "Can you sing and dance?" Saoirse stood up immediately. "Teacher, Do you want to see me sing and dance? This place is not suitable. How about we go to another place after you get off work today? I'll show you." After the crew finished moving, someone came to call Martin to prepare for filming. Martin stood up and said, "Sign up for a class and practice some serious singing and dancing. Serious skills. Maybe they'll come in handy someday." Saoirse replied, "Teacher, I'll listen to you." She started to leave. "The studio where the crew of the host is filming isn't far from here. Teacher, you can stop by when you have time." Martin nodded and entered the set. Saoirse, taking advantage of the fact that filming was still going on, hurried out of the studio and headed back inside, pondering Martin's words as she walked. Practicing serious singing and dancing? A versatile actress should, of course. Saoirse had always been clever. At Pinewood Studios, she even had a toilet blown up to get Emma Watson. She pondered how to practice singing and dancing, her mind racing. She quickly made up her mind. She'd practice both serious and casual singing and dancing. What if the teacher liked it? A nearby studio was bustling with activity. Saoirse glanced over there and paused. As if summoned by fate, a girl with long golden brown hair in front of the studio turned around, her eyes meeting Saoirse's. Emma Watson. Saoirse Ronan took a few steps toward her. Emma Watson also moved closer. Almost in unison, the two witches uttered the same word, bitch, with similar ages, nearly identical hair color and looks, and both hailing from the British Isles. They had been sworn enemies for years. Meeting now, they stared, ready to kill with their eyes. Emma Watson's quick tongue, "You ugly little bitch, with a round face and ugly freak." Saoirse, unyielding, swiftly retorted, "You're even more ugly." With a crescent face and a pointed chin, she directly attacked Emma Watson's sore spot, an English rose who wets her pants as a teenager. How glorious. The whole world knows you wet your pants. The Pinewood Studios scandal was a lifelong pain for Emma Watson, and she went berserk whenever anyone mentioned it. Her stern face suddenly darkened. Just then, she saw Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint approaching, shouting, "I'm being bullied. Come help." Her face and voice were filled with innocence as she pointed at Saoirse and declared, "She's bullying me." The Gryffindor trio had known each other since casting in 1999, a friendship spanning over a decade. Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint immediately ran over to help. The latter even shouted, "Catch her. Don't let her get away." Emma Watson rushed over to grab Saoirse, determined to beat this bitch until she peed her pants. Unrelated sentence fragment, no mistake, Saoirse was no fool. How could a girl of 17 or 18 possibly stand up to a boy her age? She turned and ran towards the studio where the host was being filmed, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Help! Help! Someone's killing me." Her cries attracted quite a crowd. Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint had no choice but to stop. Emma Watson yelled, "Bitch, don't let me see you again or I'll tear your face off." Daniel asked, "Emma, what's going on?" Emma Watson's fierceness faded, and she became aggrieved, sobbing, "I was getting ready to go into the studio, and that Saoirse Ronan started yelling at me, teasing me about how I wet my pants in the bathroom a few years ago, saying I peed my pants." Rupert said fiercely, "That bitch is always against you." Emma Watson's eyes flushed. "Yeah, she always picks on me. Don't worry, we're here to stop her," Daniel consoled. "Next time you see her, call us. We'll come over no matter what we're doing." Saoirse ran a little way, then stopped, hands on her hips, panting. She asked someone and learned that the crew of Noah had just arrived at the set, and Emma Watson was playing Noel's adopted daughter. The crew of the host was also filming at Disney Studios, which meant she might run into Emma Watson often. Saoirse was alone, while Emma Watson had the Gryffindor Golden Triangle. Given their long-standing feud, a fight would be bad luck for her. Saoirse called Martin, "Teacher, do you have any more fireworks? I'm not a troublemaker, really. I'm just trying to prevent others from doing so." Martin had given his entire stock to Nicholson, leaving Saoirse to go find the old jerk. Saoirse contacted Nicholson again. After introducing herself, he said, "I remember you, Martin's schoolgirl who loved blowing up toilets? Come to the Disney Studios gate later. I'll have a girl named Lorraine bring some to you." "Thank you." Saoirse got on an electric scooter and went to meet Lorraine at the Disney Studios gate. The emerald green pastures stretched as far as the eye could see, and the sound of horses neighing in the distance echoed. The vast private farm was perfectly secluded. Morgan Freeman raised his brown cowboy hat and handed the photos he'd flipped through to Lynch, saying, "Keep these things safe. Getting them out there could cause a lot of trouble." Lynch carefully placed them in his briefcase and asked, "Morgan, what do you think of this island?" Morgan Freeman, a longtime customer of global travel, didn't need to hide his feelings. "I've heard of this island. It's very unique, and I love it," Lynch said. "Michelle can recommend some clients for vacations there, but places are limited." Morgan Freeman, thinking back to the photos, was eager to go. "Tell me, how much are the tickets?" "It's not about the money." Lynch had been researching Morgan Freeman's past dealings with the company and was sure he was the right person. "The owner of the island isn't short of money." Morgan Freeman had heard that Michelle had been arrested in 2009. Many people thought she might spend the rest of her life in prison, but she was only sentenced to a fine and house arrest. The fine was a staggering $35,000. Everyone knew someone powerful might be involved. Morgan Freeman, at his age, actually had a pretty good mentality. He had money and fame, seemingly everything. But he had one weakness. Morgan Freeman's mind flashed back to those photos, and he couldn't help but ask, "What are your requirements?" Chapter 690, The Killer. The coffee pot gurgled and steamed. Lynch picked it up and poured a cup for each of them. Morgan Freeman added milk and sugar, stirring slowly. Lynch said, "Help us acquire a new client. He's very interested in our business." Morgan Freeman didn't even raise his eyelids. "Who?" Lynch answered, "Martin Davis, the famous Hollywood playboy." At the name, Morgan Freeman's hand suddenly stopped stirring his coffee. He glared at Lynch, making sure he wasn't joking, and said, "Martin has no shortage of women. He has several publicly recognized saints of the Coca-Cola cult, and they're all very beautiful." Lynch laughed. "Every woman's wardrobe is always missing a piece of clothing, and every man's bed is always missing a beautiful woman." Morgan Freeman thought carefully and asked, "What do you want to do to Martin?" "It's simple, make money from him," Lynch said, speaking the truth. "Just like you, Depp, and the other Platinum members." The service offered was nothing in Hollywood, and Morgan Freeman instinctively wanted to accept it, but then he suddenly remembered what happened on the set of The Dark Knight. Everyone thought Christian Bale was crazy, constantly trying to get at Martin. Even he initially thought so. Everything he saw and heard was Bale going crazy. But Morgan Freeman, besides his eyes and ears, also had a wealth of life experience, which told him that everything was Martin's doing. At that time, he had told Martin that he stood with him. Morgan Freeman shook his head. "I refuse. You know nothing about Martin Davis." Lynch was surprised, but he remained calm. He gently patted his bag. "Morgan, are you really going to reject this paradise-like island?" Morgan Freeman wanted to reiterate his refusal, but the photos in his bag made him open his mouth, but nothing came out. Michelle had already made a plan. Lynch said, "Just listen to me first, then make a decision." "Okay." Morgan Freeman remained silent. Lynch looked around. "Your place is very private. You can host a party. Just invite Martin and a few of his friends. You don't have to worry about anything else. We'll take care of the planning and content." He further said, "If anything goes wrong at the party, you can blame it on the company. It's not your fault." "It's all our fault." Morgan Freeman needed a convincing reason and excuse. Lynch then pulled out his trump card. As he had said, every man always needs a beautiful woman. He said, "We'll have a constant rotation of people on the island to keep things exciting." Morgan Freeman slowly said, "I'm only responsible for the invitations. I won't handle anything else." "Of course," Lynch said, "the company can sign a party contract with you, and you'll outsource the planning to us." Morgan Freeman said, "Just wait for my call." At Disney Studios, the crew of Argo celebrated a press day. A large number of reporters, entertainment bloggers, and fan representatives visited the set for interviews and face-to-face interactions with the cast and crew. This was naturally for publicity and promotional purposes. Martin continued filming as normal that morning. After some discussion with the crew, Tony Mendez appeared before everyone, becoming the center of attention. This retired CIA agent had experienced countless major events, so dealing with the media was a piece of cake. "When Graham King and David Fincher came to Washington to meet me, my first reaction was shock. My story was actually going to be adapted into a movie by Hollywood, facing the cameras. Tony Mendez was the most shocked. And the American hero, Martin Davis, is playing me? That's amazing." Not only did the filmmakers cast Martin, but they also specifically named the movie after the fake movie, Argo, and even renamed the crew's office to Studio 6. He explained, "Studio 6 was the temporary film production company I registered to prepare for the fake movie. The reporters were particularly interested in Tony Mendez's experience and peppered him with questions. However, Tony Mendez refused to answer questions unrelated to the film. Around 11 a.m., Martin, having finished filming his scenes, arrived at the temporary media area to speak with reporters. It sounds absurd, even ridiculous. Tony did something crazier than a Hollywood plot, but he pulled it off. Martin, who invested in and starred in the film, naturally had to boast about it. After reading the script, I was deeply intrigued by the story and the character. I approached Graham and strongly requested the role. Martin and Tony Mendez then posed for photos together with the media. That afternoon, the Los Angeles Times website featured a detailed account of the incident, along with an interview with Tony Mendez. This is a little-known rescue story. People only knew that 6 Americans escaped with the help of Canadians. It wasn't until the relevant classified documents were declassified that it became clear that the CIA was behind it all, orchestrating a safe return home through a program called Argo. The bizarre nature of the incident quickly piqued the audience's curiosity and anticipation. But that wasn't the end of it. Martin enlisted several veteran film stars to share their experiences. After all, it had only been 30 years, and some veterans in the industry vaguely remembered it. Nicholson took some old newspapers provided by Tony Mendez and had Lorraine record a video and post it on TMZ. It's quite a coincidence. When Studio 6 was founded and promoting the Argo project, they invited me. I wanted to check it out, but the invitation quickly disappeared. It turned out to be a fake crew. Before wrapping up work that afternoon, Martin received a call from Nicholson. "Don't forget my payment." "I don't want any money," the old bastard said bluntly. "It seems your student is trying to cause trouble at Disney Studios." I asked Lorraine to build a good relationship with her and offered to help, but she might not tell her when she does. "If she does, notify me immediately so I can watch," Martin said, "but I don't know what she's up to." "Never mind. If I have any news, I'll let you know." After he hung up, Bruce came up from behind and said something. "The Noah crew is at Disney Studios, filming in a studio not far away," he reminded Bruce. "Emma Watson is in the supporting role." Saoirse and Emma Watson are sworn enemies. Martin urged Bruce, "Keep an eye on it. Let me know if you have any news." "The witch war is going to be fascinating," Bruce nodded, saying nothing more. As they left the studio, before they even boarded their electric scooter, Martin received a call from Morgan Freeman, asking if he was at the studio ready to visit. Martin made an appointment and returned to Davis' studio, where he waited for a moment before Morgan Freeman arrived alone. After a few brief pleasantries, Morgan Freeman got down to business. "This weekend marks my anniversary in the film industry. I'm planning a party at my private ranch and inviting some old friends." He looked at Martin. "My relationship with Adina has never been public, so I don't plan to invite too many people. Just a get-together for us old friends. Do you have time?" Martin thought about his schedule and said, "I'm free this weekend." Morgan Freeman produced a formal invitation and handed it to Martin. "I won't be sending a car to pick you up." Martin took it and said, "I'll be there on time." He then thought of something and mentioned, "You didn't invite Bale, did you?" "I'm afraid we'd get into a fight. How could I possibly invite him?" Morgan Freeman grinned. "Martin, I told you I'm always on your side." Martin remembered those words, spoken by Morgan Freeman during the filming of The Dark Knight. Morgan Freeman said goodbye. "I have other things to do, so I won't be staying here any longer." Martin walked him downstairs until he got into his car and left. Back in the office, he looked at the invitation. Only he was invited. Martin said, "Looks like you can't bring a female companion." Bruce also noticed and said, "Morgan Freeman might have something special planned." Martin asked, "Is there a surprise?" Bruce had been following Martin and knew Morgan Freeman was a very playful old man. That wasn't quite right. It was extremely rare for a Hollywood man not to be so extravagant. For the next few days, Martin continued filming as normal, even meeting Saoirse Ronan once. The playful woman seemed perfectly normal, with no unusual behavior. Meanwhile, Netflix's content director, Greg Peters, visited David Fincher and brought the script for House of Cards. He had 2 copies, one for David Fincher and one for Martin. Netflix hadn't given up on inviting Martin and had given him the script. Greg also spoke privately with Martin, hinting that Netflix would offer him $30 million if he agreed to star. Martin declined. After all, he had no shortage of projects. The film salary plus the profit share after production was high enough. The biggest issue with Netflix's project compensation was the profit share after production. Before the weekend, Morgan Freeman called again, reminding Martin not to forget the party. He had already made preparations. That weekend, Bruce and Martin got in an Escalade and left downtown Los Angeles, heading northwest to the valley. When Morgan Freeman wasn't working, he didn't live in the bustling downtown area. Instead, he bought a large ranch and enjoyed the life there. Chapter 691 Let's Dance. The ranch's farm was large enough, and Morgan Freeman himself was wealthy, so the multiple buildings were connected together, making it both spacious and impressive. Michelle stood at the window on the third floor of one of the small buildings, watching Martin and Bruce get out of the car and be welcomed into the largest villa by Morgan Freeman. Lynch, standing nearby, said, "The plan is going smoothly. Morgan has brought Martin in. Now it's up to our employees," Michelle said. "What will a lecherous playboy do when faced with a swarm of beautiful women?" Lynch asked, "Aren't we being too conservative?" Morgan Freeman is right. Martin Davis is no ordinary man. Michelle adjusted her plan based on what she had gathered. "I've had people investigate for a long time, but they haven't found any trace of Martin Davis touching those things. There were reports about him in the newspapers a few years ago. He once had a shootout with traffickers in Atlanta." A smile curved her lips. "Corrupting someone takes time. First, attract them with beautiful women, get them interested in our company, and make them our clients. Then, when the time is right, recommend them for other business." Lynch understood that the boss placed special emphasis on Martin, employing the same tactics he used to attract high-ranking political clients. In the main house of the farm, Martin was surrounded by beautiful women. Including him and Bruce, there were only 8 men here, but over 20 women. They came in all shades of hair and skin, all with pretty faces and voluptuous figures. Even among the few Asians, none had squinted eyes, flat noses, or starry eyes. The average man's aesthetic wasn't much different. Morgan Freeman introduced Martin to several other people, Steve Cavell, Jim Caviezel, and others, all veteran Hollywood supporting actors. However, they were all busy, merely waving at Martin before their hands and mouths were busy. Martin was somewhat surprised when he presented him with a gift. He'd assumed Morgan Freeman's film commemoration party would be formal. Of course, it was formal now, as Hollywood parties are known. Morgan Freeman took Martin's gift and handed it to a chocolate-skinned girl beside him. While she had an incredibly hot body, she also had a very baby-faced face. "Today is a special day, and I want to celebrate it properly. Please feel free to do as you please." Morgan Freeman gestured to the second and third floors. "There are many suites up there. As long as they are open, you can use them." He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention, and then shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have another distinguished guest. Please treat him warmly." For Martin, all this was just a minor event. As if by tacit agreement, 3 beautiful women immediately approached Martin. One had reddish-brown hair, the other 2 were blonde. All 3 had impressive figures and sat down beside Martin. The redhead poured the drinks, while the 2 blondes huddled against him. Martin, a seasoned veteran, briefly briefed them on their details. The redhead was Malena Morgan, tall and toned, big where big, small where small. The blonde on the left was Nikia, looking no more than 20, with a typically pale, thin figure. The blonde on the right was Maya Malkova, a voluptuous, Western-style beauty. It was clear that Morgan Freeman, the host, had carefully selected the 3 women, creating 3 distinct styles. Martin simply chatted and jokingly engaged with the 3 women. Soon, some people from downstairs began to leave and head upstairs. Malena Morgan, dressed in white, approached and said, "It's a mess here. Why don't we go upstairs?" Martin stood up and said, "Okay." The 3 of them went upstairs together, followed by Bruce. The second floor was crowded, so Martin simply went upstairs. Maya glanced at Bruce behind her and asked, "We're playing games. Are your bodyguards coming with us?" Martin pointed to the room in front. "You guys go ahead." The 3 girls left, and he waited for Bruce to come over. "You brought them?" Bruce pointed to the camera hidden in his chest. "Don't worry," he said to Martin, "I just asked. There's no medical report. Keep an eye on it." Sometimes, Martin was incredibly timid. "Let's play a little game." He didn't know Malena Morgan or Maya Malkova, but he had a vague impression of the youngest, Nikia, with her Eastern European features. She was once a teacher with deep knowledge of the arts. He wouldn't dare mess with her. Martin entered the room and found playing cards on the table, perfect for a game. Maya saw Bruce follow her in and wanted to say something, but held back. One more person didn't matter, They were unfazed. Martin opened the deck and said, "Girls, let's play some cards." Seeing him shuffle seriously, Malena wondered if he was a serious man, playing this kind of poker at a time like this? While both made a lot of noise, wouldn't the other kind of poker be fun? Nikia, though just 18, had experienced a lot and immediately suggested, "How about this? Whoever loses gets to take off a piece of clothing." Martin said seriously, "Isn't that bad?" Malena said, "I agree." Maya nodded, "That's a good idea." Nikia looked at Martin and said, "It's 3-1. The majority must obey." Martin said helplessly, "Okay, I'll listen to you." The four of them started playing Texas Hold'em. Bruce stood in the corner, perfectly positioned to see everyone. Martin's skills were clearly superior, and Malena and the other two were deliberately letting him win. After a few rounds of poker, they quickly became like primitive people. Seeing Martin admired them but didn't take any further action, Malena suggested, "We're out of stripping. If we lose again, let's each do a dance." Maya and Nikia agreed. Martin could only defer to the majority opinion. Another round of poker concluded. Malena turned on the music and performed a passionate dance in the empty space across the room from Martin. Upstairs, Michelle checked her watch, feeling a little anxious. Unrelated sentence fragment, "No mistakes, no content, no mistakes." Hurried footsteps echoed as Lynch, who had left earlier, quickly emerged from downstairs. He said, "I just asked," and Martin followed Malena, Nikia, and Maya up to the third floor and into the same room. Michelle couldn't help but smile. "Great," Lynch said, "the first step was a complete success. With Martin's lust, there's no way he'd refuse. Each of them has their own distinct style, so there's bound to be one he'll like. Once, there'll be a second, and then countless more." Michelle had done this kind of business so often that she understood her clients' mindsets. "Next time, we can try to get them to invite Martin to their homes, and then again, to our place," Lynch said. "Besides Depp, we have a new major client. These Hollywood stars are much easier to make money from than politicians. The former are incredibly generous, unconcerned with premiums, while the latter are always haggling." Lynch had witnessed firsthand how Hollywood star Charlie Sheen gifted Michelle with a valuable painting out of sheer satisfaction with the service. Others, like Johnny Depp, were never shy about making payments. Lynch had heard that Martin Davis was also a generous man, always giving gifts to the cast and crew whenever he joined a production. In the main villa, Morgan Freeman had long since emerged from his first-floor bedroom and sat on the sofa, breathing heavily. At his age, he couldn't help but accept his age. The other guests who had left earlier gradually returned to the living room with their daughters. Soon, only Martin and his group were missing. Many of them looked toward the third floor, sighing at the joy of youth. But then, considering Martin Davis was a renowned figure in Hollywood, it seemed perfectly natural. In the third-floor room, Maya, Malena, and Nikia's foreheads were covered in sweat, their breathing rapid and heavy, their legs trembling, as if they were exhausted. They played round after round of Texas Hold'em and danced repeatedly. The dancing required dramatic movements and exerted a great deal of energy. Meanwhile, Martin, sitting on the sofa shuffling cards, had merely removed his coat. Although the sight was a thrilling experience, his blood boiling and his body ignited, Martin, having experienced even a dozen Victoria's Secret supermodels, was naturally composed. Seeing Martin shuffle the cards again, Marina's thigh muscles throbbed, her calves stiff as rock. Another throb threatened cramps, so she quickly said, "Martin, why don't we call it a day?" Maya, a bombshell, likely sweated profusely due to her physique. She grabbed a bottle of water and downed a third of it. "It's too hot." Nikia leaned back on the sofa, too exhausted to say a word. Martin put away the cards and suggested, "You're tired, and probably hungry too. Let's go downstairs and get something to eat." Nikia, who had the least fat, nodded repeatedly. "Sure." After they finished getting dressed, Martin invited them downstairs. Marina pulled a business card from her pocket and, with some effort, smeared it with lipstick. Her lips were dry from the sweat. "Here's my contact information. I'm always at your service." Maya and Nikia also pulled out similar cards. Martin pocketed them. The three women were truly exhausted. They clutched the handrails and walked behind Martin, staggering down the stairs with obvious difficulty. Martin was incredibly energetic at the moment, even walking with a gusto. Everyone in the lobby on the first floor, upon hearing the noise, looked upstairs. Morgan Freeman sighed inwardly. His fighting prowess was incredible. Steve Cavill, standing nearby, whispered, He took on 3 of them alone. They were barely able to walk, yet he carried on effortlessly. That's outrageous, Jim Caviezel said. I think he could handle 3 more without any problems. As they turned the corner from the 2nd floor, Malena's legs gave way and she nearly fell. Martin quickly caught her. Many of the women below exclaimed in a slightly exaggerated way, curious as to what had happened up there. 3 young, energetic women were so exhausted. Chapter 692, Too Brave, No Match. In the farmyard parking lot, Martin had to leave early for something, so Morgan Freeman walked him to his car. Martin shook the old man's hand and said, "It was a wonderful party. If I hadn't had something urgent, I would have stayed to enjoy an even more wonderful evening." Staying and playing poker that evening? Too much for a normal man. Martin couldn't bear the torture. He'd already attended the party, his intentions fulfilled. Wouldn't it be better to go home and play poker with his little witch? Morgan Freeman smiled and said, "As long as it suits your taste, you have friends to entertain, so go back," Martin said. "I'm leaving." Morgan Freeman waited until the Escalade drove out of the farmyard, breathed a sigh of relief, and headed back. Martin didn't seem to be acting strangely. Those lynch bastards probably didn't mess around at his party. This made Morgan Freeman feel a little better, and he felt like he could do it again today. He suddenly thought he should call his step-granddaughter, Edina, over. In the car on the way back, Martin turned on the air conditioner and lowered the temperature slightly, but after a while, it was still a bit warm. There was no way around it. Faced with these kinds of situations, a normal man's surging passion would be hard to calm down. If he stayed that night instead of leaving, Martin suspected he'd explode. Who could stand that? Martin pulled out his phone and called Elizabeth Olsen. "Hi, honey, where are you?" Elizabeth replied, "I'm at work, I missed you," Martin said bluntly. "I'll be home in about an hour," Elizabeth said. "I'll meet you at home." Martin said a few more words and hung up. Bruce sped up a bit and said, "Maya's good, the other 2 are just so-so." Maya was a bombshell. The other 2, Malena was okay, but Nikia was prone to pelvic pain. Martin took out his business card and put it in the armrest of the car. "Find out what they do?" Bruce understood immediately. "Sure enough, you haven't given up. You still want to eat the meat that is right in front of you. Don't you think they are good at playing poker?" Martin had a point on both sides. Playing poker and dancing is actually quite interesting, Bruce couldn't help but say. They are being tortured by you to the point of cramps. "Man, calling you a scumbag is an insult to the word scumbag." Martin looked innocent. "This is art, old Bruce. It's a pity that there is no pole dancing today. Next time, find a room with a pole to play Texas Hold'em." He returned to the previous topic. "They are proficient in dancing, and they seem to have professional training. They may be part-time models, Playboy girls or girls in the attic. By the way, send the video to Jenna to see if they are from the Holy Valley." Bruce nodded. "With business cards and videos, it's not difficult to check." Morgan Freeman's farm. Nikia, Malena Morgan, and Maya Malkova, their legs still trembling slightly, walked along the long corridor towards the connected auxiliary building. Maya, who looked more mature, was thinking a lot and whispered, "The boss will definitely ask about the details. If he knows we didn't succeed, it may be very troublesome." "What's wrong with Martin Davis?" Malena couldn't help complaining. "He set up his tent higher than the house, and he still endured it." Nikia also said, "It's okay for him to endure it, but he also asked us to keep dancing." She rubbed her sore waist. "I'm almost exhausted," Malena said. "I feel like I will have cramps when I sleep tonight." Maya reminded the 2, "Let's think about how to deal with Michelle. Don't forget, you 2, we took the boss's high salary in advance, but we didn't do what the boss wanted us to do. Once the boss is angry, it will be very troublesome." Malena and Nikia were worried. The former even said, "I spent all the money I took, and I have no money to return to the boss." Nikia said the same. "Me too." They are used to making money without doing anything. Once the money is in their hands, it will soon turn into various luxury goods. They have no habit of saving money at all. Maya also had a headache. "I can't just take 2 bags, some cosmetics and perfumes to return to Michelle." Malena thought quickly and said, "There were only us and Martin and the other 2 in the room at the time. They can't say anything. As long as we don't say it, who knows what happened in there?" Nikia's eyes lit up and pointed to her trembling legs. "We are obviously overworked. Maya has been in the company the longest." "This is not good," Malena asked. "With Michelle's behavior, he will definitely ask for most of the remuneration. What are you going to use to pay it back?" Also, don't you plan to take the remaining half of the remuneration? Thinking of such a large sum of money, Maya fell silent. Nikia said, of course, why not? I've got my eye on a new Hermes bag and I'm short on cash. Maya nodded. Okay, Malena continued, we'll take turns. We just had a few battles with Martin. He's too fierce, and we're no match for him. We're in this mess now. Nikia agreed. I agree. That's it. I won't give you a refund no matter what. Maya thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, let's come up with a unified story. Malena said, don't worry. Would Michelle ask Martin to verify something like this? Impossible. The three of them slowed down and quickly agreed on a story. Although they had been with Michelle for a short time, they were battle-hardened and their current appearance was convincing. Entering the annex, Michelle was waiting for them on a sofa. She looked over, amazed. A 3-on-1 fight turned out this way? Malena took a step forward. Her long legs, exposed from her white shorts, were tense and tense, seemingly trembling at a rapid speed. Boss, everything went smoothly, she said. Great job, Michelle asked, unconcerned with the details. Did you leave your contact information? Malena replied. Yes, Martin kept it. Michelle nodded, her eyes grazing over Malena's legs before lingering on Maya and Nikia. Unable to resist her curiosity, she asked, is Martin Davis that strong? Malena thought to herself, that bastard had us dancing on and off for hours. That's not just strong, that's insanely strong. A hint of something strange crossed her face. Incredibly strong, Maya replied. He's done this to the three of us. Nikia also said, my legs could cramp at any moment. Michelle noticed their strange expressions and, assuming Martin had left an indelible impression, said, okay, go get some rest. Keep your phones on 24/7 to avoid missing Martin's calls. She asked, what do we do next? Do you understand? Malena replied, I understand. The other two followed suit. Michelle watched the three men stagger out, feeling curious at first, then itching to do something. Martin Davis's formidable presence piqued her interest. Michelle began to wonder if she should personally test Martin's abilities and further secure this important client. Lynch entered the room. Boss, Michelle said, everything went smoothly. According to plan, Lynch left, and before leaving, he found an opportunity to chat privately with Morgan Freeman. Thanks for the party, he said with a smile. Morgan Freeman said, this is just one time, and it won't happen again. Lynch had dragged someone into this mess. How could it be just once? But he didn't say it. Don't worry, how could we possibly embarrass our friends? Morgan Freeman reminded him. Don't forget your promise. Lynch replied, of course not. Please be patient. We'll let you know when it's done. Morgan Freeman smiled with satisfaction. Martin had already left. Lynch and Michelle also left the ranch and returned to Los Angeles, along with Malena, Maya, and Nikia. Michelle told them to temporarily stop taking other business and focus all their time and energy on Martin, hoping to secure this big deal. Back in Los Angeles, Malena, having taken a break, took Maya and Nikia to find a Texas Hold'em expert. They decided to improve their skills so that they would win a few rounds the next time they played. 3 against 1, they could always make Martin Davis look like a primitive. Beverly Hills, Davis Estate. Martin felt his phone vibrate and picked it up. It was a text from Bruce. He tucked Elizabeth in, put on his pajamas, and went downstairs. Bruce was waiting for him in the lobby. Martin asked, what's the matter? Bruce shook the information in his hand. Some information was found about those 3 women. Martin didn't take the information. Tell me about it. Malena Morgan is 20 years old, from Florida, and a late-night drama actor. Bruce emphasized specifically, the scale is much larger than the late-night dramas we had in Atlanta. She is currently filming a late-night drama called Pleasure and Pain. She is the heroine and the director is Zalman King. Martin frowned slightly. This name is a bit familiar, Bruce said. The Red Shoe Diaries, Love You 9.5 Weeks and Wild Orchid are all his works. After hearing this, Martin knew who it was, a famous North American art film master. Bruce continued, Maya Malkova is 18 years old. She's a live-action model and a part-time actress for a streaming platform. This is her stage name, and she has several other names. It's said that St. Valley has contacted her and she might join. Nikia is an actress from Ukraine, her age is unknown. She's looking into Hollywood and currently works as a part-time model. Martin nodded. Which company is organizing this party? Bruce rushed back to check on the 3 women and said, we're still investigating, so it's not clear yet. Martin didn't take it seriously. There are many similar companies in Hollywood, and many celebrities need young, beautiful women to host their parties. Some sell tickets to the parties, while others outsource directly to related companies. They all know the workings of similar businesses. Chapter 693. You don't want Martin's negative news to be exposed, right? The next morning, Martin came out of the gym just as Bruce was about to go out. "Jody asked me to meet you," Bruce said. "She was so helpful on that last story, I couldn't refuse." Martin hadn't thought about going out that day and waved his hand. "Go ahead." Elizabeth, however, stopped him. "Wait a minute." She went to the next room and came back with 2 handbags. "Here are some cosmetics, and inside is a handbag. Take them." Bruce ignored them, saying, "I'll just buy them." He had plenty of money. As manager, bodyguard, driver, and mess sweeper, he earned 10% of Martin's acting salary. "I know you don't need money," Elizabeth pointed to her forehead. "But Bruce, when have you ever thought of buying a girl a gift?" Bruce wanted to say that a woman as shameless as Jody didn't need to buy anything. Elizabeth handed him the things, saying, "This will make it easier to find help later." Bruce then drove to the agreed-upon location. Upon arrival, he discovered that the club Jody had mentioned was actually a fitness club. Bruce made a phone call, walked in, and announced Jody's name. Someone immediately took him upstairs. Standing in front of the glass window on the second floor, Bruce saw a familiar figure in front of him and automatically stopped. It was a woman with a thin waist, long legs, and a flat butt. Bruce didn't need to look to know it was Jody. Jody was squatting in front of professional equipment, practicing weighted squats with the help of a female trainer. But her slender figure, long legs and thin waist, made Bruce worried that she would break her waist and fracture her legs when she stood up with a barbell. After completing another squat, Jody put away her equipment and turned around to see Bruce. "Hi, old Bruce." Bruce's expression was blank. "Are you done?" Jody said something to the female trainer and called Bruce to the lounge. Seeing the bag he was carrying, she took the initiative as always. "That's great. You even got me a gift." Bruce simply handed it to her after bringing it with him and asked, "Why are you suddenly working out?" Although Bruce had never mentioned it, Jody had already noticed. "I want to plump up my butt." The moment he heard this, Bruce suddenly wondered if he had been a poor student of that jerk Martin. The problem was, Jody was too skinny. Entering a VIP lounge, Jody suddenly locked the door. Bruce was alarmed. "What are you trying to do?" Jody unbuttoned her workout clothes and said, "Old Bruce, you don't want to see Martin's negative news appear on TMZ, do you?" Bruce had recently watched a lot of Japanese art films with Jody and understood the meaning. Jody said again, "Old Bruce, you don't want to." No need to say, Bruce had made up his mind. Wasn't it a sacrifice? He'd already sacrificed before, so one more wouldn't matter. He sank down in his chair. "Whatever." Jody laughed heartily, saying, "Don't worry, I'm working on my buttocks, and the results will show up soon." Bruce sighed inwardly. Compared to Kim and Coleman, Jody was inherently deficient. Davis Manor. Martin, who was shooting archery at the underground shooting range, received a call and called to Elizabeth, who had just finished shooting an arrow. "We have guests coming." "Let's go back." "Who's coming?" Elizabeth lowered her bow. If it was Leonardo and Nicholson, Martin would have just told them to come over. As Martin packed his gear, he said, "It's my old neighbor, Gillian Flynn, the author of Gone Girl. Calling." With him is Natalie Portman. Elizabeth washed her hands and changed out of her archery uniform. "Let's go over there." As they returned to the villa, security at the main entrance called in, announcing the arrival of Gillian Flynn and Natalie Portman. Martin went to the door to greet them. A black Mercedes-Benz drove up, and Natalie got out first, smiling and greeting Martin. "Long time no see." Perhaps still recovering from childbirth, Martin noticed that Natalie had aged noticeably. He didn't show it, shaking her hand. "Welcome." Then he shook Gillian's hand. "Please come in." Once inside, Elizabeth, the hostess, exchanged a few pleasantries. Gillian said, "I came from the Cody community. I just met with Mr. Jones and brought him and Jenna an invitation." Martin asked, "Is Dark Places premiering soon?" Gillian produced an invitation and handed it to Elizabeth, saying, "If your time is right, you can go to the premiere." Natalie looked away from Elizabeth and said, "I'm the lead actress." This was her first film since winning the Best Actress Oscar, and it was crucial for her to reach Hollywood's top spot. Elizabeth complimented him. "I saw Black Swan. Your acting was fantastic. You deserve the Best Actress Oscar." "Thank you." Natalie smiled brightly, but inwardly she was muttering, "You might not know this, but your boyfriend was the key to my Oscar win. She still hasn't repaid this favor." Natalie wants to repay it sooner rather than later, using some kind of luck trick, like it's just a matter of one leg being separated for a night, no big deal. But as her status rises, the later she repays this favor, the greater the price she'll pay. Natalie felt her performance in this year's Dark Places was fantastic and hoped to win another Oscar. If the film is a box office hit and wins 2 consecutive Best Actress Oscars, she'll become the female Tom Hanks. Jillian then said, "A lot of old friends from the Cody community will be there." Martin said, "As long as time permits, Elizabeth and I will definitely go." Natalie followed up, "I heard that The Martian, starring you, is coming out this holiday season? Remember to invite us." Martin smiled and said, "As soon as the premiere is confirmed, I'll invite you guys." Jillian chatted about her past life in the Cody community and stayed for about half an hour before taking her leave. Martin and Elizabeth had just seen them off when they received a call from Avery Emanuel. The latter asked on the phone, "Martin, have you seen Nat?" Martin said, "She and Jillian just left my house." Ollie was very direct. "Nat thinks her performance in Dark Places is very good and wants to make another attempt at the Oscar for Best Actress." Martin was equally direct. "She just won the Oscar last time. It will be too difficult for her to win it again this time, I know, but she is the company's #1 female client. I have to try." Ollie made this call to ask for help. "Can you help me think of a solution?" Martin was helpless. "What can I do?" He simply used his own example. "I just won an acting award a few years ago. In the past few years, I can only run for Best Actor. If I had a good idea, this would not be the result." Ollie thought about it and said, "It seems that we can only use those conventional operations. Don't forget your #1 male client." Martin reminded, "I will also make an effort for the Oscar this year." Ollie said, "Martin, you are too persistent. Do you know how I'm afraid to meet Leonardo and Nicholson now?" Martin joked, highlighting the importance. "They always ask me to do math problems. What trio has 3 Best Actor Oscars? Who doesn't?" Ollie laughed. "With your ability, you'll get it soon." Martin hung up the phone. Elizabeth showed him the invitation and said, "With your current status and ability, whether you win Best Actor or not won't affect your status as a superstar. Indeed, the influence of the Oscars is getting weaker every year." Martin glanced at the invitation and added, "Having it doesn't make an actor a superstar, but if a superstar doesn't have a Best Actor Oscar, something's missing." Elizabeth shrugged playfully. "Okay, what can I do?" Martin said, "I'll let you know when I need you." The Martian was practically a one-man show. Martin felt he performed extremely well. With proper publicity and PR, a nomination would be a sure thing. Winning Best Actor would be more difficult. Because it's a science fiction film, even hard science fiction is on the Oscars list of underrepresented categories. In the afternoon, Elizabeth and Lily went shopping, and Bruce came back from outside. Martin saw him grimacing as he walked and asked, "Are you hurt again?" Bruce sat on the sofa, poured a glass of water, and said, "The cushioning is not thick enough, it's too painful." He drank the water in the glass and scratched his hair. "There's a terrible thing. Jody started working out, mainly doing squats." Martin asked, "Do squats train the buttocks?" Bruce nodded, "Yes." He looked at Martin. "This woman is crazy." No. Martin shook his finger. "Old Bruce, this proves one thing, you are so charming. You can make a woman who considers thinness as beauty take the initiative to enlarge her buttocks. It's amazing." Bruce said, "Scumbag, I would rather she didn't do it." "Okay, let's not talk about this." Martin took the initiative to change the subject. "Which party company does Morgan Freeman use?" Bruce had met Ivan before he came back, and Ivan had already checked everything. He said, "The owner of Global Travel is Michelle Bryan. A few years ago, she was stung by an FBI sting operation, but someone intervened and she was only fined $35,000. Martin recalled, "I think I read about it in the newspaper last year or the year before last." Bruce continued, "Her main business is providing services for male and female models." "I don't need to explain the details." Martin asked habitually, "Is Morgan Freeman a long-time client of theirs?" "He's been a client for several years now," Bruce said. "Their clients can be found all over Hollywood." Martin nodded, "I see." Chapter 694 I am good at taking secret photos. After the weekend, when Martin rejoined the crew, Bruce managed to gather a list of the global travel company's clients. They included sports stars like Tiger Woods, as well as current or former Hollywood A-listers like Will Smith, Jim Carrey, Johnny Depp, and Demi Moore. Ivan had heard rumors that Demi Moore had hired a penthouse girl to join her and her boyfriend, Ashton Kutcher, in a game. Martin also spotted a peculiar name on the list, Charlie Sheen. "Are you sure it's the Charlie Sheen from 2.5 Men?" he asked. Bruce nodded. "That's him." Martin handed the list back to Bruce and said bluntly, "Throw away those 3 business cards." He specifically warned, "Brooke, that Maya has a big ass, but you'd better stay away from her." Bruce didn't hesitate, pulling out the 3 business cards, shredding them, and throwing them in the trash. Martin couldn't quite recall the exact year Charlie Sheen's transformation into a bio-savvy maniac, but he knew only a fool would be in the same place as him. Even if those 3 women, each with their own distinct styles, were wonderful, he didn't need to take such a risk. As filming was about to begin, Martin entered the set, went over his positioning with Alec Baldwin, and quickly began filming a new round of scenes. As the number of actors increased, filming became sporadic, and the more actors a scene has, the greater the chance of problems. Gradually, David Fincher's voice grew louder. After 2 actors made consecutive mistakes, the director, known for his relatively good temper, lost his temper. Martin's impression of David Fincher was that he rarely lost his temper. Perhaps the pressure of this final attempt at an Oscar was too much? During a break, Martin walked over to the director's monitor and said, "David, I've discovered something very interesting." David Fincher asked, "Is it about me?" Martin nodded. No matter how gentle and soft-spoken a person's temperament is, if they sit in the director's chair for too long, they'll become a loudmouth with a bad temper. David Fincher couldn't help but laugh. "Guess I have to be more careful about my image. I don't want to be called a tyrant on set by the actors or other staff," Martin said. "I know, you're just a director who likes to wield the butcher knife in your movies." David Fincher said, "If this movie weren't based on fact, I'd actually like to have the main characters and their crew decaptured by the Iranians and dragged to target practice." He shrugged and said nothing more. Martin gave a thumbs up. "David, you'll never win an Oscar for Best Director with a plot like that. Iran is the undisputed villain in every Hollywood film and television series. This applies not only to modern Iran but also to ancient Persia." At lunch, Martin met Saoirse Ronan in the studio cafeteria. Saoirse placed the paper bag she was holding on the dining table. "Handmade Irish chocolates." Martin took it without hesitation. "Thank you," Saoirse said. "I made them myself." Martin frowned. "Why do I feel so familiar?" "Oh, I learned it from you, my teacher." Saoirse Ronan was unusually honest with Martin. "You once told me that country music superstar Taylor Swift uses this method to please people and make them happy." Martin asked. "It won't be as effective if you tell me," Saoirse said, "but you're my teacher, so of course I have to tell you the truth." Martin couldn't help but laugh. "You've gone a step further than Taylor Swift's version." Saoirse said, "Teacher, you've helped me so much and taught me so much. I don't have much to repay you, so I can only make some chocolates myself." Martin thought of the fireworks Saoirse had asked Nicholson for last week. In reality, neither he nor the old bastard was a good person. They were just there to stir up trouble and watch the fun. "I heard you and Emma Watson had another conflict," Martin asked. "It happened last week." "I wanted to scratch her face." Saoirse was still furious when she thought about it. "She's a coward. She even called Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint to help me. I couldn't beat the 3 of them, so I had to run away." Martin glanced at the bag of handmade chocolates. His conscience kicked in, and he reminded her, "Try not to use those fireworks if you can. You're not a 13 or 14-year-old kid anymore. It'll be very troublesome if someone catches you with evidence." Saoirse listened to Martin and said, "Next time I meet Emma Watson, I'll deliberately lure her into hitting me, and then I'll scratch her face." Martin thought for a moment and said, "That doesn't fundamentally solve the problem." Saoirse scratched her face and asked, "Teacher, what should I do?" Who knew what she should do? Martin casually told her some gossip he had read on the internet in his previous life. "I think I heard someone mention that one of the main actors in the Harry Potter crew was an addict." Saoirse was stunned for a moment. Although Emma Watson was a classic bitch, she had never thought of it that way. Martin said, "I'm not sure who it is, but you can keep an eye out." Saoirse came to her senses and said, "Teacher, you know, I'm very good at taking candid photos." Martin remembered that when they first met Saoirse Ronan, it was at Pinewood Studios where she wanted to secretly photograph Christian Bale and Cate Blanchett having sex. Saoirse got her lunch and came back to eat while talking. She mentioned something. "Teacher, I've signed up for a dance class and a music class to systematically learn singing and dancing." Martin remembered that she was still filming a new movie. "Can you handle it?" "I have the basics," Saoirse said, leaning closer. "I can do the splits and the backbend." Martin was surprised. "Why are you saying all that?" Saoirse said again. "Teacher, if you have time one day, I'll show you," she emphasized. "You're my teacher, so you should always check my progress." Martin understood and nodded slightly. "I'm about to go on location. We'll talk when we have time." After lunch, the irresponsible jerk teacher left, leaving a female student to ponder how to get a bitch. Then, Saoirse decided to spend a fortune on the latest miniature camera and TV. The grudges between girls are more complicated than those between men, and the revenge and rivalry are more intense. Martin returned to the crew lounge for lunch and asked Bruce to keep an eye on Saoirse Ronan and Emma Watson. He asked, "I'm feeling more and more like that old jerk Jack, no mistakes in the song, post, content, and book." "No, you've always been like this," Bruce said, speaking the harsh truth. "From what I've heard, Nicholson used to just play pranks, never really this much. But after becoming close friends with you and Leonardo, his enjoyment has gotten more extreme." Martin frowned. "Impossible," Bruce thought for a moment, finding the right adjective. "You've raised Nicholson's expectations for fun." Martin looked helpless. "It's my only way. This is the only way that bastard Jack can live a normal life. He always wants to take the butter to Marlon Brando, but I can't let him go because neither heaven nor hell will accept him." He and Bruce chatted and rested for a while when the crew assistant knocked on the lounge door, informing Martin that it was time to prepare for filming. Martin appeared on time to touch up his makeup in the lounge area. Over the years, Martin Davis's reputation for professionalism and his willingness to work for a living had spread throughout the industry and beyond. The afternoon shoot went more smoothly. Filming at Disney Studios has temporarily come to a halt, with some interior scenes still being set up on the sound stages. David Fincher planned to seamlessly transition into the film once the crew returned from exterior scenes. In October, the crew arrived in Langley, Virginia, home to the CIA's headquarters. Louise arrived early to lay the groundwork and establish liaisons with the CIA's Hollywood office. To facilitate this unconventional CIA propaganda film, the CIA gave the crew ample time to film in the headquarters plaza and entrances. The crew temporarily modified the CIA's main entrance and brought in a number of vintage 1970s cars, which were parked in the large parking lot in front. CIA employees will be using alternate entrances for the next few days. Martin's scenes in Langley are divided into two main parts: his commuting to get off work as a CIA agent and his undisclosed award at the end of the film. Additional scenes will be filmed in downtown Washington. As a quintessential Hollywood hero and a lone American hero, he inevitably faces family turmoil and pressures. It's no secret that David Fincher dislikes this kind of plotting. As a Hollywood director known for his ruthlessness, when it comes to family drama, he's most adept at wielding the butcher's knife, peeling away the glamorous aspects and revealing the gory details. But for Oscars, these formalities are necessary. While the crew was filming, Coltrane, the head of the CIA's Hollywood office, was observing nearby. During a break, he even stopped by to take a photo with Martin and David Fincher. The three of them chatted for a while. "Your film is one of the few Hollywood films that portrays the CIA as a positive image." When Cortland said this, he actually didn't care. "In previous Hollywood movies, we were all villains." Martin deliberately asked, "Reveal a secret to us. Is there really a Jason Bourne and the Stepping Stone Project?" Cortland laughed. "Of course, we also want to recruit American national heroes to join." Martin said, "Then you have to equip me with Ethan Hunt's full set of black technology equipment. The things in Mission Impossible are not black technology," Cortland said seriously. "In fact, the CIA's advanced equipment is even more black technology than what Ethan Hunt uses." David Fincher asked, "Can you let us see it?" Cortland said, "Many of them are confidential, and I can't access them." Martin said, "If you decrypt them in the future and there are some that are eliminated, you must give me one." Cortland agreed immediately. "No problem." With the support of the CIA, the crew's filming in Langley and Washington went smoothly. The planned one-week shoot was completed in less than 4 days. The crew then moved to Istanbul for a week of filming. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695, Can't Carry the Box Office. The premiere of Dark Place took place at the Grumman Theater in Hollywood. This is one of the top 5 most expensive films released by Warner Brothers this year. Although top executives like Kevin Tsujihara were absent, the heads of distribution and production companies were all present. Jon Berg arrived early in the VIP room to greet the premiere guests. To promote the film, Warner Brothers invited many of its frequent collaborators to attend, including Robert Downey Jr. and his wife, who collaborated on The Great Detective at the Graphinder Triangle in Los Angeles. Jon Berg appeared cheerful and joking, but a heavy weight weighed on his heart. This year, Warner Brothers released a number of mid to high budget productions, some of which were hits, such as Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows and The Hangover Part 2. There were also disastrous flops, such as Gods and Kings and Green Lantern. The former were all sequels to successful films from the previous era of Alan Horn, while the latter were projects initiated after he took over. If only he had promoted a few mid to high budget productions, it would be fine. Compared to the former, Jon Berg felt humiliated. Daniel approached and said, "Natalie Portman is very popular with the media, and the recent news about her will help promote the film." Jon Berg understood why. To the mainstream media, this Jewish actress, who had studied in Israel, was considered one of their own. He said, "I hope this Oscar-winning actress can boost the film's box office." Daniel said, "Natalie has always had a very good reputation among fans and the media." Jon Berg was about to respond when he saw Martin Davis walk through the door. His face darkened and he couldn't help but ask, "Who invited him?" "Not me," Daniel said. The failure of Pharaohs and Gods had made Jon Berg tired of hearing the name Martin Davis, so Daniel naturally wouldn't invite him to the premiere of his new film. Martin, who had just returned from Istanbul, walked into the VIP room alone and immediately spotted Daniel and Jon Berg. The host wasn't welcoming enough, but the guest shouldn't ignore the host. Martin was very self-aware and went over to greet them. "Daniel, John, good afternoon." Daniel stepped forward to shake Martin's hand. "Welcome." Jon Berg, suppressing his annoyance, stepped forward to shake Martin's hand. "Long time no see." Martin nodded. "Yes, the last time we met was at the premiere of Pharaohs and Gods." That film had been such a disastrous failure that even Jon Berg's hands couldn't help but tremble. He didn't want to talk to this idiot anymore. Just then, Emma Watson came through the door. He let go of Martin's hand and greeted her, saying, "Welcome, our magical princess." Martin didn't care and walked into the VIP room, where he found Gillian Flynn and chatted for a while. Jon Berg exchanged a few pleasantries with Emma Watson's father, then glanced back and suddenly remembered that Martin and Gillian Flynn were old neighbors. This project had originally been poached from Martin by MacDonald. For some reason, Jon Berg's heart suddenly trembled, and a sense of unease began to spread. But think about it, who can guarantee a film's success or failure before it's released? Martin met up with his long-lost friend, Susan Levine. After getting married, she changed her name to her husband's, and is now Susan Downey. Susan Downey was the producer of Martin's first Hollywood project, House of Wax. "Hi, Susan," Martin said, stepping forward to greet him. Although Susan Downey hasn't been in touch with Martin much in recent years, they used to have a good relationship. She came over and hugged Martin. "You're more handsome than before," Martin said. "You've always been so beautiful." "Is it because of the nourishment of love?" Robert Downey Jr. came over from the other side. Hey, men, you can't steal a husband's wife in front of him." Martin could tell it was a joke. "Absolutely not. I wouldn't dare mess with Iron Man." Susan rolled her eyes at Downey and said, "Honey, this joke is not funny at all." Downey came over and shook hands with Martin. "It is said that we almost became comrades, or maybe we were enemies." Martin knew what he was talking about and said seriously, "I read the Avengers comics, and a civil war broke out among you." Susan came over and said, "Martin, there are so many choices to make. Unlike you, Downey, there are not many paths to take." Downey was quite open-minded. He said, "Remember when I treated the crew of House of Wax to dinner in Australia? You were just an ordinary actor at that time. What about now?" He looked up to see Martin's face. "You have become a big man I need to look up to." Martin smiled and said, "You are the one and only Iron Man." But Susan said, "Actually, this is a helpless choice. If there is a choice, I will not let Downey choose this path. Even if Marvel has a complete plan, how long can it last? Iron Man will end one day, and it will be too difficult for Downey to transform then." Downey was very optimistic. "Honey, if Marvel doesn't pay me $20 million for the next movie, I will definitely ignore them." He remembered something and looked at Martin. "When Kevin Feige found you, You could already get a salary of 20 million plus. What a gap, Martin said casually. After a few sequels, your salary will catch up with me. Downey saw it clearly. Your path is much wider than mine. I can't even get half of my salary if I leave Iron Man. As his image of Iron Man became popular, the response to other films was getting worse. The market response to Detective Fulmer 2 was not as good as the first one. Warner Pictures has postponed the planned third film indefinitely. After chatting for a while, Martin spotted Natalie Portman and Ari Emanuel and was about to greet them when he felt someone staring at him from the side. He turned and saw Emma Watson, not far away, with a glaring look on her face. As one of Hollywood's most prominent post-90s actresses, Emma Watson held herself in high regard. Her gaze met Martin's, and she lifted her chin, her face looking even more like a shoehorn. Martin ignored the girls and turned toward Natalie Portman. Emma Watson knew this person was the teacher of her sworn enemy, Saoirse Ronan. Saoirse Ronan had repeatedly antagonized her because of Martin Davis's balking. Her once cold and proud gaze now tinged with resentment. Two bootlickers, Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint, noticed it and asked, "What's wrong, Emma?" Emma Watson signaled with her eyes, "That man is Saoirse Ronan's teacher. It's because of him that Saoirse Ronan has the courage to go against me," the bootlicker Rupert said. "To bully you means to pick on the three of us." Daniel calmed down a little and said, "Don't mess around. The three of us together are no match for him." "I remember Martin is an American," Emma Watson asked. Rupert said, "A southerner from Atlanta." Emma Watson pondered and said, "Saoirse is an Irish pig. She used to stay in England most of the time." How did these two become so closely connected? The bootlicker Rupert deduced in the most reliable way in the circle, because they are having an affair. Emma Watson thought so too. "I remember that Saoirse Ronan is less than 18 years old. The age of sexual consent here is 18. She and Martin are more than 10 years apart and are not protected." Daniel asked, "What do you want to do?" Emma Watson looked at the two bootlickers and said, "Find a way to buy a miniature camera. I'll have someone keep an eye on Saoirse Ronan and Martin Davis. If we can film them, if they become enemies as a teacher and student, wouldn't it be exciting?" Rupert said, "Leave it to me. I'll go buy it." Daniel reminded, "Don't do it yourself." Emma Watson nodded, "Of course, I have a reliable girl with bags." Rupert reminded, "Someone is coming." The three quickly shut up and stopped discussing these. Elsewhere, Martin wished Natalie Portman a box office success and went to chat with Ari Emanuel. Ari said, "This is Nat's first film since winning the Best Actress Oscar, and she's the lead. If it does well at the box office, proving her ability to pull it off on her own, Nat will become an A-list star, with a chance to eventually become Hollywood's top actress." Martin, having no conflict of interest with Natalie Portman, said, "Good luck to her. Hopefully, that damned Oscar curse doesn't strike." Ari knew all this. Last year, Sandra Bullock's work after winning the award went well. Martin offered a few compliments, but he wasn't sure if they had any effect. He had no memory of Dark Places. He also had no idea the author of Gone Girl had any other famous works. After the premiere theater audience entered, guests including Martin entered the screening room and took their seats in the front row. The main cast and crew were the last to enter. The novel upon which this film is based, riding the wave of the huge success of Gone Girl, spent over a dozen weeks on the New York Times bestseller list. While it never cracked the top 3, its sales were impressive. Like Gone Girl, the screenplay was adapted by Gillian Flynn herself. However, the difference is that in the former, Flynn relied heavily on David Fincher's input. The importance of the director to a film is undeniable. After watching Gone Girl and then watching Dark Places, the difference is quite noticeable. The former boasts a brisk, taut pace and well-timed plot twists. The latter is slow, tedious, lacking in suspense, and possesses entangled characters. Crucially, Natalie Portman simply couldn't carry the show. It's fair to say that everyone from WMA to the production team to Warner Brothers seriously overestimated her marketability. Chapter 696, Box Office Tragedy Happens Again. Thanks to his connections at Warner Brothers, Martin had been keeping an eye on Dark Place since its premiere. Theater attendance in North America was low, and the market response was mediocre. In the villa's master bedroom, Martin received the latest box office figures. Elizabeth Olsen asked, "I checked the online reviews, and they don't seem very good. How are the box office?" Martin forwarded the statistics to her and said, "Even worse than I expected. Only $2.74 million in North America on the first day." This wasn't just a limited preview. but a massive release in over 3,000 theaters. So little. Elizabeth was somewhat surprised. An idea popped into her head, and she shook her head and asked, I remember that Warner Brothers finally confirmed the production budget to be as high as $70 million US. She was also quite familiar with Gillian Flynn. Gone Girl was so well received, but this one is so bad, Martin said. Maybe the director's level is a little worse than David Fincher's. Elizabeth looked at the data forwarded by Martin, kicked off her slippers, slid her feet onto the sofa, rested her head on Martin's legs, and said, the key is the lack of you as the lead actor. Martin stroked her bulge and said, I thought the film might not be well received, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. Elizabeth had just eaten and didn't want any more. She pressed Martin's hand and looked up at him. When I heard you talk about the box office numbers just now, I suddenly thought, didn't you deliberately give this adaptation project to Warner Pictures? Warner Pictures snatched the project away. Martin moved his hand back and deliberately pinched it. I'm a good person. How could I do something to frame someone? Elizabeth felt something rapidly rising beneath her head, pricking her like an iron rod. Haven't you had enough yet? Martin said, honey, it just means you're so attractive to me. Elizabeth felt she couldn't handle it any longer, and suddenly remembered something. Lily had secretly complained about never playing games with her. Although they were close, Elizabeth knew Lily was difficult to deal with. She couldn't let her get her way so easily. She had to make her feel grateful. Elizabeth turned over. She could still force herself to eat more if she was full. If she didn't eat, it would only cost the money to those outside. Martin quickly threw away his phone, no longer paying attention to the situation with Dark Place. The old boy and the young witch returned to their academic research on protein loss and replenishment. Century City, WMA headquarters. Sitting at his desk, Ari Emanuel frowned. With the first day box office results, Dark Place was almost certain to be a box office flop. But that didn't make sense. Warner Brothers was heavily invested in the film, with a production budget of $80 million, and the director was already on a tear. Top-selling author Gillian Flynn adapted her own hit novel, the previous installment of which, Gone Girl, was a box office smash. Lead actress Natalie Portman is a recent Oscar winner, a darling of the mainstream media, and a representative of Hollywood's post-80s actresses, enjoying consistent critical acclaim. A film project with all the right ingredients for success, yet it failed. Why? Ali was puzzled. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and sighed at the sight of Beverly Hills. Dark Place couldn't be a comeback. His plan to make Natalie Portman a Hollywood star was facing ruin at the very beginning. Ali thought again of the Oscar curse. But Sandra Bullock, Natalie's predecessor, hadn't been affected. The failure of Dark Place was a serious one. Natalie would have a hard time getting similar films and roles in the future. How could this damned Oscar curse be broken? Ali pondered for a moment and called Thomas, who soon arrived at his office. Ali asked, "Are you paying attention to Dark Places?" "Yes," Thomas said, assuming he wanted to ask Martin's opinion. I forwarded the relevant statistics to Martin as soon as they came out. Hearing this, Ali asked, "What did Martin say?" Thomas shook his head slightly. "He didn't say anything." Ali returned and sat down, asking, "What do you think the problem lies?" Thomas thought to himself, "I'm only where I am today because I follow the right people. You understand everything I know about the key to film's success or failure," but he couldn't say it out loud. Suddenly, he remembered an article he had just read, which seemed to make some sense. He said, "We may have misjudged some situations." Ali understood what he meant. About Natalie Portman, Thomas reminded him, "There's a professional analysis on CinemaScore, which uses audience ratings from theaters. You should check it out." Ali went to his computer. Thomas glanced at his watch. "I'm leaving now." Ali nodded. Thomas left, glancing back. He felt that the key to the success or failure of both Gone Girl and Dark Places lay with Martin and Natalie. While the film's quality was certainly lacking, Natalie Portman's lack of appeal was also crucial. In the office, Ali logged onto CinemaScore and clicked on the Dark Place section. Audiences gave it a B score, slightly better than Green Lantern, which was so disappointing that Warner Brothers had to cancel the entire Justice League cinematic universe. Ali found the analysis Thomas had mentioned. It was a column by Ed Mintz, founder of CinemaScore. Mintz was known for his keen market insight, accurate predictions, and insightful analysis. Ali noticed the column was specifically targeting his top female client, Natalie Portman. He quickly scanned the first few paragraphs and grasped the core point. Over the years, Natalie Portman has been far more popular in the mainstream media than among moviegoers. It's no exaggeration to say she's the most popular post-80s actress among the mainstream media. Her carefully crafted education, her indifference to fame and fortune, and her trip to Jerusalem for further studies have all bolstered Natalie Portman's high profile, making her a representative of the middle-aged generation of Hollywood actresses. Natalie Portman's unparalleled success in the mainstream media has created the illusion that she's incredibly popular with moviegoers. While this has won her the support of a certain group of people, making her the epitome of high-class and sophisticated Hollywood actresses, it's not enough to support a large-scale production. Looking through Natalie Portman's resume, aside from her breakout work in The Professional and the Star Wars prequel trilogy, it's hard for the average moviegoer to recall any other work she's done. The Professional was critically panned in North America and wasn't well received by the mainstream audience. Even Natalie herself publicly criticized it. And the success of the Star Wars prequel trilogy had little to do with Natalie Portman herself. Perhaps there's a market for sophisticated actresses like Natalie Portman among the highly educated, but her lack of recognition among the broadest audiences and moviegoers is her Achilles heel, preventing her from supporting the market for larger-scale films. The production itself isn't impressive, and the casting issues shouldn't be overlooked. Seeing this, Ali couldn't help but look up from his computer, reflecting on Natalie Portman's situation. Natalie Portman joined WMA later, and her personality and style weren't already established before she joined. It used to seem normal. But now, Ali thinks Amidst's analysis makes sense. Natalie Portman's personality isn't appealing to the general public. Unwilling to give up on his top female client, Ali is mulling over how to help Natalie break the Oscar-winning actress curse. 3 days into the weekend, while Dark Place received significantly better reviews than last year's Pharaohs and Gods and Green Lantern, the box office was still a disappointment. The film grossed only $7.21 million in North America during its opening weekend. Many market analysts predicted that the final domestic box office would be unlikely to exceed $15 million. Considering the $70 million production budget, the film was dismal. In the Warner Brothers building's most spacious office, Kevin Sugihara looked across at his brother-in-law, John Berg. He asked, "What happened with this one?" John Berg replied, "I trusted Gillian Flynn too much. I included her in post-production, and the final editing respected her opinions." And then, Kevin Sugihara nodded slowly. John Berg continued, "Gone Girl was such a success, and I think Gillian Flynn will bring that experience to this new film." Kevin Sugihara said, "Women are too sentimental in this regard. Don't make that mistake again." In reality, few female producers in Hollywood hold final editing authority. John Berg said, "I've adjusted the editing plans for several other films so I won't make the same mistake again. Every mid-sized or large Hollywood studio has its share of flops every year." Kevin Sugihara didn't dwell on it and quickly let John Berg go. Returning to his office, John Berg immediately blacklisted Gillian Flynn and Natalie Portman from Warner Brothers. He was gloomy because he would be presenting his first performance report to the group's board of directors next month. John Berg quickly came up with a plan: highlight the year's successes, like Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, and try to shift the blame for the failures. For the failure of Dark Place, Gillian Flynn, the producer and screenwriter, was the perfect person to take the blame. John Berg sighed. He didn't want to resort to a sequel left behind by his predecessor. There was no other solution. He needed to get through this first, then move on. John Berg suddenly thought of something. This film, like Pharaohs and Gods, is also connected to Martin Davis. Pharaohs and Gods was a project that Daniel had intercepted Martin's attempt to collaborate with Warner Brothers, while Dark Places was a project that Daniel had snatched from Martin. Is there a connection between the two? Chapter 697 Stalker. After two films directly linked to Martin Davis flopped at the box office, John Berg couldn't help but have some thoughts. Especially when he saw Martin at the premiere, he felt uneasy. Could it be possible that Martin Davis did all this on purpose? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Intentionally letting Warner Brothers get these two projects, but after a moment's reflection, John Berg felt it didn't make sense. Filmmaking and production are so volatile. Who could say these projects would necessarily fail if they landed in Warner Bros.' hands? After all, Warner Brothers had a sophisticated operating system and a highly capable management team headed by him. John Berg was hesitant, his thoughts shifting. He picked up the phone and called MacDonald, his trusted subordinate and the person who had acquired the rights to Dark Place, to inquire about the situation. Nothing special. However, John Berg kept thinking about it, thinking about the two books he had seen in Martin Davis' office, Jack and the Beanstalk and Jack the Giant Slayer. The project was almost complete, with over $200 million already invested. There was no turning back. Jack the Giant Slayer couldn't fail again. Changes were necessary. The failure of Dark Place, which had Gillian Flynn's input, solidified John Berg's resolve to revolutionize Hollywood's traditional production model and harness his creative genius. He would pool the expertise of everyone involved, combining the best of multiple cuts, to create an unprecedented blockbuster. John Berg called his secretary in and asked, "How is the expert review team coming along?" The secretary replied, "Most of the people we invited have responded positively." John Berg breathed a sigh of relief. Once the different cuts were complete, he could embark on this epic transformation. Disney Studios, the crew of Argo, Martin had fewer scenes to film today, so he had plenty of free time. The filming of the crew was paused. Nicholson, who came to visit the set, put down the Hollywood Reporter in his hand and asked Martin next to him, "I remember you mentioned that you first saw the original work of Dark Place, and then Warner Pictures snatched it from you." Martin had no need to deny, "Yes, Warner Pictures planted a spy next to me. As soon as Gillian Flynn found me, they got the news and sent someone to buy the copyright at a high price." Nicholson knew this bastard. "You are a bastard with a strong sense of revenge. You didn't even retaliate against Warner Pictures for this. It's not like you." Martin gave him a middle finger directly. "I didn't pay as much as Warner, so naturally I couldn't snatch it from Warner." This sounded reasonable at first, but Nicholson thought about it and said, "No, I remember that Pharaohs and Gods was also a project that Warner Pictures snatched from you. The loss was more than Dark Place, and you also used the movie project to seduce Megan Ellison." "Wait," Martin, thinking of the woman whose looks rivaled Larry Ellison, quickly corrected him. "Jack, watch your wording. Was that seduction?" Nicholson was convinced he was right. "You're definitely using this method to screw Warner Brothers." He spoke before Martin could. Many people develop a strange feeling about projects and roles during their career's ascent. Good or bad can be decided in a single thought, and that single thought determines the success or failure of their career. Martin was curious, "Like you back then?" Nicholson shook his head. "Compared to you, I'm a damn good person. I reject anything I don't like." But Schwarzenegger, at the height of his fame, used a similar method to screw Sylvester Stallone. He explained simply, "At the time, the two action stars were competing fiercely. Schwarzenegger was on a tear, and Stallone was at the end of his career. The two bastards fought each other for roles a few times. Then Schwarzenegger used projects he didn't like to lure Stallone into taking the bait. As a result, Stallone fell from the top, and Schwarzenegger became Hollywood's leading action star in the 1990s. Martin had heard these things before. "So many people are eyeing me. I'm optimistic about a project, but a bunch of people are jumping out to grab it. What can I do? Even if I finally get it, with so many competitors, how much will it cost?" Nicholson was curious. "Megan Ellison is because of Depp. What about Warner Brothers?" "Jack, you're retired and haven't had much contact with the new executives at Warner Brothers, but I've had a lot of dealings with them," Martin said simply. "These projects might succeed in other companies, but with Warner Brothers' current management, the chances of failure are greater." Louise had numerous sources at Warner, and John Berg's impressive tactics amazed Martin. As the crew was wrapping up their morning shoot, Bruce came over. Gillian's here. Martin left the studio and saw his old neighbor. Gillian, seemingly under a lot of pressure lately, was in a bad mood. She said to Martin, "Let's talk for a minute." Martin gestured to a nearby lounge chair, sat down, and said, "How come you have time to come here today?" Gillian's smile was slightly bitter. "I just got the news that Warner Brothers has blacklisted me from working with them." Martin reassured her, "There are so many studios in Hollywood, don't take it too seriously. It's my own fault. I was too short-sighted." Gillian regretted it deeply. "For a little bit of immediate gain, I gave up my patience and partnered with the Warner Brothers. In the end, the movie flopped, and even the sales of the novel suffered. The film adaptation of Dark Place received poor reviews, and the original novel also received a lot of negative reviews. Publisher Random House predicted that the novel would drop off the bestseller list this week." Martin never held any grudge against Gillian for this matter. Davis Studios simply couldn't offer as good an offer as Warner Brothers. Gillian asked, "Martin, if I have a new project, can I still ask you for your help? If you think it's good, I won't work with any other companies anymore." Martin smiled and said, "Of course, You can always contact me when you create a new work. Jillian was visibly relieved. As long as she could still work with Martin, her foothold in Hollywood would be secure. She quickly said, "If you need me, just give me a call. I'll be out collecting materials for my new book." Martin didn't want to disturb her. "I'll wait to see your new work and focus on it," he said. Jillian Flynn then excused herself. Martin sent Bruce to the cafeteria for lunch. As soon as they had picked up their food and sat down, Saoirse Ronan approached with a tray. "Teacher, you're back," she exclaimed excitedly. Martin glanced at Saoirse. "Are you so happy about something good happening to you?" Saoirse was quite articulate. "Seeing my teacher again, of course I'm happy," she asked. "I recently learned a song. I'll sing it to you after dinner." Seeing her enthusiasm, Martin couldn't help but say, "Okay, let's find a quiet place after dinner." Saoirse beamed with joy. Sure. This was the largest restaurant at Disney Studios, and many crews filming there chose to dine there. The crew from NOAA were trickling in. "Alana, the bag girl," reminded her employer. "Emma, look to your left." Emma Watson turned to see her nemesis, Saoirse Ronan, dining with her so-called teacher. They seemed to be chatting happily, and from her perspective, they looked particularly intimate. She withdrew her gaze, took her tray to get her lunch, and found a quiet spot to sit down. As the bag girl arrived, Emma said, "Hurry up and eat. These two look like they were about to have a fight. Afterward, sneak up on them and see if you can get some private photos." Alana, who had briefly worked on Fleet Street and, by chance, became Emma Watson's bag girl, was quite experienced at the job. She said, "Leave it to me." Emma Watson glanced at her sworn enemy again, annoyed by Saoirse's cheerful demeanor. Alana bit into a burger, devouring it in a few bites. She finished a Coke, nodded to Emma Watson, slung her bag over her shoulder, and left the restaurant. She crossed the main studio road and found a bench across the street to sit down. She pulled out her latest phone, set the camera on, and stared at the restaurant's main entrance. After a short wait, she saw Saoirse Ronan and Martin Davies emerge from the restaurant together, heading towards a nearby office building. Alana had been here for a while and knew it was the studio for the filming of Argo. The two people in front seemed to be discussing something, constantly turning their heads to look at each other. Alana, inspired, changed her position to take photos, using the photography skills she had learned on Fleet Street to capture a number of misleading photos and videos from unusual angles. Ever since the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean was a box office hit, Disney Studios has seen a resurgence, and many productions have filmed there in recent years. It was lunchtime, and the street near the restaurant was bustling with people. Alana blended in with the pedestrians, occasionally checking her phone, like many young people addicted to social media. Martin and Saoirse entered the studio and went to the front lounge. Several receptionists looked on curiously, unsure of what they were up to. Soon, Saoirse began to sing in imitation of Sarah Brightman's Scarborough Fair. Martin could tell that Saoirse was truly working hard on her singing. Bruce, leaning against the door, felt his phone vibrate a few times. He pulled it out and opened a text message. It was from the bodyguard hanging behind him. "It seems there's a stalker taking photos of Martin," Bruce replied. "Find out, cell phones are powerful these days, and the Disney studios are packed with people. Given Martin's current fame, it's common for passers-by to pull out their phones and take photos." The message was sent, and not long after, another reply came back. "It's confirmed that a woman is taking photos of Martin." Bruce went to the window and looked out. There were many people outside the studio. He replied again, "Find out who it is." Chapter 698 Triggering Warning. After singing Scarborough Fair a cappella, Saoirse Ronan paused, tilted her head to look at Martin, and asked, "Did I sing well?" Martin encouraged, "Very well." Saoirse looked around and saw that there were people in the front hall, and there seemed to be surveillance cameras, so it would be difficult to perform splits. She was about to ask Martin where the office was when Bruce came up from behind. Martin waved at Saoirse and asked, "What happened?" Bruce nodded, glanced at Saoirse, and thinking that she might be one of the people involved, he said, "Someone just followed you too and took a photo of you." Saoirse was stunned. Taking photos with a camera was something she often did. How did someone else take photos of her? Martin asked, "Who was it?" "Not sure yet," Bruce said briefly. "The studio is packed with people, and cell phones are so powerful these days. It could be someone who supports you or Saoirse. I had my bodyguards quietly follow them. They're more professional at this than with guns." Martin remained calm. "Wait a minute, Saoirse, however, was lost in thought. After a moment, she said, "Teacher, I think it's Emma Watson." No one else on this studio's crew would be so arrogant. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she was. "You might not know this, but Emma Watson has been spoiled by the entire Harry Potter crew." Martin pointed at her. "Be patient and you'll find out." Saoirse pulled out a chair and sat across from Martin. Not long after, Bruce's phone vibrated. He answered it and chatted for a few minutes before receiving another message, which he forwarded to Martin. Martin opened it and saw a photo, a frontal shot of a woman in her 20s. Bruce returned and whispered, "This person followed us from the restaurant entrance to the studio, then to the studio where the Noah crew was filming." Saoirse started to speak again, but Martin's glance made her shut up. Bruce continued, "She waited near the studio for a while, then met up with Emma Watson and went inside together." Martin said, "Find out what her relationship is with Emma Watson." Bruce went to make the call. Saoirse asked, "Teacher, can I see it?" Martin clicked on the photo in the message and showed it to her. Saoirse recognized her. "This is Emma Watson's bag girl. I'm not sure her name is, but I've asked around the people around Emma Watson, so there's no mistake." Speaking of Emma Watson, she was filled with anger. "She must be targeting me." It wasn't difficult for Bruce to find out more about the crew at Disney Studios. He came back soon and said, "This person is Alana, someone around Emma Watson." Martin nodded and said, "Emma Watson is extremely hostile to Saoirse. Her assistant came here to take pictures secretly. There must be something wrong. What are they trying to do? This is Hollywood, so it's obvious." Bruce asked Saoirse, "You're not yet 18, are you?" 17. Saoirse was smart. When she heard the question, she guessed what Martin and Bruce were thinking. Emma Watson wants to use my underage status to cause trouble. Call the police. Martin shook his head. That's too troublesome. The easiest way is to release the filmed footage. It only takes one mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of running around to refute them. Bruce said, "No matter how you try to dispel rumors about this kind of thing, it will leave behind very bad rumors." Martin thought for a moment and said, "Just in case, let's do the work in advance." Saoirse said at this time, "I can explain, don't worry, it may be useful to you." Martin looked towards the front desk and raised his voice and said, "I just saw you recording a video." The girl at the front desk stood up hurriedly and said, "I'm sorry, we don't mean anything else. We just want to keep it as a souvenir." They all signed relevant agreements, and it would be very troublesome if these were handed over to the media. Martin asked, "Do you use Twitter?" The girl quickly replied, "I have a Twitter account." Martin said, "Tweet the video from earlier." Saoirse, "You retweet it," and Bruce, "You retweet Saoirse's." Tell my friends to retweet it whenever they want. And Jody, you can send it to TMZ. Bruce glanced at the security camera in the front hall and said, "You can send the security video as well." Saoirse, who had been listening intently, asked, "Let's get it out there first, so they don't have anything to post anymore." Martin replied, "That's about right." The receptionist tweeted, and Saoirse immediately retweeted it. Martin retweeted Saoirse's, and they both contacted their friends to share it. Bruce went to the surveillance room to retrieve the footage, planning to contact Jody later. When Martin retweeted the Saoirse singing video, he also added a tweet, casting for a new production. "This is a talented, hard-working girl." It quickly garnered many likes, and after Martin contacted some people like me, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Nicholson also retweeted the tweet and video. On the set of Noah, in Emma Watson's private lounge, Alana connected her phone to her computer and opened the photos and videos she had just taken, showing them to Emma Watson one by one. Emma Watson, a clever yet self-centered woman, pointed at the screen and said, "This one, and this one. Yes, pick these ones that look a little ambiguous." Specifically selected, she then looked at the video and said, "This part was specially edited." Alana did as she was told, selecting the photos and editing the video, then transferring them to a USB drive. She asked, "What's next?" Emma Watson took the mouse, opened the TMZ website, and said, "Contact TMZ. Sell them the photos and videos. In TMZ style, they'll definitely publish them." TMZ's website listed the relevant news hotline. Alana wrote it down on her phone and made the call. After the call was connected in a brief conversation, she said, "TMZ has arranged a meeting with me." Emma Watson nodded. "Go ahead." Alana left the lounge, departed the Disney Studios, and met a male editor from TMZ at an outdoor cafe on South Broadway. After a quick review of the pictures and videos, the two sides quickly reached an agreement on a deal. The male editor rushed back to the office and, working with colleagues in the editorial department, compiled a story and uploaded it to TMZ. However, the review process was strangely slow today, and the story hadn't passed internal review yet. In the office of TMZ's deputy editor-in-chief, Jody, who oversees daily news operations, was concentrating on her work when a notification popped up on the website's backend. A recently uploaded story had triggered a warning keyword she had set. Jody paused her work and clicked on the notification, discovering it was a story about Martin. She looked at the pictures and videos, and Bruce's face suddenly flashed through her mind. That jerk, old bull, certainly didn't want to see Martin's scandal exposed. The pictures and videos all showed Martin and a young actress. Jody had a recognizable image of her, Saoirse Ronan, who was from England or Ireland. Because of the angle, Martin and Saoirse Ronan looked somewhat flirtatious, even entering a place together. The accompanying news item specifically mentioned that Saoirse Ronan was under 18. Jody knew immediately that someone was plotting against Martin. The pictures and videos, shot from deliberately chosen angles, were prone to misunderstandings and speculation. She was stuck on the news item for the time being. Jody picked up her phone and dialed Bruce's number. "Bruce, I have a piece of news about Martin. It's a scandal. You don't want it to get exposed, do you?" Bruce, on the other end, reacted quickly, ignoring Jody's ramblings. "Is it about Martin and Saoirse Ronan?" Jody smiled a bit lecherously. "That's right, Bruce. Come over early tonight, or else, hey, you know the consequences," Bruce warned. "Stop being so naughty. Hurry and check Martin's Twitter." "There's something about it." Jody picked up another phone, opened Twitter, and saw an update from Martin. She immediately clicked on it. It was a video of Saoirse Ronan singing to Martin, and the time displayed on the video was shortly after the one she had just watched. Jody asked, "Is someone trying to deliberately discredit Martin or Saoirse?" Bruce asked over the phone, "Did you get any news about Martin and Saoirse?" "There was a news item that was about to be released, but I stopped it." Jody recounted what had happened. Bruce said, "I have something else I'll pass on to you later. You're a professional, so you'll definitely have a way to get these reports out smoothly." Jody pondered for a moment and came up with an idea, but he kept silent. "I'm groggy right now, not quite clear-headed. I can't think of anything." "You?" Bruce understood that this was another attempt to make him sacrifice. He cursed the damn unspoken rules and said, "Okay, I'll come see you tonight." "You wait at home." Jody chuckled. "Oh, I've got an idea, Bruce. See you tonight. I'll help you with the news first." Putting down her phone, she called the editor who was publishing the news and showed him Martin's tweet and Bruce's new video. She combined these with the previous pictures and videos and published them. These videos and pictures were all combined into a single news item, and the headline was changed. "Martin Davis is suspected of planning a new project and is exploring Irish actress Saoirse Ronan." According to insiders, the new project is likely to be a song and dance genre. The headline perfectly matched a video of Saoirse Ronan singing Scarborough Fair. After the news was released, it didn't attract much attention. Even if there was some attention, the focus was on Martin's so-called new work. At Disney Studios, Martin and his team returned to the studio area. Bruce had already told Martin and Saoirse about the situation at TMZ. Saoirse said, "Teacher, I won't let that bitch go." Martin said to Bruce, "Have someone keep an eye on Emma Watson. Don't alarm her." He looked at Saoirse and said, "You too." Saoirse replied, "I'll listen to you, teacher." Chapter 699 Girls Helping Girls. After filming wrapped up in the afternoon, Emma Watson returned to her dressing room to remove her makeup. After sending everyone off, she asked Alana, the bag girl, "Is the news out yet?" "Yes," Alana said, looking puzzled. "But it's not what we expected." Emma Watson grabbed her laptop and opened TMZ. She found the news about Martin and Saoirse Ronan on the front page. After browsing the pictures and videos, her eyes focused on the caption. "Martin Davis is apparently planning a new project and is exploring Irish actress Saoirse Ronan. Insiders are reporting it's a musical." Alana said, "I just checked Martin Davis and Saoirse Ronan's Twitter feed. These new videos are all from Twitter." Saoirse Ronan sang Scarborough Fair for Martin, like she was auditioning for a role. "The things we filmed haven't had any impact." Emma Watson raised her finger and shook Alana, silencing her. A single thought occupied her mind: Martin Davis' new project. After a long pause, Emma Watson said, "No wonder Saoirse Ronan keeps hanging around Martin Davis so shamelessly. It's all about new films and new roles." Alana followed up, Martin Davis's work has a high success rate. Charlize Theron, who was relegated to supporting roles, found a new life with her role in Gone Girl alongside Martin. Emma Watson turned off the video of Saoirse Ronan singing for Martin and suddenly sang a cappella, also to Scarborough Fair. Many actors are multifaceted, and Emma Watson is no exception. Alana was a little surprised at first, but when Emma finished singing, she realized, "You want to steal this role from Saoirse Ronan?" Emma Watson smiled crookedly. "I'm more famous than her, my acting is better than her, I'm more beautiful than her, and I have more fans than her. I'm a top-tier Hollywood actress, and she's barely a third-tier one." She pointed out the key point: that's the film project that Martin Davis is preparing. "I don't know what it is specifically, but his movies are always successful," Alana echoed. "Yes, they have been successful. The Harry Potter series is over, and Hermione is a thing of the past." Emma Watson said, "I need a new successful work, preferably the heroine of a top-tier project." She was somewhat helpless. "To get rid of the Hermione label, I even took the supporting actress role in Noah. Do you think a supporting actress is worthy of my fame and status?" Alana said. "No." Emma Watson gritted her teeth and said, "Saoirse is my mortal enemy. Her biggest support in Hollywood is Martin. I want to steal not only her role but also her support." Alana asked directly, "How do we do it?" Emma Watson said, "Pay attention to Martin's activities around the studio." After hearing her, Alana replied, "I know what to do." That afternoon, Martin left the soundstage and walked back to the studio. Entering the studio lobby, Bruce stepped forward and said, "That woman from lunch is following us again." Martin frowned. "Not done yet?" Keeping an eye on her and Emma Watson, Bruce nodded and went to make a phone call. Martin entered the studio's conference room and was met by Alan Horn, who was waiting there. Horn had come to check on the progress of Argo and ask a few questions. Alan Horn asked directly, "Are you working on a new film project?" Martin said, "I have some preliminary ideas, but they're not quite finished yet. We'll talk about it once we have a working prototype." John Wick 2 has already grossed over $600 million worldwide, bringing significant profits to Disney Studios, the distributor. Beyond box office revenue, Disney Studios has also reaped significant profits from DVD sales. North American DVD sales have already exceeded $100 million, maintaining its top spot on the North American DVD sales charts this year. Alan Horn said, "Sure, don't forget Walt Disney. Successful people are surrounded by good people." Martin smiled and replied, "I'll definitely prioritize working with Walt Disney." The two chatted for a while before going their separate ways. Martin went straight home after get off work. The next morning, Martin arrived at the Disney Studios on time and spotted Emma Watson under a parasol placed outside the Argo set. The young actress, with a recognizable face, sat on an upholstered chair and greeted Martin with a smile. "Good morning, Martin." Martin nodded, seemingly oblivious. "Good morning, Emma." Emma Watson stood up and approached, saying, "I have a friend who wants your autographed photo. She should have come to you in person, but she's disabled and has trouble getting around. She heard I'm filming a new movie at Disney Studios, so she asked me specifically." This kind of lie is easy for an actress to tell. She asked expectantly, "Martin, can you give me an autographed photo?" Martin didn't understand what she was up to, but he had already given away thousands of autographed photos, so getting one wouldn't be difficult. He immediately agreed. "Sure." Bruce presented Emma Watson with an autographed photo. "Let's take a photo," she said, leaning forward and hugging Martin's arm. Martin, unfazed by the public, allowed Bruce to take the photo. Emma Watson took her photo, left without further ado, and left. Before entering the studio, Martin said to Bruce, "Have someone keep an eye on her and see what she's up to." Just as they were inside, David Fincher approached from behind and said, "Warner's princess has come to us." Martin replied, "It's more likely she's a witch." After a morning of filming, Martin emerged from the studio to find Emma Watson once again sitting under the parasol, in the same cushioned chair she'd been in that morning. Emma took the initiative to greet him. "Hi, Martin, are you done?" Martin, eager to see what this witch was up to, said, "We're done. We're going to lunch." Emma, prepared, stood up and greeted him. "I had someone deliver the autographed photo to a friend. She was so happy she insisted I thank you. I'd like to treat you to lunch." Martin casually replied, "It's just a small thing, don't make a big deal about it." Emma insisted, "Give me a chance to say thank you." Reflecting on yesterday's events, Martin said, "Let's go to the studio cafeteria, The two went to the studio restaurant. On the way, Emma Watson seemed very happy and in a particularly good mood, humming a song. Her voice was crisp, and her slightly immature voice was not so mellow, but it was also pleasant to listen to. No mistake, one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar. No worse than Saoirse Ronan. During lunch, Saoirse saw Emma Watson sitting with Martin, and her brows were furrowed. Bitch, she was so angry that she couldn't eat. Emma Watson was going to undermine the foundation of her foothold in Hollywood. Saoirse wanted to make trouble, and wanted to make big trouble. After lunch, they left the restaurant and were on their way back with Martin. Emma Watson invited. Let's finish work this afternoon and go for a drink together. Martin turned his head and glanced at her. Emma Watson deliberately said, I'm 21 years old and can drink in public. The Hollywood men understood the implication of this statement immediately. The other party thought that Martin didn't know what happened yesterday, but Martin knew what happened yesterday, so how could he accept such an invitation? He said, I'm sorry, I promised Elizabeth that I would go back on time in the evening. Emma Watson smiled and said, it doesn't matter, we can make an appointment another day. Coming under the parasol near the door of the Argo studio, Emma Watson looked at her watch. It's still early, let's rest here for a while. As she spoke, she sat down on the cushioned chair again. Martin sat opposite her again, and the two chatted about many topics. More than 10 minutes later, Martin returned to the studio. Emma Watson walked towards the Noah's Ark crew and entered a cold drink shop in the middle. Alana also went in. The two sat at a table to discuss things. The cold drink shop was very small, with only 2 tables. Sitting with his back to Emma was a very ordinary middle-aged man. Emma Watson confirmed from the chat with Martin just now that he was really planning a musical film project, and the heroine had a heavy role. She had been in the entertainment industry since she was 10 years old, and she was used to seeing and getting used to many things. She said to Alana, you go modify a bag and put the small TV that Rupert bought in it, so that I can take secret photos. It's easy. Alana asked, do you really want to do this? Emma made up her mind, I want to film it. There are too many people in this circle who take advantage of it and refuse to admit their mistakes. As long as I can get some evidence against him, I am not afraid of him. The two did not stay for long. They ate some skim ice cream and left quickly. The middle-aged man also walked out, wiped a handful from under the table where the two women were sitting, and then put his hand into his pocket. Finding a quiet place, he listened to it again and then dialed a number. Old Bruce, I have some results. Should I come to you? Go to the back door of the studio. Martin was busy shooting this afternoon. After work, he came out of the studio and found Emma Watson sitting on the chair waiting for him again. Many people who passed by looked at the two of them curiously. It won't be long before the rumor that Emma Watson was pursuing Martin Davis will spread throughout the Disney studio. Martin chatted with her for a few words, and went to the crew studio not far away on the pretext of having work to do. Bruce followed from behind and whispered, it's basically confirmed. When someone tries to mess with him, Martin, who's never polite, says, let her stay away. Bruce asks, what do you want to do? It's not nice for a man to bully a woman. Martin already has an idea. Girls should be willing to help other girls. Let Saoirse help Emma Watson. Chapter 700 Make her look good. In the small building across from the studio where the filming of Argo took place at Disney Studios, Martin stood in front of the slightly shabby window and checked his watch. The door opened from the outside, and Nicholson, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Lorraine walked in together. Nicholson asked anxiously, where is the show? Where is it? Is it ready to start? Martin looked out the window and said, wait a moment, you are a disloyal bastard. You didn't even inform me that there was a good show? Leonardo blamed him. If Jack hadn't called me, I wouldn't know about it at all. Martin defended himself. You haven't been in Los Angeles for a while. I thought you were still out of town. He took the opportunity to turn the tables. You didn't notify me when you came back. Lorraine had long since changed from a part-time actor to part-time paparazzi. She asked, what good show is there? Is there any valuable news to shoot? Leonardo said, are you short of money again? Lorraine said, my pocket money this month has run out. Martin pointed to the opposite parasol, point the camera over there. There should be a good show? Lorraine quickly took off the bag she was carrying and adjusted the camera and lens skillfully. Nicholson thought of the actresses who had asked him for fireworks before and asked, Saoirse Ronan and Emma Watson. Martin said simply, remember that Twitter video I asked you to retweet a few days ago? Maybe Emma Watson saw it and wants to set me up. He recounted the events of the past few days. Leonardo patted him on the shoulder. You have a good chance of becoming the next Harvey. To prevent me from becoming a jerk who refuses to admit my mistakes, I have to eliminate the temptation beforehand, Martin said righteously. I will never become Harvey. Lorraine had been dealing with Saoirse a lot lately. So, you asked Emma Watson's sworn enemy to do it, Martin said. Students should share the teacher's burdens. How could I refuse a student's kindness? The other 3 people in the room gave Martin the finger. Saoirse Ronan, who had only filmed 2 scenes that morning, left the set and went to the leading actress's restroom. She opened her locker, pulled out her backpack, and unzipped it to take a look. A faint sweet aroma emanated from the bag. These were the tools Bruce had helped her make. Saoirse was good at making handmade chocolates, having even made some herself a while ago. A few days ago, she'd decided to give Emma Watson a lesson. This shameless bitch actually tried to steal her teacher. Saoirse slung her bag over her shoulder, exited the studio, and headed for the front. It was working hours, and the studio area required a quiet environment for a filming. No vehicles were allowed. The road was deserted at the moment. Saoirse had carefully observed the area surrounding the Argo studio and looked around for a while, but saw no one. She quickly walked under the parasol and deftly removed the cushions from the chair, replacing them with a matching model from her backpack. To make the change quicker, Saoirse had obtained several chairs from Bruce and practiced many times. Her technique was perfect, and she completed the change quickly. Saoirse had been observing Emma Watson quietly. This shameless bitch, desperate to steal her teacher, comes here every noon, sits on this chair, and waits for Martin to come out of the studio. Lately, it's been like this every day. Upstairs in the building opposite. Martin raised the lens cap and blocked Lorraine's camera lens. Lorraine looked at Martin in surprise. Martin shook his head. Let's shoot later, Lorraine nodded, abandoning the idea of filming right away. Downstairs, Saoirse quickly packed up and, just as she had been secretly observing Emma Watson the past few days, slipped into the building opposite and leaned against the first floor wall near the window, waiting for someone to come. She'd been preparing for days, even consulting Bruce for advice. This morning, she'd taken a look at Emma Watson's daily outfit and learned she didn't have any scenes to shoot that afternoon. On the set of Noah, Emma Watson had finished her morning scenes and had already removed her makeup and changed into her clothes. She didn't have any scenes that afternoon, so she didn't need to come. Emma Watson, lightly makeup-clad, asked Alana, "Is everything ready?" "Already packed," she said. Alana brought over a bag and demonstrated how to operate it. "Press here to open it. The battery is freshly charged, and we've added an extra one. It should last for several hours of filming." Emma Watson tried it out, then transferred the contents of her clutch to the handbag. As she packed, she said, "I asked my agent to find out at Disney. Alan Horn and Martin have been discussing a new musical project." Alana encouraged her. "Emma, you're the best. You can definitely get Martin Davis." Emma Watson checked the time, picked up her bag, and headed out. "As long as I have his finger on the pulse, he'll have to agree." The two left the studio through a side door. As before, Emma dismissed Alana and headed alone toward the Argo set. The crews hadn't finished work yet, and the streets were deserted. Emma quickly arrived at her destination. Seeing the studio door closed, she walked under the parasol, adjusting her off-white blazer as she went. The light-colored pants and jacket accentuated her fair skin and rosy lips. Emma reached her usual seat and caught a whiff of a sweet aroma, as if someone had just enjoyed some chocolate, her favorite kind. She sniffed, placed her handbag on the small round table, and pulled out a chair to sit down. As her buttocks landed on the cushions, Emma heard a strange sound, a popping sound, clearly coming from beneath her. Before she could get up, her bottom felt cold and sticky, as if something had stuck to it. Emma's buttocks bounced up as if on springs. As she turned to look at the chair, one hand instinctively reached for hers. The cushions on the chair burst open, and a brown, sticky substance flowed out. "Fuck," Emma cursed. Her hand, which had been rubbing her bottom, felt incredibly sticky. She pulled it back and took a closer look. It smelled sweetly of chocolate sauce. She brought her brown-stained hand to her nose and sniffed it carefully. It was indeed chocolate sauce. It was almost identical to Emma Watson's favorite chocolate sauce, making her want to lick it. Just as her hand was about to reach her lips, Emma Watson stopped, cursing as she pulled out her phone and called Alana, urging her to come quickly. "Fuck. Fuck," her curse words continued to flow. Her bottom felt sticky, and she felt a little frantic, her face awash with fury. From the moment Emma jumped up, Lorraine's camera kept snapping away. A patch of brown and yellow clung to Emma Watson's off-white pants. The unique placement and color elicited associations in everyone who saw it. Lorraine snapped full-body shots of Emma Watson, close-ups of her bottom, and photos of the liquid dripping down her trouser legs. "I'm rich. I'm rich," she kept muttering. A few years ago, photos and videos of Emma Watson peeing her pants at Pinewood Studios in England reportedly sold for tens of thousands of pounds. "Now it's finally my turn to strike it rich." Her mumbling didn't slow Lorraine's fingers as she rhythmically pressed the shutter button, capturing photos of Emma Watson. She was especially excited when she saw Emma Watson bring her brown-stained hand to her nose, sniffing it, then lowering it as if to lick it. Breaking news. Martin, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Nicholson, watching the action, weren't idle either. They each pulled out their phones to film Emma Watson. Lorraine adjusted her camera lens, capturing Emma Watson's butt while also focusing on her contorted face. Her cursing expression made it clear something bad had happened to her. Nicholson asked Martin, "Did you come up with this idiotic plan?" "No," Martin said. "Saoirse did." Nicholson, delighted, gave a thumbs up. "You have a good student." Leonardo shook his head, saying, "There's something wrong with Disney Studios. Why is it always associated with these things?" Earlier this year, they had met Amber Heard here. Lorraine responded, "You guys came up with it." Leonardo and Nicholson both looked at Martin, their message clear. This was Martin's doing, the idiot, and they had nothing to do with it. Martin saw a woman running over and said, "Be careful, don't let anyone see." Leonardo and Nicholson both ducked their heads, obediently watching the scene. Lorraine's camera never stopped filming. On the first floor, Saoirse Ronan filmed with her phone in one hand, covering her mouth with the other to prevent herself from bursting into laughter. Last time, Emma Watson had taken a picture of her and Martin, trying to stir up trouble. This time, Saoirse was determined to get back at them. The videos and photos would be sold to the gossip media later, and Hollywood would explode. Maybe Emma Watson would even grab the headlines. Saoirse muttered to herself, "Bitch, last time you peed your pants." This time, she quickly covered her mouth, nearly bursting out in laughter. In the shade of a parasol, Emma Watson, nearly frantic, took off her beige blazer. She realized at that moment that light-colored pants stained with this stuff, especially on the buttocks, could easily be misinterpreted. Without waiting for Emma to put on her coat, Alana hurried over. Seeing the big dirty ball on Emma's butt from a distance, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God, she was a qualified bag-carrying girl." She quickly took off her dark coat and ran towards Emma. "What's the matter? Are you feeling uncomfortable in your stomach? Why did you suddenly have diarrhea?" "No. Damn it, this is not it," Emma defended herself. "This chocolate sauce, someone framed me." Alana saw someone appear in the distance, and hurriedly put her coat around Emma, saying, "Let's get out of here first, it's too easy for people to misunderstand if they see us." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.